Wow, what's up? How are we doing today, guys? Are we excited for a day of more reading and no drama? Colin Fantano? Listen. Wow, nobody special. Thanks for the gifted 10 memberships in YouTube chat. If Fantano wants me to call in, I'll chat with him, okay? The Burisma Cope on Twitter right now is crazy. Yeah, like I said, conservatives are never accepting that story, the idea that any of that was Russian anything. Because also keep in mind, this like legitimizes the whole initial FBI, what Pisco said yesterday. When the FBI was trying to say, hey, there might be Russian disinformation coming about the laptop story, well, now it seems like those warnings might have been, substantiated to some extent. But Fantano's on Twitch. Oh, rip. That means we can't. Did you see that the Majority Report retweeted your clip? Uh-oh. Which clip? Was it a good one or a bad one? What are the odds for Orbiter drama today? There is no Orbiter drama today. We are in hardcore academic reading the things mode. How wrong was the Burisma stuff? I need to dig into it exactly, but it sounds like... Do you remember when we read that report about the confidential informant? There's a name for that form, like the T1028 or whatever. I don't remember the number for the form. But basically... I think, was it the FBI agent that was involved in that investigation was getting false information from Russians, or was it the actual informant himself was passing on false information? I have to go and check. I don't think the informant himself would be in trouble, but yeah, I don't know the exact details. I just know the Oh my God, Jesus Christ, these fucking clips. What is this? What did I click? Yeah, I just know that. Yeah, obviously there's gonna be a lot of memes around the Burisma stuff. I must have clicked these from chat. It was allegedly the informant knowingly lying. Was it about the informant knowingly lying? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, yikes. I could be wrong. Okay, I'm speaking with very low conviction because I haven't dug into all of this. So if somebody knows more than me, you should believe them. But my understanding is that a lot of the initial investigation, I believe, was built off of that confidential informant, right? Because I think we read that. I think we actually read the report from that confidential informant with Rob Noor, where the guy was saying like, oh yeah, like Biden gave us this money for this and blah, 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 blah. Joe said that he would talk to, all these people. And I think we read that initial thing on stream. And this particular type of information is considered not the best because it's not vetted, it's not corroborated, it's not verified. But I think a lot of conservatives wanted to hang their hat on the statements from the CI. So, what is this? Has Israel? Does this guy know anything? Oh shit! Like full on bombed a hospital? I don't think they have. What? When we say full on bombed a hospital, my understanding is I haven't heard of a whole hospital being destroyed yet. There might have been some that were damaged or whatever. Maybe there are, but I haven't heard of that. I think I checked, and I don't think there were any that were completely bombed.
Al-Shifa.
Oh. When he said Al-Shifa, I don't know how much my thought process here is like, do I want to argue about like the videos and the tunnels and the interrogation rooms? And I'm like, and I think about it, I'm like, nah, let's not get into this or whatever. That's the one from like 3 months ago, right?
Yeah.
OP is a griper, by the way. Yeah, gripers will spam watch my stream, and anytime I like ask a question relating to anything we're going over, they just like copy paste it to Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, he doesn't know any." These are the same people that like, "Oh, we can't find Israel Palestine on a map," and blah blah blah. Yeah. Let me make a note of that. And I noted here because I was like, maybe we'll talk about this later, but we ended up. How do lefties agree with them? Listen, if you're attacking, the enemy of my enemy is my retweet. Okay. You might have to start hard fighting over specifics. With Finkelstein, I don't think that'll happen, but... On an unrelated note, how's the Apple ecosystem been? You know what? I've been getting so blown away by Apple products. I bought the Magic Mouse. I'm going to be honest. It's just like a normal wireless mouse. Okay, I'm done. The spell is broken. I got my iPad, my AirPods, my watch, and that's all I got. Okay. Please end the research arc. I think the research arc, listen, after the 28th, or the 29th is my Finkelstein debate. Next month we will do something fun, okay? I will shelve my medication and we will go back to being degenerate video game players. Why would you buy that shit mouse? It's the Magic Mouse. How can it be shit? That Apple mouse is like 10 years old. The Magic Mouse is 10 years old? Wait, I thought the Magic Mouse was an official Apple product. I thought I was on some first party shit. I don't believe you. No, yeah, it's this one. This is first party. The trackpad is so much better. I should bane you for saying that. Even Apple hates the mouse. Oh, well, fuck you. Well, I already bought it. Well, now I feel like a retard. Thanks. Now I feel like a dumbass. Now I wasted my fucking money. And I'm a fucking idiot. Get a MacBook. It will blow you away. No, fuck off. Okay. Is that the mouse you need to flip to charge? Yes, it is. Because the USB port is down here. I don't know why. It really will blow you away. Trackpad is actually goated. Are you talking about the Magic Keyboard trackpad? This? Because I have this. Is this what you're talking about? Or is there another trackpad that I need? Is there more Apple stuff I should be buying? No, just Magic Trackpad. How many magical products does Apple have that I'm supposed to be buying? The Magic Trackpad. What the fuck is this? The Magic Trackpad 2. And I got the Magic Mouse like a fucking loser. Fuck. A standalone trackpad. It includes the full range of multi-touch gestures and force touch technology. Does it like synergize well with my... Why would I buy a trackpad? Why would I have a touch screen for my touch screen? Why would I buy a trackpad thing when I have the whole iPad is a touch screen? Why would I do that when I can just touch the thing? Sometimes when I go to use my trackpad on my keyboard, I realize, wait, I can just touch the screen. So I just type and then I touch the screen at the same time. Why would you not just do that? Imagine if you did an entire stream wearing an Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, we'll see. Buy the $800 bucks or $800 Apple wheels. What is an Apple wheel? Put your Mac Pro on wheels with the Mac Pro Wheels Kit. 700 euros? What? Is it a new type of wheel? What is this? Why? Okay. Interesting. I'm sure they're really good wheels. Funny how you and Pisco argued against conservatives about what it said and that it was a nothing burger, but are now conceding everything they said was correct but not to be trusted. What? I don't think I ever argue that. You can go back and look at those streams. I'm pretty sure what I said at the time was that I think confidential informants are like just that. The information is oftentimes unvetted and uncorroborated. That's why you use multiple CIs, or you get information from a CI and then you corroborate it using other sources. I'm pretty sure I said that at the time, that was the problem, is that you're not sure if these confidential informants are because they're not like under oath. I don't think they don't like like a CI, and they could just be wrong about things. Pretty sure that's what I said at the time. You can go back and look at it. Watch the new Almost Friday vid. Didn't we watch it yesterday? Or is there another new one? Wait, there's another new one. 4 hours ago. Oh, shit. Okay, we'll do this later. We don't steal content on this stream, ever. We would never, ever even think of doing that. That would be the worst thing in the world. Okay. Isn't it a deposition? Do CIs give depositions? I'm not sure if a CI is under oath or not. I'm not sure actually. Where's I'd be curious to see what the legality is of information from a confidential informant. No, if a CI lies to the FBI, I'm pretty sure knowingly, what does that count as? Obstruction of justice? If a criminal charge, confidential informant, lying to FBI. Because if you make a false statement, especially if you are alleging to something, yeah, that is probably a crime. Isn't that why it's a crime? Yeah, I think so. Why would a person be a confidential informant to then lie? That sounds like the dumbest shit you could do. I could think off the top of my head of like 50 million reasons why that might happen. You might get charged with a crime, and as part of your plea, you become a confidential informant, but you don't want to rat on your friend, so you end up lying about it. You might be a confidential informant if somebody pays you to lie. They find out that you're a CI and they pay you to pass on bad information. You might try to become a confidential, like you might have the goal of being a CI because you're already working for somebody else trying to pass bad. There's a million reasons why that could happen, right? I mean, it shouldn't, but, or it's bad, obviously, but. Are you a confidential informant? Huh. I can't answer that question. You should ask Nick Fuentes or Alex Jones that question, actually. They take training on how not to get used by CIs? Gotcha. They did a really cool update to Discord Mobile. When are they updating the normal? When are they updating the normal Discord to be as good as Discord Mobile now? Is there anything else in particular you guys want, or?
I think, sorry, just threw something in my mouth.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I fucked you on that.
No. I think there'd be, you sort of, this is a similar pace that you have for the whole time, generally.
I mean, it depends. If I bring people on stream, I might be like screaming at them. If we're reading something, we're reading something. If we're watching a video, it really depends on the day and what's going on. But
I think one thing that would be good is I might just have Ferraro grab a couple of shots of just like the screen itself, like pretty close.
Gotcha.
I have a screen. Oh, you do. That'd be good.
The only question is real quick. Do you normally censor the screen, or is it usually shown, or?
Are there things that you don't want?
I think I've been trying to be mindful of it, but like by habit, I might like click a conversation, and I don't know if there's anything depending on the resolution. If like confidential information shows up that shouldn't be, I think I've been trying to be.
There also, one thing that might be helpful is just if you're able to like walk us just through the interface a little bit, just like what is, you know what I mean? Just the base of like, this is like right now, like who's talking?
Yeah, sure.
What that kind of thing.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this like
Cool.
I am gonna be like on his face.
Great, that sounds good.
And then I can cut for her hands have all kinds.
Cool. Yeah, if you don't mind, just like kind of explaining like these are sort of like this is what's happening.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So, this is my computer that everybody else sees, and then this is my streaming computer where nobody sees. So this will be OBS, Open Broadcast Software. Yeah, I know what that stands for. This is like the program that helps me do all my streaming stuff, basically. This is Discord. It's the primary thing that I type to people on. So for stuff that comes up during stream, business or personal related stuff. And then this is my chat application that I voice chat with people. If I drag people in to scream at them or argue with them, it's going to be on that app. This is my YouTube broadcast window, so I can keep tabs on my concurrent viewers, make sure I'm not hitting a copyright thing, see my chat here for YouTube. This is my Kick window, so I've got a chat for my kick.com stream, and then this is my personal website window, so I've got a chat for this. My name gets highlighted when somebody mentions me. I can tell the email. It's like looking at the matrix. It seems like a lot, but when you're used to seeing it, everything kind of stands out. You understand what's going on. Yeah, and then
So so not everyone's watching the live stream at the same time.
all these are watching us right now. So these people right now are all spamming my name and then the aware emote because they don't know why I'm talking to a random person in the background, and they're kind of like, what's going on? Yeah. But different.
Can you point again to the screen?
Can I what?
Just point to the screen.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
More?
Yeah, more.
Oh, okay. Yep. They're here. Yep. And now they're making the pointing guy emote because I'm pointing at the screen. So yeah.
How many people right now are tuned in?
I just turned it on, so it's about I think maybe 4,000 right now. Yeah.
How many typically?
Typically, well, as I've been on a Vyvanse field meth-induced research bonanza, usually it'll hover at around anywhere from 5 to 7,000. When I'm shouting at people and it's more entertaining, it can be anywhere from 10 to 20,000. I think with my debate with Cenk, a couple I've done recently, I think those were around 17, 18,000. If I'm like actively talking and arguing with people, it might hover at around 10,000. It just depends on what's going on. Yeah.
I mean, wow. And that's across all the different servers.
Across two platforms. It's going to be Kick and YouTube. Yeah.
Kick and YouTube, and then Discord.
Discord is just an app for chatting and talking to people. But my stream is being delivered to kick.com/destiny or youtube.com/destiny.
Is that your icon up there?
Icon for what?
The one the left on the YouTube.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
That's just like my intro screen, basically. Yeah.
Cool. Do you mind would you be okay to maximize it so we can just see that?
Yeah, sure.
Where's the?
This would be like my intro screen. So if I'm starting my stream and they're like waiting for me to start, it'll be on this guy. You can see a chat in the background. Yeah.
He's gonna grab
Can
it.
I? Yeah.
Do you want to move or?
No.
Okay.
Do you mind doing that? Just a quick explanation.
Yeah, this is just like an animation that was done for me by a cool artist person. It's like an intro screen to my stream, basically. There's like little chat memes here. There's like a Factorio game in the background, my chat on my phone, me looking like a Giga Chad, and then this is my chat right now on the screen as they're waiting for me to turn it off. Yeah.
What do you mean when you said a meth-induced research binge?
Something that we spoke about privately a little bit is prior to about 4 or 5 months ago, the rhythm of my streams was usually me playing a game in the background, like Minecraft or Factorio, something to kind of keep me occupied and my hands moving, my brain occupied while talking to other people or listening to, documentaries or videos or, stealing copyrighted Vice content so I can appease my audience. But over the past 4 to 5 months since I've started Vyvanse, well, now I'm able to focus on like reading longer form articles, reading books, doing a lot of focused research. So the gaming has been non-existent, and audiences don't know what they want oftentimes. So they'll say things like, I want research, or I want drama, or I want this, or I don't want that. And the research stuff for a little bit was like very appealing because it's like, oh, cool. Like even, like Ben Shapiro's like, it's cool being able to see you research. And my stream was like, oh, wow, you're learning a lot. This is so cool, the history arc. But then after a while, there's like a fatigue where it's like, okay, I get it. Israelis and Palestinians hate each other. Do we need to do more of this? Like, can we move on to something else? So it's a bit fatiguing. Yeah.
So you're doing live. Do you mind just explaining like the live research component, what that is?
Yeah, sure. So so as we're running through like for.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let me know when you're set up.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, so as we run through like research stuff, I use an application called Obsidian. And this will help me, it might be notes I've taken on a book I've read. It might be papers that we're reading relating to either stuff specific to Israel-Palestine or stuff related to international law for reports. It might be like Amnesty International reports or certain reports about things that have happened. It might be Wikipedia articles summarizing information. It might be watching debates or documentaries or videos about people talking. It really just depends. There's a ton of stuff that I comb through, and then I try to coalesce it all into my notes here, and then I try to review this, and then I practice it in debates, basically.
How new is this market of like watching this kind of process?
How new? If I'm doing it, I'm the only one doing it, okay? It's the brand new market. I'm the only guy.
Open source
Research, yeah.
sourcing.
There's always like everything you do on the internet is pros and cons. So the pros is people who are interested and want to see my thought process can watch and see my thought process. So it's kind of like cool to watch that. But then the downside is people will watch and just try to pick out like anything. So for instance, one question that would come up a lot is, did Palestinians have a national identity prior to the formation of Israel? And as part of the exploration of that, we're going through like a lot of old maps and I'll be looking at stuff. So I might bring up a map, and some of the orientations on like the British older maps are different. So I'll look at a map and be like, what are we looking at here? Is this the Mediterranean? Is that Israel? And there are people called Groypers. They're Nick Fuentes fans. But like a lot of these people will clip part of my stream and they're like, oh, Destiny doesn't even know where Israel is. Or we're watching videos of like older videos of Erdogan and Bashar al-Assad like talking, and I'll be like, is that one Erdogan? Like I don't know what they look like when they're younger. And people will be like, oh, Destiny thought Assad was the leader of Turkey. He doesn't even know who, you know, Erdogan is or whatever. It's like, whatever. Yeah. So there's like pros and cons. People will snipe different parts of your research out to try to make you look like an idiot. Other people appreciate the process. It is what it is. Yeah.
You good?
Okay.
Just the only thing we need to drone shot.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Good.
Cool. If you don't mind, I've got two.
What, a release?
Releases, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
One of them is this one is guest, and then the other one is location.
Okay, sure. Hmm.
What breakdown do you think of the percentage of people that are on there are like Groyper types versus genuinely? You know?
Oh, like hate watchers, basically?
Yeah.
If I had to guess how the pipeline works, my guess is going to be because my content appeals to so many different types of people. I have people that watch me that aren't like the biggest fans of me, but they kind of at least enjoy watching. But they're probably parts of friend groups that really don't like me. So if I say something that comes off as like dumb or they think I slip up, they might like link that to their friend group, and then those people might post it online, would be my guess, rather than having like genuinely obsessive. There are some genuinely obsessive hate watchers, but I think those are a really, really small minority of people.
You know?
This is a license for all of Vice, right?
For all of Vice, but it's going to be just for the 2B.
Oh, so that's not what it says. So if you make a hit piece on me later, you have the rights to all of this footage to character assassinate me. Okay, I see how it is.
When you become a full-on Groyper.
Would I become a what?
I said when you become a full-on Groyper.
A full-on Groyper? Wait, do you know who the Groypers are?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
no, they lost me. Their leader abandoned me for a shot with Kanye West, so. Are you guys just here for this, or are you doing anything else in
Just
town?
this.
Oh.
Just this.
Wow, it feels
Just
so
for
special.
you.
Wow, nice. Did you? Is he local? Did you bring this all on like a plane?
Yeah, we flew.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez. Okay. Is it a hassle getting through like TSA? Do you ever worry about that?
No, TSA, usually we put everything through. The only things that we ever carry on are the cameras themselves, and it's usually fine.
Have you ever lost anything while flying, like
There's-
camera equipment or
There's
luggage?
That's definitely been.
I just lost like 2 mics and 3 batteries, like $8,000 in mics and batteries, like last trip that I had.
Do you say $8,000 in camera equipment you lost?
Yeah, and mics, microphones. Yeah.
Damn.
No worries.
What kind of mics?
Those mics, the mic that you wear, like
Oh.
each box is like a $1,500 plus the mic is like $800.
Jesus.
And I had
Okay.
a bunch of them. They just, I don't know, disappeared. I don't know, probably someone stole mine.
Do you want a signature here or sign a print?
So I would just do name and a signature here, and then
And then address here?
Yeah, just the address there.
Full address or just the street?
Just a
Full address.
full
Okay.
address is good.
Should I break down the C500?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
right.
And then we can just do that.
Okay, do the drone.
Yeah, we're just gonna
We-
do. We're gonna.
Do you wanna do the drone from here? Or can do like the drone downstairs and show it's the drone. Like I can fly from the car.
I just want to make sure that you can like see.
See
'cause I think
here.
it's better to do that
You wanna
shot in.
you wanna fly out of here?
I don't. I think the most important thing is just getting the shot inside, so
Okay.
we can like see him from inside. It might be good to be up here, just so we can.
I don't know if you're gonna see because the reflection is on the sun.
Oh, through.
Yeah, because like we seen because the sun's out. Like from outside from here, you're gonna have a lot of reflection because
Mhm.
all the buildings are bouncing like the light to
Mhm.
the window.
Depending on what you're trying to get, I could like open the door bit and stand in the thing if you want to do a shot like that.
Do you wanna do that, or
Sure.
you wanna see him like working here? That's the.
I don't know if you're gonna get, unless you want to
Yeah.
get real crazy, you want to open the door and fly the drone into the place and get me here. But otherwise,
That'd be cool.
you want to, whatever you want to do, yeah. But I think you're right. I don't think you can see inside from outside with the sun shining.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Let me just break down the.
Yeah, I'll make sure to know that.
Did you read about the lead Republican Hunter Biden whistleblower getting exposed as a lying Russian spy? Next time you talk to Rob Noah, bring it up. I'd be careful. He's not a Russian spy. He's a confidential informant, right? Don't use spy like fucking Republicans use spy. Let's be precise with our terminology. He was a CI that seems like he was influenced by Russia. That's all we know so far. But also, keep in mind, just because that one CI might have been tainted doesn't necessarily mean every other claim is false. You would have to look at the other supporting evidence they found for that particular claim. Remember, don't fall into the bullshit traps of one thing was bad, so it's all bad. That's what the Republicans do, okay? Be better. Kelly clip blowing up on your Reddit. I don't know. When is this Vice article coming out? What exactly?
Destiny's issues.
Jesus, why is it so loud? Oh, wait.
So much as he totally didn't mean anything by like he was just, he was stringing together his like 5
This is really loud, right? Okay.
made up insults about Kelly.
Oh, okay. So what is this project exactly? Is it going to be like an hour and a half like YouTube video or
It's gonna be for. We have a documentary show on the Tubi network.
the Tubi network?
So it'll be probably in the 60 to 75 minute range is what we're looking at for these.
Okay.
And yeah, it's a combination of exploring masculinity, manosphere, economy of the internet, that kind of thing. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Do you know what do people know you? Like if I say like, oh, it's from this guy, would they be able to find your stuff? Do you want like a shout out or?
Because I'm a producer, not a.
Oh, gotcha.
correspondent,
Okay.
It's a little bit less that, but yeah, the stuff I worked on with the Vice on HBO and Showtime, Vice and HBO and both on Showtime were kind of the things that I worked on previously.
Okay.
Yeah, which are, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Gotcha.
And then the host for this, because we're doing some elements hosted and some elements unhosted, is a guy named Vegas Tenold. His work, if you look at his work, it's initially like the he did a lot of stuff covering like alt-right and rise of white nationalism way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's tricky because it's not that's not what this is about at all. It just
Sure.
happens to be something that he worked on once upon a time. But yeah, so that's the host for him is him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But then this will be we've been doing. I mean, the Vice Tubi stuff's been across a whole bunch of different things. We did a Ukraine doc for that. Did something about Ticketmaster. It's a real variety. Okay.
Cool. Okay.
Some of it hosted, some of it unhosted.
Ask if he ever met Gavin. Gavin who? Newsom?
Oh, McGinnis.
Oh, McGinnis. Oh God.
No.
No.
Before I worked there.
We had a debate. We had an unhinged debate online, and I'm pretty sure in the middle of the debate, I think he peed into a water bottle beneath his table. It was just unreal. That guy has become unhinged. Yeah, I find that I'm like, I'm like crawling up these like kind of falling off conservatives as I try to like climb into more media relevancy. So I'm talking to a lot of people, but they're not in the limelight anymore. So like I did a debate with Milo Yiannopoulos like a year ago, who was
in the past.
yeah, arguably the most popular political figure in the world for a slice of time. But then when I debated him, he was like this fallen hero who was like trying to be a provocateur, but for like Christian. It was just like sad, yeah.
What was he like now?
I mean, drug addicted, super, like imagine like a diva, but without like good reason to be.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, just pretty sad. Yeah, he's like a Christian nationalist, like quasi-Nazi-ish type of whatever thing now.
You know,
Yeah.
where is he? Is he in
Actually, right now, I think now he might be working with Kanye West on his campaign. Actually, but
fascinating?
fascinating. Yes, that's one way to describe it. Yeah.
That's interesting.
hmm Do you know who Lab and Mr. Girl are?
Who's that?
Oh, background on my stream. I was just curious. I don't know. I don't know how much research you did on any of my stuff. So.
Those are the other folks in the Twitch side of things.
They're like in the crazy universe side of things. It's hard to
Okay.
put them in a particular thing. Yeah. Did you ever get interviews with Fresh and Fit? Did they agree to chat with you or no?
No, we didn't. We never heard back from them.
Oh,
We
damn.
reached out in a couple of different. We reached out through a couple of different mediums
Mhm.
to them. Yeah,
Did you get to talk to any of the Red Pill guys?
we've had a couple of off-record talks,
Fuck.
but
You're not gonna get any on record.
we're working on it. We're working on it.
Will you state that in the interview if they refuse to talk to you if they do?
Yeah, we would.
Okay, good. Yeah, because they're not gonna say anything. Well, then, because they're gonna accuse you guys of being biased, but then they're gonna say, but if you say, well, we reached out, nobody wanted to talk, then they have no one to blame but themselves. Yeah.
I think the thing's more the challenge is the differences between digital and what we do, which is more like the long form documentary stuff that's for, working with third parties like Tubi, and we produce it for Showtime, HBO, and Hulu.
Mhm.
It's a little tricky. I think folks don't sometimes recognize the differences between those things. So I
Yeah.
think that there's the assumption that
It's gonna be like a 10-minute video hit piece on them, and then yeah.
sure, or a thing about that's very like specific, versus something that's a little bit more trying to get at something broad and deeper, like issues related to masculinity. And
Mhm.
yeah, we would love to. We would love to talk to any of those folks. So.
Yeah. Am I making this up? Was the one guy's name Matt Shea, or did I just totally invent that?
Oh, the Vice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing freelance stuff now. So
Oh,
he was
damn,
doing the
okay.
he did the original Table One, which is a completely separate project from this one. It's
Gotcha.
like-
Yeah.
It's always the tough thing with trying to do a project where you're like,
Mm-hmm.
you work at a media company and you take on a lot of the other connotations of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Matt is he's doing some stuff for BBC, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We talked on the phone for that. I had immense respect that guy went so fucking far for that interview. That he got in the ring with the dude and he fought or whatever. Mad props. That's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, that was
Holy shit.
that was intense. Yeah. I think everyone in that world respected it too.
Yeah, it was. It was respectful. Yeah, I think probably both tapes. I think even. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Damn. You reach out to Sneeko?
We actually haven't reached out to Sneaker. I think I'm planning. He's kind of in that list of next folks we're gonna reach out to.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty. I mean, there was we'll reach out to him. I think we'll reach out to Tate at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see.
Tristan is really interesting. I said he seems like I thought about talking to him. He seems like a really interesting guy. Sneeko, I think, would be a really interesting person to interview because there's a lot of horsepower there. He's decently intelligent. He has a really long career on the internet. He does talk. He do challenging conversations, even if I think he's kind of lost now. But I think he's like a good encapsulation of like lost, lonely young man down the red pill shit who like shouldn't be. But yeah,
That's great. Do you know where does he live? Do you know where he lives now?
I have no fucking idea. He's either taking videos at Mecca or at fucking some. Sometimes he's in Miami or sometimes he's in LA. I don't know where he actually lives right now, but you know.
Yeah, it's.
Can I have the mic back?
Oh, I guess. If you really want it.
I don't want to lose like more mics.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's anyone else that you think of, that would be good to reach out to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Did you reach out to Pearl?
We reached out to Pearl. She did a Vice thing once upon a time
Uh-huh.
with us.
Oh shit. Did she not like it?
No, it was one of those debates that we did, like one of There was one where they have like groups of like, oh, like we've done one where it's like black conservatives and black liberals debating about topics. The group debate kind of thing. She did one of those. So I don't know. Yeah, we reached out. To
Oh
her.
wait, I think I watched this. Was this like a group of like 9 people?
I think so, that's about the size of those.
I think there a disabled non-binary person there that was arguing with her? Because I think I watched this. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
I don't know if that was. I watched a couple of debates with her. I don't know if that was the vice one specifically. I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Gotcha. Okay. I think we did watch this.
Yeah, Pearl, Sneeko.
You said you reached out to. I don't want to blow up public who you've talked to. I'm sorry. That was really rude. Have you considered reaching out to Michael Sartain?
Yeah, for sure.
And did he agree to talk to you? Oh fuck.
We didn't hear back from him.
Oh shit. Okay. He's a guy. I've talked to him quite a bit. I feel like he's a pretty cool dude, but he surrounds himself with the worst fucking people. I don't understand. I feel like he would be an interesting guy to chat with.
Totally. I mean, the approach is pretty like we're. Yeah, sort of like this whole thing. I'm really just interested in hearing, you know. It's a perspective I think is really important for this. We're talking about. I don't want to talk like about this thing.
Yeah, it sucks that they don't give any interviews. Yeah.
So, I think we're taking a. Yeah, and it's tricky. It's just a tricky thing with just people's. I think we were talking about like media literacy and people's relationship with the media. It's
Yeah.
that part's tough.
Have you talked to the? Do you know Brian, the host of Whatever?
Reach out to him.
And no.
We had a little-
Especially because he's bringing on like Daily Wire people, so that's like a good intersection of like the politics and
We had some email correspondence, and then it kind of just didn't hear back anymore.
Jesus. Well,
It's, we've gone really broad, but I. Yeah, he's had some really interesting folks on, and yeah, and also it's tough. I think I also don't I don't take not getting back to us as a no, because these are busy people. You never know what they're.
these people are not busy. Most of these people are lazy as fuck. Okay, don't let anybody ever tell you they're. 99% of people in this world are fucking lazy. Okay, these guys do one show a week. They literally jerk off to every other day doing nothing. Okay, don't ever accept that. Do you know who Adam Sosnick is from Valuetainment?
Yeah, reach out to him. Didn't hear back from him.
Okay.
That's well. Yeah, we're.
And then PBD is a larger guy in that same network. Paul.
Oh yeah. We have that's on the list of people we're gonna reach out to next. I think.
Damn. Okay. Wow. Well.
It's a. Yeah. We're. Yeah. Even just the exploration though, of just finding out the whole space and kind of getting a lay of the land is.
Yeah. Yeah. It sucks that conservatives used to make fun of lefties for not wanting to debate at all. That's why one of the reasons why I got so popular is because I was willing to talk to all these
Sure.
guys. But I think that once people get to a certain size, they just don't want to have because all they see it as a liability. It becomes like
Sure.
a game to them, like financially. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with I think the approach. I understand the toughness that people kind of like.
Yeah, but it's annoying when these same people like they won't talk to us. They don't want to have the tough conversation.
Sure.
Because I just remember for this interview, like half of this was me saying like left-leaning people don't want to talk to people anymore, and that's part of the problem. But now a lot of these right-leaning people will be like the same, and then they'll turn around and they'll say like, oh, journalists are all biased and blah blah blah. Well, you guys won't even talk to them.
I think what also exists though, and this is the challenge, is that I think so much of the opportunity for media stuff now involves. Sorry, is that you there? Is you have the opportunity to do a 3-hour interview where it's going to be relatively unedited versus something that's going to be more like I understand the hesitation around edited interviews. I mean, all interviews typically have some form of editing, but
Yeah, but like people say that, but I feel like it's pretty rare. And I'm a guy that gets chopped up a lot. I feel like it's generally pretty rare that they're going to edit an interview in a way that's going to completely and totally mischaracterize what you're saying.
totally, yeah, no.
You could write clauses against that. Like I'm pretty sure I think maybe if I would bully you guys hard enough, I could ask for like, could I get like an unedited copy, or could we have an agreement that I have to sign off on like a final edit or something? Like if I
final edit, I mean, final edit's tough because that's you don't want to go down that road because that's where it's like
Or sure, maybe, but I've had journalists in the past that have done pieces on me where before they've submitted them,
They'll say, "Is this the full context?"
basically, yeah. Or I've
Yeah.
had some people even reach out, the copy editor, the editor above will ask like some basic questions or ask some things, whatever. But
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean that part. Yeah, because you want to make sure you're getting the point in its full content.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal my pen back.
Yeah, take this, whatever you want.
The yeah, so we'll see. I mean, we're gonna do another, double down effort on that road because I don't want to, because I also think like for us like I want to be surprised by some of these guys. Like I want to be like,
Hear like a wholesome story, or like we do try to do this thing, or I do think what you said before, like because some of these guys do cover positive stuff. Like there are people that I know that say they had a little brother that either started listening to Fresh and Fit or Andrew Tate, and I kind of roll my eyes and tell me, yeah, it was kind of cringe, and he believes a lot of cringe things about women, but he did legitimately like turn his life around. Like he started going to the gym, he started to take care of his appearance, like and he has actually gotten better after listening to these people.
Sure.
There's a lot of bad baggage that gets picked up, but they do improve their lives. So, and that's worth addressing, I think.
I think some of the perspectives that people were talking about, like it sounds like a lot of people, we were talking to some groups of kids about this, mentioning like, I don't like the things about women, but I sure do like the things about success, or I don't, this thing, I think also people, I think young people are savvier and be able to kind of, I think people are able to understand.
Oh, I
like,
totally disagree.
You do?
I think that if you like one thing, I think there are stages. If you like a guy, but you don't agree with all of his stuff, you'll listen for the thing that you enjoy, and you'll maybe disagree with some of the things.
Sure.
But over time, I firmly believe that if you put a human in an environment and you inundate him with stuff from that environment, he will become, first it'll be like amenable to it, like, okay, sure, I guess. Then it'll become understanding, and then it'll be incorporated. I think that will almost always happen. I don't think that anybody, or there might be some people, but they're exceptional, like less than 1% of people can listen to content for a long
Multiple
period of time
things.
and not start to believe a lot of the underlying things. That's why I think a lot of that, even though Lucky's got cringe with it, I think there were good points to be made about edgy humor leading to racist thoughts, leading to people becoming like fucking online Nazis. I think there is a road to normalization there, for sure.
Do you think the road though can go the other way too? I only say that like,
What do you mean by other way?
other way, like, I don't know, I think sometimes people are like, oh, Joe Rogan is the road to conspiracy theory, and maybe it's like, well, maybe someone had some priors that were more in line. This guy talked their language a little bit, and he's pretty benign, that kind of thing.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Let me.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
Drone, and then we're good, I think.
Do you wanna bring the drone here?
Yeah, just in case.
I think to take off gonna be okay.
It'll be tough. Let me see. Okay, Brad.
We can do it, but yeah.
Let's see the outside, so we'll do it right back.
Yeah. Don't fall off. How long till the interview is over? Did you get started? No, I just finished, bro. I woke up at 8:30 a.m. for this. I've been doing so much off-stream shit. Are you gonna type your Apple Watch health notifications? Fuck that. Oh, what's up?
I think the drone thing is gonna be tricky to do from the outside, just 'cause
Why is that?
Just because of the
Reflection.
The reflection.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's impossible to see. Impossible to see.
Could just open the door, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still like you gotta be like waiting for the drone. That's don't see. There's no cut, right?
That doesn't seem as no cut. Wait, what?
There's
What do
no
you-
cut. There's no way to cut. Like you like the whole scene is seen inside, and then I see you like waiting for the drone. I'm not gonna enter.
Can you open that door?
This one? I don't think there is a door there.
Oh, okay. Oh,
That's
okay.
the only. That's
Oh,
the
that's
only
not
one.
right.
I
Yeah.
was looking for the.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing scene like happened here, and then I have the drone like outside and show you like in the door.
Oh, sure, I know what
Doesn't
you
make
mean.
sense. Doesn't make sense. There's no cut. No.
Why exists outside of my computer, you know? I know what you're saying, though. Yeah, no, I get it.
Outside the computer, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
He should have the camera. You could do the walking shot with me coming to the PC with the door open, and the drone can fly in as I'm walking to my computer, and I sit down and put my headphones on. That's a A+ shot. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. No. But okay, yeah, if you feel like you can't do it, no, you're good.
Could you land the drone in here?
No.
Oh, with that part.
No. I'm not gonna. That's the space to the door like a really small and
Yeah, it's too much of a risk.
a lot of computer, a lot of like casino. Like I gotta lose the drone. I
Okay.
wanna lose the drone.
All right. Well then, I think that's
I can do the drone like outside if you want to stay outside, but doesn't like
that doesn't make sense.
yeah,
That doesn't
make
make
sense.
sense.
Yeah, it's like a totally different like
Yeah, especially because also like I don't want to blow up your spot too for where you
Yeah.
live, that kind of
Yeah.
thing unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna grab my things and then I think we're
yeah.
good to boogie.
Oh.
Cool. Yeah, so if you think of anyone else though, I mean, you mentioned a bunch of great names that will kind of, you know, if anyone else comes to mind, we're, you know, we're still in production on this, so.
Yeah. What do you think is the timeline on release for this?
We're looking at summertime
Summertime this year?
this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. When are you guys leaving?
Tonight.
Back to where you live?
Yeah. What are you asking?
Do you know who Farha Khalidi is?
I'm not sure if I do.
She's like a half Indian Saudi girl. Basically, she's got like a bunch of clips that blow up on TikTok and Twitter of her like owning people on the whatever podcast.
Oh, cool.
Fuck.
What do you ask?
She lives here, but I think she might be out of town. I think she's over in Santa Barbara now for whatever. Oh, she would have been, because she's had a lot of the clips. Hold on, let me real quick. Maybe you, I don't know if you recognize this or not. Like these clips of her.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, she's had a lot of these that blow up and go pretty viral. And she's really well spoken.
Cool.
Oh shit. Well, she's here now. If you want, I can set up a talk. It's kind of last minute. I don't know if you're interested or not, but
We can also, I mean, we also have the ability to come back.
sure,
Or do something a little bit more.
if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, do you mind like putting us in touch?
Yeah.
You're up to 15,000 views now.
Oh, those are just views. So amount of people I think that have clicked on my stream. Concurrent viewers is about 6,000 right
Okay,
now.
okay.
So it's this and that. Yeah.
Oh, because it's gonna constantly go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you put us in touch with her, we'd love to speak.
Do you want me to give? Do you want me to trade phone numbers, or how do you prefer to get in touch with people?
Yeah, that's fine. That's great.
Wait, did I? Or wait, how? Phone, email?
Phone's fine.
Okay.
Phone's fine.
Let me mute my stream.
In general too, so
Yeah.
that's great. Need your rest from now.
Any stock updates? Nope. All my stuff right now is in boring, just Vanguard stuff. I don't normally invest any money from January to January, February, March, April, because I'll save this 4 months of money up for my taxes last year. And then after that, we'll do more meme stock buys. Destiny's not joking. He's not pretending. Farah is an actual person worth talking to. He's here. What do you mean? She's got a lot of viral clips on all these shows. Why not?
Oh, for downstairs.
You don't pay per quarter? Fuck quarterly taxes. I ain't got time for that. Give me the penalty.
Yeah, thanks. It's an interesting idea.
Yeah. Do you work for Vice or are you a contractor?
No, I work there.
Okay.
For about, been on staff for about.
Oh yeah, you said that because it's been 10 years.
now.
Yeah. Cool. Do you think? Do you feel like the media environment politically? Also, this is streamed, and if you don't want to answer these questions, you absolutely don't have to, of course.
Sure.
But do you feel like the media environment politically has changed at all in Vice in terms of the standard complaints that it's becoming very left-leaning or woke or about all the media companies, or do you feel like you have a lot of freedom to do what you want?
I think I've always found. I mean, I think it's tricky. I think there's a lot of Vice has made so many different things. It does so many different things. So there's digital articles, there's video, there's the things online. I think that and there's also been so many different people that have come through, and part of it that I think it's like really tricky. I would say that I've always found the ability to people are pretty open-minded on the teams that I've worked for. But I can't. It's like it's tricky. It's like it's a big media company, so it's like really tough to be like, this is the thing. I mean, it's that's obfuscating the answer, but I think it's I think within the little universe that I've worked in, it's been it's been good. I mean, it's been 10 years. It's been changes. There's been changes, but
Do you know who I don't know if I'm gonna pronounce it. Is it James Bennett or James Benet? The old was he the one who had the big article about running the New York Times opinion section that we read?
on The Economist.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was in The Economist. Oh yeah, did you ever read that?
I read part of it. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
He waited that one out to talk about it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but it was a super fascinating read. I thought. Yeah, very interesting to the world of how the media companies are ran behind the scenes and all of the. One thing that I hate more than anything. I talk about this a lot politically, but when people get conspiratorial, the thing that sucks is it deletes all of the really interesting conversations that can happen. So I hate this idea that all the media is, top down run by, shekel hungry Jewish people and that's it. Because I think that there are problems with media, but the internal fights between a lot of the different journalists and everybody is really fascinating. Yeah. But people don't even pretend that exists. People just assume the entirety of all these media companies are aligned on one thing. And it's so interesting when you get a glimpse of the inside world.
Totally. And it's true. Yeah, it is I think it is very, especially when it comes to the line, like what we were talking about earlier between op-ed and
op-ed and reporting. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean those conversations are also just inherently interesting too.
Yeah.
I think that sure, but I think that there's definitely I'm one person at one company, so I'm sure a bunch of people have had very very different experiences. One
for sure.
Or another. It's funny. I think Vice is a little bit can become a Rorschach test for how people feel about things. So.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to go. Steven.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure, man. This was really fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And I might bother you with some more questions just as we're kind of building this thing out.
Yeah. No problem. Cool.
Super fun. Thanks for letting us come by here. This was
yeah. No problem.
This was a blast. Come on. Cool. Make sure everything is. Does everything look like it was in order as you?
You're good. No worries about it.
What's that?
Oh, final question. Did you ever talk to? Do you know who Dr. K is?
Dr. K.
Would also be a super fascinating guy to talk to. On Twitch, his channel is Healthy Gamer GG. He's a guy that talks about a lot of young men's issues relating to everything from the manosphere to ADHD to loneliness and everything. And he's probably one of the most well-spoken people I've ever heard in my entire life. He's so good at conversation. He may be a really interesting person to talk to as well.
Cool. Oh, okay. Cool. That's great. He's a guy in his 40s, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's one way to describe him, sure.
No, sorry.
Yeah, he is. He's an older guy.
Cool.
I think Harvard interned psychiatrist.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah.
I mean, no. For the way you were describing, I say that sounds younger.
Oh, no, yeah, he's cool. He's got a young soul, but
nice.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, that's a great name. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, good luck.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, have fun. Good luck. See you guys later.
Thanks a lot.
Yep.
a good one.
Yeah, have a good one. There are these surgeries and these procedures that are like 99.999% effective, and then I get mind fucked by one person telling me some stupid shit. So like I got mind fucked by my one friend telling me that like, oh, well, with LASIK eye surgery, sometimes people feel like they have glass in their eyes for the rest of their lives until they die. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck that. And now I had a friend that I saw a few days ago, and she told me that she has to go to the dentist because of tooth root reabsorption. And she said that when she had braces when she was younger, apparently the braces can move your teeth a little bit too much, and it causes your gums to not identify your tooth anymore, and then it slowly just gets reabsorbed into the body. And now whenever I put in a new tray and I feel like the movement is quite a bit, now I'm getting like paranoid that my teeth are going to get eaten by my gums. Fuck me. Farah was the perfect opposite to you. It bounced off well. She's also a W for female audiences. Podcast clips would go burr for a variety of topics. Oh, yeah, maybe. No, she's, yeah, well, at some point. I think your walking drone shot idea was really good, by the way. Obviously, all my ideas are good. I had such a good idea for a whole scene of, what was it? Fuck. It was going to be me watching, I think, Nick Fuentes clips on my computer, him talking to Kanye West, him talking to Tim Pool, with Melina shooting a shot like in the background, like it's kind of like a peek, like me watching it, and then eventually at the side, and then me saying like, "You can't be allowed to continue." Something dramatic. I write something dramatic for it, and that was gonna be my Twitter call out to do a boxing match with Fuentes. I thought it would have been fun. I thought about it at one point in time. I was like, fuck, should I? I don't know. Fuck, it would have been a great call out video. It would have been amazing. Like, we can't allow this to go on. When is JP debate coming out? I don't know. I'm not their producers. You would have had an excuse to get jacked on roids? Well, no, I was pretty strong. I just needed to lose weight, which I would have imagined I would have lost weight in the cardio phase. But our in-between, I think I had to lose way more than he had to gain. If I think about, I feel like looking at Fuentes, I feel like that kid legitimately probably weighs like, unironically, like 130 to 135. And at that point, I was around 175. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how it would have gone, but it would have been fun. Getting to train for a particular event, I feel like would be really fun. I reached out to Sam Hyde to see if he'd do the training for it too. Oh, that was my idea, I think, was I was going to try to get Sam Hyde on board. And then as part of that intro video, I think I would have called Sam Hyde and gotten him on the phone and been like, I need your help or something. And then we would have done it. It would have been such the idea that I had in my head for this call video would have been really good. But I was like, fuck, I don't think it's probably not responsible for me to do like a hype boxing match with a fucking Fuentes. It'd be like way too much publicity for him for free. Because I had Keemstar and a couple other people that were reaching out to me asking if I would do a celeb boxing match with anybody, but you didn't ask anyone when the JP video drops? No, why the fuck would I care? It'll drop when it drops. And you didn't say Shkreli? Shkreli is, I'm not trying to be mean, Shkreli is probably too short and way too light. Even Fuentes, I don't know, that would be a lot. Unless he's packing a lot of muscle under there. I think that would be kind of not as okay either, but... Oh, no, that's not true, because Fuentes is a lot younger than me. Isn't he like 25? Young men can build muscle really quick. Mooten was squatting. Am I making this up? I feel like Mr. Mooten was squatting almost 225 in like a month of training. To be fair, he started off a little heavier, but like, geez, young people can put pounds on the bar really fast. Holy shit. What's your weight now? I'm like 143. Or no, I'm sorry, 153. started a little heavier is a crazy diss? What do you mean? Moon weighed more than me. I think Moon's lost a lot of weight. I'm pretty sure. But what's my squat now? 20 pounds. A moo. All I have to do is squat over your mom's face and teabag the fuck out of her. You're hugely overemphasizing how much age matters relative to other factors. 40-year-olds can get fit as fuck in a reasonable amount of time. Maybe. I'm trying to think. Your T drops by, is it 1% per year by 30? It starts dropping 1% per year. I feel like young men can get pretty jacked pretty fast. Maybe older men too can though. I don't have experience watching old men train. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, Aaron, sounds good. Are you supposed to do Piers Morgan? I don't know if I'll ever do Piers Morgan. A booker will always reach out to me. They'll talk to me, and then they drop off. This happened 3 times with Piers Morgan. I have no idea why or what, but who knows. You don't need crazy T for squat gains. No, I think younger people can generally build muscle a little bit better because their hormone profile is a little bit better. I think they recover from workouts a little faster, and I think their recovery from like injuries is a bit better. All in all, it's probably not a significant difference. Between a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old, it's probably not going to be significantly different. But I mean, it will be better. With age, you have to watch out for injury a lot too. If you hurt yourself, you can have that problem for the rest of your life. Maybe, yeah. I have weird opinions on injury though. I don't even know how empirically backed they are, so I'm not even sure. So I don't. I run on a lot of feels for injury stuff. Like my feels for injury is that this is totally feels. This is no research base whatsoever. My feels for injury is that the reason why when old people get injured, the reason why they stay injured is because when they get injured, they stop everything. They don't do any active recovery, and then they just quit completely, and they're not mobile, and then whatever injury they have becomes basically permanent. And then they adapt their movements around the injury so that the muscles always remain weak and sucky and shitty, and then everything's just like fucked. Whereas when you're younger and you get injured, you're still out and moving and doing stuff, and you work through it and blah, blah, blah. But I don't have any research backing that. That might be total bullshit. That's just what it feels like. You're following the new ICJ case against Israel. There's another one besides the South African one? No. The real advantage young people have is they're probably closer to their peak active years. They have better muscle memory and are less likely to get injuries based on adding too much too fast. If you've gone 20 years without working out, you're going to have a tougher road, whereas 20-year-olds probably had gym class 2 years ago. Maybe, yeah. The general activity in your life probably helps too. Have you watched Peter Zeehan's content on geopolitics? I'm wary of generalists a lot, so I'm not sure. I don't, all the time, yeah. Do you think Pierre is reasonable with his takes on Israel-Palestine? I mean, he's not like completely unhinged, but that's partially true. Though older people's lower net energy is a main factor, then again, their chronic lower motion has been seen as a common predisposition factor, while older people staying in motion also heal better. Sure. I think it seems like for most things in life, maintaining use of your body is really important. Like using your brain every day, using your body every day, like staying active and moving and everything. It seems like a lot of your body is built around this use it or lose it mentality is the feeling. Yesterday during the Palestinian convo, you said that you don't deal with what's fair, you deal with what's realistic. Would you say the same to Ukraine? Like, hey guys, you're probably not getting to pre-2014 borders. Let's start negotiating from there. I literally said this in the Ben Shapiro debate, yes. I don't think Ukraine's at that point yet, though. But yeah, at some point, Ukraine might have to settle for not having Crimea or the Donbass. That might be the case. I just don't think we're at that point yet. I started to feel that my cognitive abilities are declining since I hit 32. Have you ever felt the same? I don't know. The problem is once you notice it, or if you notice something, then you start noticing everything, and then you I think, hype yourself up a bit. Like if I forget a word, I'm like, oh fuck, am I forgetting? Is my brain leaking? But then if you start paying attention to other people, it's like, oh, people forget words. That happens. It's not like a huge deal. Now, if you're in your like 50s or 60s, then maybe, yeah. You lied about the Peterson debate. It was an AI generated picture. Oh, good one. Sorry, I've not followed for a week or so, but how has your opinion on Israel-Palestine changed now that your opinions seem more moderate? I don't think they've changed too much. I think they're just more fleshed out. I still think the settlements are really dumb, but that's probably a thing that I'm leaning into a lot more now. At the beginning of this arc, you said the history doesn't matter too much for the current conflict. Do you still agree with that? Largely, actually, yeah. It really doesn't matter that much. It's just nice to have all the background because it flushes out the talks a little bit more. It can explain why the people feel the way they do a little bit more. Pretending to be nice to us and responding to us because Vice is watching? No, they already left. A Queef, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, buddy. What's the saddest movie you've ever watched? I mean, that Everything Everywhere All at Once movie, that was a tearjerker. There is one movie, I don't think I can watch it. It's so lame, but I think once you become a parent, certain things hurt a little bit about kids. There is one movie that I read the plot summary of, and I almost cried reading the plot summary. I will never, ever, ever, ever watch this fucking movie. I would not be able to handle it. Holy shit. It's the, oh my God, even thinking about it. It's the Dear Zachary movie. Yikes. I read the plot summary to this, and it was a hard read. I will never watch this movie. Jesus Christ. You should open the POV camera footage of a colonoscopy as it's being inserted and goes all the way up until it comes out your mouth and say, "Welcome to the Bridges podcast." That would be epic. Okay. Basically, spoiler alert, I guess, if you haven't seen this, but I think basically, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that there's a guy who gets into an altercation with his girlfriend at the time, and I think she kills him. Right? It might be a wife or girlfriend. But I think she kills him, right? Or how does he die? And then, oh God, I can't even explain this movie. Fuck me, dude. The concept is like, God, she shoots and she kills her husband. The family is obviously, it's tragic for the guy, for the husband. And then they find out that she's pregnant with his child. And so his like best friend, or maybe not best friend, but one of his friends, he decides to shoot a documentary about the kid's dad called, and he was going to call it, I think, Dear Zachary, a letter to his son about his father. So he goes around and he does interviews with all of these people that were friends of the dad, to show the kid when he grows up, like, this is how cool your dad was. These are his parents, your grandparents, these are his friends, basically to show, oh my God. Oh, fuck me, dude. I wouldn't be able to do this. Jesus. I can't even recount this. Is this a real, no, this is a real story. It really happened. He goes to film this documentary to showcase how cool the dad is to the kid, so that when the kid grows up, he can watch a documentary about his dad. And the documentary goes through the filming of all of this, and I think it's towards the end of the film, the grandparents spend a lot of time fighting against the mom because they want custody of the child, because they think the mom killed the husband, which she did. But the mom goes to Canada, she fights the courts, and she ends up keeping the child. And the grandparents never get the child. So the dad is making this documentary, the goal to show the child. And then I think towards the end of the film, the big twist is that the mom commits a double suicide. So the kid and the mom are dead afterwards. And this guy that was working on this documentary, it's just like this whole fucking thing. And yeah, Jesus Christ. I read the plot summary for this, and there's no way. I would never watch. Yeah, I think she like jumped off a bridge or jumped in the ocean or something. There's no way I would watch this movie. I would kill myself. Oh, even Yeah, Jesus. Apparently, there was like a law that was passed in Canada to make it easier to take children away from parents that have been accused of crimes or something. I think it was called the Zachary Bill or something. In 2009, after watching the film, Canadian MP Scott Andrews introduced Bill C-464, also known as Zachary's Bill, the Parliament of Canada, which helps protect children in relation to bail hearings and custody disputes. And it was sent a lot of the following. But yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, apparently the woman even went to jail, but they let her out on bail. And then, yeah. On August 18, 2003, Turner jumped into the Atlantic Ocean with 13-month-old Zachary strapped to her stomach, drowning them both in a murder-suicide. Oh, my God. Do you think that the fact that you're a dad makes it more sad for you? Yeah, for sure. I think once you've had a child, this is why I believed Ethan when Ethan was talking about when he felt emotional, seeing hurt or sick babies and stuff. I think that when you've been a parent to a baby, there's just I think that as an adult, when you see babies, they're like these annoying scream machines. But when you're invested in the care for a baby and it's your baby, there's just there's very vulnerable. They're sad. They can't do anything. They need help. They're pathetic. They look to you for every single thing in the world, right? You know, you have to change their diapers. You've got to feed them everything. You've got to teach them and help them grow and everything. And children are just the most vulnerable. And on an intellectual sense, yeah, children are vulnerable, duh. But when it's your child and you care about it, and it's your baby, and all their smiles and laughs and giggles and everything, and then when they're sad, when you're the one that's responsible for keeping that thing alive, I think that when you see children that are sick or hungry or hurting, I think as a parent, it just hurts a lot more. Because I think I would imagine, you think about your kid, and it's fuck, that would be so hard. Children suffering, real children, not Palestinian children who are 17 with an AK-47, but actual children, like the Yemenis children we saw, people that are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's just so sad. These kids can't do anything for themselves. It's not even their family or parents that are failing them. It's society, I don't know, the international community, the local communities, whatever. It's just a really fucked. Yeah, I think it's really, really, really sad to see stuff like that. Yeah. You in touch with Benny Morris making some preparations for the 28th? Kind of, yeah. How many kids under 9 in Gaza have died? Do they have statistics? I don't know. I'm sure there have been a decent number of children that have actually died in Gaza, which is tragic. I'm sure there have been. I just don't know what the actual numbers are, because everybody says children is under 18, which is, I think traditionally, I think we used to use the term fighting age or something, or it used to be different than that, but. Have you seen The Whale? Nope. Oh my God, I just got sucked back into the fucking past. Holy shit. Ugh. It's called Good Time. You saw that movie, right? Good Time? I think so. That was made by the same guy that made Uncut Gems, right? Yeah. You would have hated Everything Everywhere All at Once if you saw it literally a week later after it got popular. Okay. You should watch Generation Kill? I'll think about it. Her is a great movie too. I saw that. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did see that. Her was okay, I thought. I think Her was decent. Have you seen Pig? I did see Pig. I thought Pig was a really good movie. I really enjoyed that movie. I thought that was really nice. It looked really nice too. Okay, this isn't the opportunity to ask me about every single movie that has ever been seen. Have you seen A Friend of the Family, the TV show about the guy who got close to a family and kidnapped their daughter and then basically kept her for half her childhood, convincing her that they were abducted by aliens and she was I have not seen this, no. Watch Arcane. I need to finish watching The Curse. I've seen 4 episodes of it, okay? That's like the farthest I've gotten in any new show. If I finish any show, it'll be that. Thoughts on Whiplash 2014? What a great movie. Oh, and Maxwell Frost. He saw it too. You know, the youngest Congress guy ever that I bonded with that thought I was super cool. I saw this. I read his wiki before we chatted. Apparently he was a jazz drummer. That's why I asked that question. What was your favorite Nick show growing up? I'm going to be totally honest. This must just all be, it's got to be just an age thing. Because, like, I feel like if I talk to some Gen Zers or some younger millennials, they'll say things like Ben 10-5 or Ben Team 5 or these other fucking cartoons or Johnny Silver Surfer. I don't know what the fuck they're called. I feel like they're like, oh yeah, these were cool cartoons or whatever. I liked my cartoons the most. I feel like they had a good balance of serious, comedic stuff. Like, I thought Hey Arnold was a really good cartoon. I liked Doug a lot. I liked a lot of the cartoons. So it would have been like Powerpuff Girls, Dexter, Courage the Cowardly Dog, those things. But these are like boomer cartoons. I liked the art style for Batman. Fuck, don't tell Wolfgang. I wonder sometimes if digital art kind of reduced a lot of art to looking the same. What was the name of the original Batman original cartoon? I feel like American art style was a bit more unique back then, but maybe not. I might just be, maybe everybody drew shit. Was it this one, Batman the Animated Series? It's like kind of noir, fucking shadowy bullshit or whatever. Did you watch Batman Beyond? I did. I thought Batman Beyond was okay. How old do you think Gen Z is? I think Gen Z's cutoff is around 25 right now. Right? Hold on one second. Heard a lot of complaints about dressed on the subreddit. I think of a solution that will make nobody happy. A sweatsuit suit. A suit made out of sweatsuit suit fabric. Beast. Stay mad. What are your thoughts on a reboot? I remember that show. I thought that was cute. Are you going to do LSD before your Finkelstein debate? I'll do LSD for the debate, okay? Just started watching Destiny. I guess I'm more on the conservative side, but I highly disagree with the religious BS amongst other things. Am I a liberal? Last OG SC for the win. Listen, if you're a conservative and you disagree with things about conservatives, don't become a liberal. Just like be part of the new conservative party. We need a post-Trump conservative party, okay? Okay, what is this meme? Untangling Kelly's web of lies.
Destiny's issue so much as he totally didn't mean anything by like he was just, he was stringing together his like 5 made up insults about Kelly, and he didn't mean like seriously any of those things, right? Like he was just talking shit as people do in like private
Yeah,
VCs.
well, I was annoyed. I made it clear I was annoyed, both after
You didn't
the
make it
call
clear to
How long do you think? Okay, listen. I disagree with Justical about things, okay? And I have issues with him. But I do think he tries to be fair. How long until Justical becomes full-on anti-fan? I give it 2 months. We'll see. Pray for Justical, okay? He's a man that stands against... He stands against the tides.
and to him in DM. Yeah, I said
in DM,
I was
sure.
annoyed. He didn't seem to like the way that I did it, but I made it really clear that I was like, yeah, I don't like these insults. Please don't do this. Like, I don't know what else I'm supposed to fucking do.
Wait, I'm pretty sure Destiny's issue was just that he felt like the leak was missing context and implied something
Yeah.
that wasn't the case. That's it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's
that's why
not that I was trying to
my
imply
bad.
anything that wasn't the case. It's just one of the implications you could take from that, and me being triggered by the chat message and the prior conversation of like, I don't know who the fuck brought it up, but they said,
Does anyone
oh,
know
like-
how long a cat is in heat for?
no. Anyway, I don't know who said it, but somebody said like all of the girls have fucked Destiny. Who said it? Just so cool.
Deorio.
Okay, so it was in the context of this. It made sense, all right? I didn't just randomly start spurging.
I
don't know, bro. Have you been to his Reddit?
at all?
If you go to his
Yeah.
Reddit, they think they're like intellectuals. You know, I don't know
Okay,
about that. one.
I mean, there's going to be that section of the community, but like,
Yeah, I
it's
understand politics. I
it's
watch
so
the sun
fucking
from time
bad.
to time.
oh god,
All right, I gotta say something really fast because I don't like that this Destiny, for some unhinged reason, decided to call me unfuckable, implying that he turned me down. That's not a thing that ever happened.
You didn't say it was a bunch of
I don't
insults.
get
You
it.
said it was one insult and that he was implying something from that insult that he didn't feel he was implying. So that's one. But two,
I only said
Okay. I think that Kelly has a lot of negative ways that she communicates, blah, 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 blah. I feel very strongly about this, all right? It would take a lot to move me out of this position. But I also went really hard on Kelly yesterday. I did think a lot about some of the things she said, and I tried to play some of these over, and I tried to reduce the amount of agency and ascribe a little bit more like, okay, well, maybe she misunderstood, blah, blah, blah. I think there were 2 big comments that I think I did actually misinterpret that Kelly said. I think, I'm being a little charitable here, but I think there were. Kelly kept bringing up this thing over and over again that felt like she was lying to me in a one-on-one conversation. I don't know why she was doing this, but when we were talking in that private voice chat, I had brought up that I was watching a video of Lav crying on Justicle's stream, and I said something along the lines of like, yeah, like I was in bed with a friend like watching this and blah 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 blah, and Kelly came back, and I think she said something about me playing into the memes relating to this, about me like being in bed with my friend or fucking my friend and doing the Lav shit or whatever. I think in my mind, I connected that she was just referring to the statement that I just made, which is why I did an unhinged series of insults at her, truly unhinged. I in retrospect, it is possible that she was just referring to that chat comment, and that's why later on she kept bringing up that chat comment. And I was assuming, like, I think you're lying because that might have been the case. I think that might have been the case. I'm saying I'm being charitable. I think that probably did happen. I think Kelly got unlucky there. That the thing that I just said when she was gone and came back happened to line up perfectly with what she said. And then this she shouldn't have leaked, and it was dumb. But I think I understand why.
Who said it? Just to call.
Dario.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, so it was in the context of this. It made sense, all right? I didn't just randomly start spurging.
When it says the context here is Kelly was too BPD for Destiny, I don't think that is the comment that set her off. Because I think there were definitely... Wait, hold on. Oh, no, that might have been the comment that set her off. Okay, never mind, fuck. I was trying to be more charitable here. She might have, in her mind, she might have thought that this was somebody was leaking something from this convo, maybe, or something. I think, I don't know, maybe, and that's why she decided to start leaking bullshit.
I don't know, bro. Have you been to his Reddit
at all?
If you go to his Reddit, they think they're like intellectuals. You know, I don't know about that.
Fair. I mean, there's gonna be that section of the community, but like,
Yeah, I understand politics. I watch
so
Hassan from
fucking
time
bad.
to time.
oh god.
All right, I gotta say something really fast because I don't like that this Destiny, for some unhinged reason, decided to call me unfuckable, implying that he turned me down. That's not a thing that ever happened.
You didn't say it was a bunch of insults. You said it was one insult, and that he was implying something from that insult that he didn't feel he was implying. So that's one. But two.
I only said. Why would I only say there was one insult? Are you sure?
Wait, you only talked about the one insult. You said
just
all
because
you
I only
said
spoke
was
about one insult doesn't mean I said there was only one insult.
okay. That is incredibly pedantic, but sure.
Yeah, because I wanna be
only talked
accurate,
about one
bitch.
insult. Nobody had any idea. You just said everybody knew that there were multiple
Yeah, because
insults.
that insult
Nobody knew there were multiple
related
You
insults.
and Kelly still friends? It's a rocky thing. I just really don't like the way that she navigates conversations. It feels like very red flaggy to me. Like the way that I see her now. There are some people, the way that they talk, it just screams of like, be careful. That's why I try to create a little bit of distance. But Destiny, did anything you say ever actually imply to her that you turned her down, or is that all from her imagination? I think that just came from her being mad afterwards. But no, nothing I said implied that. It was literally a private call with like 5 people.
Insults, because you didn't say it.
The insult related to the YouTube chat. The
Yeah, I know.
YouTube chat wasn't
But I'm
calling
saying,
me alcoholic
you
or
just
any
said
of the other insults.
15 seconds ago, everybody knew about the multiple insults. Nobody knew about it because you didn't say them. You just said the one insult. So it sounded,
I said unhinged
sounded like you just
insults,
said one
actually.
insult.
I said unhinged insults. Insults implies
Okay.
plural. I said that. So shut up. Just to call being wrong about stuff you just listened to 2 seconds ago. Like,
you say
name a
shut
more
up
iconic
again?
fucking duo.
Shut up.
Shut up.
God.
I'm not making fun of you, I promise.
Replay. I can't replay the clip. I should get something to do that, to just go like rewind my own stream 30 seconds.
I would have
like,
said unhinged
your
insults,
disrespect.
wouldn't I, genius? I wouldn't have
Yeah,
said
yeah.
unhinged insult. That wouldn't sound right. It would sound stupid.
You probably say unhinged comment.
This is 10 minutes? Okay, we got it. I got it. Oh, okay. Final thing, and then we dive into the research before 4 hours on stream today. X just confirmed Adept sold the car and is now getting fucked by court. That'd be pretty funny. Her and Melina can team up. Where's my clip? Destiny defends Hassan against allegations 13 hours ago. Wait, what the fuck is this about? Oh, live shit.
Hey, Liam, could you teach me how to print? Hey, Liam, could you teach me how to print double-sided when you get a sec?
Yeah, no problem, man. I thought I was the intern.
Now, explain your thought process to what the fuck you were doing on Jessica's stream yesterday. Generally, when I quit stream, I usually like to have a good, I'd say like a 3-hour-ish goon sesh. Sometimes I'll do 3 to 4 hour edge sesh. Last night was an edge sesh, and you know, I was getting close to the finish. I saw my Queen Lav was on, and I was like, damn, what if we did audio erotica, recounting our entire hookup from both of our perspectives for 30 minutes. I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's go. And yeah, that was my...
Hey, Liam, could you teach me how to print double-sided when you get a sec?
Yeah, no problem, man. I thought I was the intern.
Wait, what? Hold on, I'm so sorry. I'm too distracted. Oh.
Hey, Liam, could you teach me how to print double-sided when you get a sec?
Yeah, no problem, man. I thought I was the intern.
Could you teach me how to print double-sided when you get a sec?
Yeah, no problem, man. I thought I was the intern. I thought I was the intern. I thought I was the intern.
You are the intern. And that's why you should know how to work a printer better than anyone. Or should I discuss your performance with your boss?
Class act, Bill.
Way to take the high road.
Please, man. Please don't talk to my boss about my performance or anything.
Sorry, champ.
Liam, is that true? You really don't know how to print?
No, it's just that...
You're fired. Langdon, really liked how you handled that. You just bought a new Ferrari. Hope you can drive stick.
And that's why you should know how to work a printer better than anyone. Or should I discuss your performance with your boss?
True. Gisticle and chat versus Gisticle on his stream.
You want to talk performance with me and my boss? Why don't you talk performance with Miss Mental Health Days over there, bro?
That was pretty good.
There he is. What? Well, your lunch smells every day. It smells like shit every day. You want to talk performance with me and my boss? Why don't you talk performance with Miss Mental Health Days over there, bro?
Wow. Way to stand up for yourself, Elise.
Oh. No, I'm not a killer! I'm not a killer!
Elise, I can't do this anymore.
I get out of here in 2 months.
okay?
Baby, don't do this. I get out of here
Just
in 2
listen.
months.
I met somebody else. Okay, I'm sorry, Elise. This is goodbye.
No. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, because I'm gonna have way more fun in prison than I ever did lugging around your boring, bland-ass, predictable personality that no one likes. Lugging around your boring, bland-ass, predictable personality that no one likes.
Yeah? Well, I'm gay. Not so bland now, huh? Not so predictable now, huh? Or is my sexuality...
Yeah. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine.
You just look a little stressed. I don't know.
Oh, water a little too cold for you, Will? Water a little too cold for you, Will? Water a little too cold for you, Will?
Well, yours is so small it looks like a pussy. Disgusting.
I'm so sorry.
I like it small.
Hey, do you know how to print on both sides of the paper? In the...
I do. I can help you.
Oh, great. Thanks. No problem.
Okay. Watched their last episode. It's pretty good. One beer, then I'm going home. I think we already watched it on stream. Wait, was that the last one? No, no, wait, that wasn't the last one. Hold on. Meet me at happy hour. Oh, we definitely watched this one on stream. This was a good one. I like this one.
After the whole court stuff, my assets are protected by court order and whatnot. You know, like my cars or whatever. And somebody decided to not only use but also sell the car against the court orders. So if somebody does not care about the law, and it is what it is. I don't know to tell you. It is what it is. After the whole court stuff, my assets are protected by court order and whatnot. You know, like my cars or whatever. And somebody decided to not only use but also sell the car against the court orders. So if somebody does...
Can you generate criminal liabilities off of civil cases? Like, let's say that what he's saying is true and Adept tried to sell the car after the court said no. Would that become a criminal affair? Is that a criminal matter now, or is it still all civil? Had Destiny been in a 7-year relationship, me and my wife recently both came out as bi and want to open up to explore. Any advice for staying away from creeps and avoiding drama? Good luck. I think the often used like swinger or threesome or whatever advice, if you guys are setting stuff up for that, is that hookups can become great friends, but great friends should never become hookups. That's the one piece of boilerplate advice that most people give. So good luck. It would be contempt. Is contempt of court a criminal matter? I don't know. Court contempt. Fine. I don't know if this is just like a like for instance, like speeding tickets are considered like citations or infractions, traffic infractions. I don't think are considered criminal matters, right? We'll watch the Elden DLC things. Everyone wants us to watch this. I know I don't usually play DLCs. Which this one?
Peggy 16.
Pure and radiant, he wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
Do you like Jon Stewart? You seem like him a lot. The younger Jon Stewart. I don't know about the new one. I don't know if he went like a little bit too woke or not. I can't tell.
In that forsaken place, blood must spill. Blood of your fellows. They are truly faithful.
They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war.
Wait, hold on. I read something recently. Have they made a single PS5 game yet? Has there been even one? Does anybody know? Or has every single game been backwards compatible so far? I feel like I read something on Reddit a while ago that said that that basically almost every single game that had been released up to this point was backwards compatible with the PS4. Holy shit. Wait, do remakes count? Oh, so there are PS5 exclusives that aren't backwards compatible? Okay.
Truly lordship sanctioned in one so bereft of light.
Oh, wait, hold on. No. Oh my god, this post was right. Why would a dev make a game exclusively for a PS5? So that you can make like a really cool game that fully unleashes and takes advantages of the feature of the PS5 instead of trying to maximize your profit by making a game that's going to be watered down to be backwards compatible, but just runs at a slightly higher resolution for the next generation console. But, you know, these are the only how long has the PS5 been out? Donkey made a video about this. Hello? Wait, who just joined and left? PS5 came out, no, it wasn't now. Oh yeah, it came out almost 4 years ago. Holy shit. At Destiny, you're a veteran of the PS3 versus 360 days, I see. Yeah. Damn. Oh, this doesn't include games that are on the PC or Xbox. Oh, okay, fair. Why don't you ever play GT or COD? Are you scared of violence? I'm so scared of violence.
I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Miquella is doing here. Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Vesper's flame.
Come now, touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
Wow, epic. Best roguelike. Oh, hold on. People are going to say, watch to the end, because there's going to be some dumb fucking thing. Hold on. General thoughts on Souls games? They're okay. I think they need something new, though. The formula, for me personally, is a little bit, at this point. The poker roguelike. Wow, this looks so hype.
After sales of the PlayStation 5 failed to meet expectations over the holidays, Sony has said the console is entering the latter stage of its life cycle.
Oh my god, it's working.
Bluepoint's remake is virtually one-to-one from a gameplay perspective.
All right, what do you want?
I was gonna yell at you. I don't know how you do this. This is like the third fucking time where you make a point exactly in line when Donkey makes a fucking video about the exact same thing. And I know you don't watch them, but I don't know how the fuck you keep doing this. It's so infuriating.
Well, because it used to be a huge complaint back in the day of the PS4, where people kept making backwards compatible games. And it just seemed like kind of a jip that like you've got this console that will be years and years into its life cycle, and you're not getting any games that are unlocking or taking full advantage of what the console can offer. And that just seems to be really sad.
Obviously, I agree with you. I think it's fucking headcanon, but I assume that like the PS5 probably came out way too early, because even for the games that are big on PS5, like Horizon Zero Dawn, apparently the devs started development on that like on the PS4. So for some reason, like there was just a bunch of games that are big PlayStation brands.
Don't believe it. I think that they did, but I don't think it was accidental that they started. I think that was always the plan. Like something flipped between the PS2 and the PS4 to where what backwards compatible meant was when you bought the next generation console, you could still play your last generation games. That was awesome. But then it changed to backwards compatible. It's not backwards compatibility. That's not true. These games are not backwards compatible. They're forwards compatible. They're creating games for the PS4, and then they'll also add the ability to like upscale or have a higher resolution or run at a higher FPS on the next generation console. That's not a PS5 game. That's a game made for PS4 that can run slightly better at a higher resolution on PS5. That's bullshit. Yeah. Like, could you imagine the PS2 came out and then people kept making games that were for the PlayStation 1 but also worked on the PS2? That would be insane. Why would you ever do that?
Yeah, I don't know why this... I agree with you on that part. I don't know why this business model is being adopted. And
well, wait, we know why. The reason why is because it allows you to sell more games. You probably make more money on the games than the consoles, and you don't want to lock yourself to just like the PS5. You want people on the PS4 to be able to buy your games too.
Sure, I just don't... I haven't checked the numbers, so I want to be skeptical before just agreeing with you, because I don't know, for example, how many of these, Fuck, never mind. I'm thinking of remakes. That's the problem. It's because half of the other half of the argument that you are making, which is like, oh, are any of the games that came out on PS5 just for PS5 and not PS4 compatible? Like the other half of the argument that people make is, oh, the ones that have come out that are just PS5 are remakes of old like PS3 games or even old like PS4 games. I mean, even the fucking Last of Us 2 that was already pretty fucking new got a remake on the PS5, even though it was completely fucking unnecessary because graphically the game already looked great. So I'm kind of getting confused with my argument. But the other half of that is that I'm pretty sure Sony's gearing up for a PS5 Pro, and there's going to be some games that are only going to be on PS5. Final Fantasy VII Remake is only going to be on PS5, the new one that's coming out, and so is Death Stranding 2. Those are only 2 games that I can list you. But there are some, and if those matter to you at all, like it's probably like something to look at.
I guess, but then imagine how cucked you are buying a PS5 now for one of those 2 games when how many years away are we from like the PS6? I don't know, it just seems weird. Like you're going to buy something towards the last third of its life cycle before... seems cringe.
it is pretty weird. But hey, considering that you're one of the few people that are probably going to be buying a PS5 just to play Final Fantasy VII Remake 2 and not wait for like 2 years for it to come on a PC? We don't know. Okay, buddy, you're not gonna fucking wait.
I had 1,200 viewers when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake. Okay.
I know, but you know, people want to break from research, buddy. Okay.
Yeah. At the end of this month, we'll do it.
Gonna be around that time. At the end of this month, there you go. All right, have fun, buddy. I'll come back to you, scream at you later.
Bye.
But it's a remake. Like I said, it's a From Software
game.
This
video was 2 days ago? Wait, what the fuck? If I was a viewer, I would just assume that I watched this and stole the point and then gave it on stream and pretended that I didn't do it. Well, wait, I don't even know if he's going to agree with my point, but I might just be saying that to make it seem like I haven't watched the video. I might just be saying that last thing and this thing right now to make it seem like I haven't watched the video, because why would I admit to doing it offline and then doing it online, right? Oh shit, I just mindfucked myself.
From 2009 from the PlayStation 3.
Fundamentally, Demon's Souls for PS5 is what it always has been. Barring some small tweaks, the design of the game is identical to From Software's original. The core mechanics are unchanged. The enemies are placed in the same positions and behave in the same ways.
I don't like the Demon's Souls remake. I think that it's inferior to the original in every way other than graphics. I think the atmosphere is worse. I think the art...
Oh, Stefan, you're probably right. It's because you read the news on Reddit that also prompted this video, Common Confounder. That's probably true, actually, because I did get that from a Reddit comment where somebody was like, they've made like 2 games exclusively for the PS5. That's probably why. And then he probably watched this video, or it came from the same thing, yeah.
Direction is much diminished. I think many of the changes to the music and to the enemy design misunderstand their purpose in the original.
The PS5 is trash. The design of the PS5 is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Sometimes Spider-Man Miles Morales can feel too similar to what's come before.
The core gameplay loop is pretty much the same.
Spider-Man Miles Morales' New York is largely the same as the one in 2018 Spider-Man.
The new Spider-Man game isn't really all that new. It uses the same city map, just this time there's a coating of snow, some holiday decorations, it adds a little seasonal flavor.
The game does look better on PS5, but it isn't a drastic difference. Though Miles controls pretty much exactly like Peter did in 2018 Spider-Man, so despite being a new Spider-Man, Miles doesn't actually play like a new Spider-Man.
It's being called the biggest fucking waste of your hard-earned money to come along in years. Sony's new stupid box thing.
While it's being released for the PlayStation 5, Guerrilla
reference.
Games says they did most of their development on the PlayStation 4's hardware. So, if you haven't been able to snag a PS5 just yet, don't worry. Guerrilla Games says the PS4 version will not be a compromised way to enjoy your journey through the Forbidden West.
This game is indeed still cross-generation, like many other...
Is this the whole video, or does he actually say anything? This is Destiny tier reaction. This is Hassan tier reaction.
Big Sony releases this year. But unlike the likes of, say, Horizon the Forbidden West, the differences here are a little more on the subtle side.
Sony has no new games and major franchises coming this year. We do not plan to release any new major existing franchise titles next fiscal year.
It's a game so nice they built it thrice. There is something inherently inessential about it that it can't quite shake. As a remake of an already fabulous remaster.
Now there's an argument to be made that The Last of Us Part 1 is too similar to the PS3 and PS4 version to be considered a remake, and part of me agrees with that sentiment. The story is identical, the level design is exactly the same, and the gameplay, apart from some quality of life improvements, is unchanged.
While the faithfulness to such a revered game is appreciated, the remastered version already fills that void, so it's hard not to wonder what Naughty Dog...
Is this because of COVID, or is the modern game industry dead? I actually think a lot of it is because of capitalism. You iterate on a formula in a new industry. So video games came out, people started to iterate on what works, people found out what works, and now there's a fuck ton of money chasing. There's a fuck ton of money chasing projects that are going to be profitable and are known to be profitable. So that's why you see a lot of repetition. But you can complain about AAA studios, but the indie game scene is thriving. There's a fuck ton of like amazing indie games out there. So it's not like all gaming is dead. It's just AAA games are probably only going to be iterating on formulas, and it's very rare that anybody's going to take a risk.
Dog could have done if they'd taken a more radical approach.
2023 was, of course, an unusually quiet year for PlayStation's first-party output, with Marvel's Spider-Man 2 being the only major release to fit that billing.
Spider-Man 2 is not a game you should waste your money on. Not at all.
Spider-Man 2's combat is very familiar. It doesn't have that new suit smell anymore, but stand the original alongside the sequel in other ways, and it can look a bit like two Spider-Man games pointing at each other.
There's quite a bit of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 that can be summed up as more of the same.
Oh boy, more old shit.
We now have The Last of Us Part 2 remastered. Side-by-sides suggest that the two versions are a match in terms of basic image quality. The PlayStation Store description of the game also highlights improved shadow quality and texture quality, which are pretty...
Destiny, not capitalism per se. I'd argue more public game studios and shareholder obligations are killing AAA games. What is shareholder obligations and publicly traded companies, if not literally the embodiment of capitalism? Isn't that what capitalism means? The ability for capital investment into companies that have to deliver profit to you without you being a worker for the company. Isn't that literally what capitalism is? Or that must have been a troll comment. Wait, that was a meme comment. That must have been a meme comment. It must have been a meme comment.
Tough to spot. The presentation of shadows appears nearly identical between the two versions.
Sony reveals the release date of the PlayStation 6, and fans go crazy. Are we talking PlayStation 6 already?
We'll do our reading. Erudite wants to come up and chat for a second, though, so I'm waiting for that. Play the piano piece from that video. Play the piano piece from what video?
After sales of the PlayStation...
Identical
of the sequel
Oh, like the sad song music?
in other ways, and it can look a bit like two Spider-Man games pointing at each other.
There's quite a bit of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 that can be summed.
Oh, this is a really... I should know this chord progression. I feel like you hear it a ton.
Games pointing at each other.
There's quite a bit...
I bet Sienna, or if Reacher's here, he would know. Just finish at gym so I can come stand. Okay, okay. Oh my god. I rewatched the Spider-Man No Way Home movie. I didn't realize how contrived the fucking plot was for that movie. That Doctor Strange or whatever literally wants to rewrite the knowledge of the entire fucking universe because Spider-Man is sad that him and his friends didn't get into college. Oh my god. Wait, is it Doctor Strange? Doctor Time? I don't know what the fuck his name was. Isn't it? Is it not Doctor Strange? Oh no, it is. Fuck you.
If you help me get some elephant hunting practice in here. Don't worry, it's not loaded. Just, oh yeah, you look perfect. Okay, now charge me like you're protecting your herd. Oh, shit. Okay, I guess it was loaded. I didn't get you, did it? Get that rope tug off your fucking head. All right, Narfi, help me get some...
Okay. Miles Morales Spider-Man was surprisingly amazing. Last 10 out of 10 movie I've seen in the last 5 years. Miles Morales Spider-Man? You're just talking about like the animated one? Or was there actually... Is that a video game? No, you said it was a movie? You're just talking about like the Into the Spider-Verse movie, right? I think you are. I didn't watch the second one yet.
$5K elo yesterday. I lost 1100 elo in 2 games. Right, watch this. I'm gonna lose another 500 elo right here.
Into the Spider-Verse was a 10 out of 10. Actually, I accidentally watched the second first. Yeah, the first one is a 10 out of 10 movie. It is yeah. It's also one of those movies too where I'm glad I saw it in theaters. It's a really, really, really good movie to see in theaters. And that was a movie that took a little bit of risks in terms of the animation. Like that, I'm pretty sure that new animation style, like a lot of people are copying like aspects of it now too. I think that there was a, did we watch this specifically about the Spider-Verse stuff or was it something else? The idea of varying frame rates, to convey different feelings in like animation is really interesting to me. I noticed it a lot during the Last Wish. It was a Doodly video. It might have been. Did he use this as an example?
But I will never stop fighting for this.
Where, hi. I think you see it in here. And before I made this up. Oh, fuck. Wait, it's a start. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Wait. I don't know if it happens here. Wait, fuck, never mind. There are parts of this movie. It might have been in the first one with the giant thing, but you can tell that they vary frame rates for like effect or whatever. That looks visually really good. This whole movie looks really good. It was the interesting. It might have been, yeah. This whole movie. This is a really good movie. This is like a 9 out of 10 movie. I thought this is a surprisingly a really, really good movie. Holy shit. Can you what? Yeah, drink away. Knock yourself out. When they ran at each other, the frame rate was yeah, maybe yeah. The Spider-Man movie I thought was cool because they kind of set a new standard, or they inspired a lot of people to not really actually inspired any bullshit. Actually, I guess they just copied the Spider-Man thing and kind of iterated on those ideas. But
I used to be 25K elo yesterday. I lost 1100 elo in 2 games. Right, watch this. I'm gonna lose another 500 elo right here. Watch. I already know. Just win. It's not hard. What is your elo at?
Uh-oh. Oh no. It's gonna be like 3K. I don't know what the elos are in CS2.
Guys, we are playing against the cheaters.
Why do you think they're cheating?
Yeah. No, not at all.
I don't think I used to be.
Maybe there's really good. How'd you find the Spider-Verse 1 a 10 out of 10 and then skip Spider-Verse 2 like the biggest movie of the year? Because I heard from people that it ends on a cliffhanger, and that shit drives me crazy. Hi.
Hi. I'm trying to find the
Your notes?
Reddit post that I think is
worth
framing this around.
Okay.
So I can attack you and ruin our friendship. Right
Based. Good.
I'm just trying to find it. It was a while ago. There we go. Found it. Are you talking about your bad movie takes?
My movie takes are perfect. What's one movie take you disagree with?
Oppenheimer.
Oh my god. Did you actually like that movie?
Yeah, it's good. Good argument.
I already gave all my arguments, okay?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Your arguments were grown, sad.
My arguments is that Nolan is petrified of letting any of the actors actually act on screen, and instead he has to aggressively cut the fuck and aggressively edit every scene so that you feel like you're on the edge of your seat, even for normal dialogue from literally start to fucking finish. And he's either putting interstitials of like exploding fucking lights, or when there's dialogue, there also has to be music playing at the same time, and every single person is speaking like they're trying to do Marvel one-liners, and even the emotional stuff can't be given enough time because there's a cut to dialogue from the next scene before you even got, like, it's just so aggressively edited and paced. It's like, Jesus Christ. Chill. That's the feeling I got through.
So you were overstimulated by the movie, is what you're telling me.
You can call it overstimulated, but it's way too aggressively cut. And I feel like I feel like Nolan has always historically had problems handling emotion, but I feel like for Oppenheimer, it was way too much. Like, it just felt like there were so many scenes of like, oh, awesome. Like like when you see Einstein for the time, like, oh, that's awesome. Or when like Strauss is in Congress and like, there's this young senator, Robbie Kennedy or whatever the fuck. And it's like,
so much subtle acting in that movie.
I totally disagree. I don't think Nolan knows how to do subtlety.
I feel like the dynamic between Oppenheimer and his wife was like constant subtle acting that was so good.
I completely disagree. I think it was all over the top.
Like
I think it was cringe.
Trial, when they're in court or whatever, and she's like sitting on the side and they're like making like these subtle like glances at each other and stuff. I feel like it was so powerful. Subtle acting is the best acting.
I agree, but I don't think that Nolan shows that ever in his movies. I just don't think so. But someday we're gonna rewatch this together on Kick.
Okay, let's do it.
Just trying to troll you.
I'm not gonna fight with you over this because I don't obviously have like clips prepped of Oppenheimer.
Oh, we don't have to. Oh, here. Make sure you're speaking right into the mic. If you speak off to the side, it's not gonna work. So right into the microphone.
Gotcha. Okay.
Are you linking me a Reddit post or?
Do you want me to send it to you too?
Sure, why not?
Okay. This is cred to Jordan Jess as well.
I hate that guy.
Jordan Jess?
I'm just kidding.
Just so credit goes where credit is due. Okay, it's definitely an effort post. So I don't know if you want to read it all, but I'll send it to you.
Okay.
I'm not saying I agree with all of this. I think it's a really good place to have, because I've been wanting to talk to you about the anti-misogyny arc for a long time. And I feel like, do you think I'm going to come in and attack you?
I don't know. You can attack if you want.
No,
I respect your opinion. I don't care if you attack me.
No, I'm not going to attack you. I actually have a lot of thoughts about essentially how do we achieve this on like the internet, particularly in a political space that is like pretty dominantly masculine already. Like, I think there's an intention within DDG, from what I can tell, from what you say and what people say, to make women feel comfortable in this space. Is that correct?
There's an intention from me. There's probably an intention from part of my community, but I would say it's probably a minority.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's differences in words, though. I would say less than 15 or 20% want to make women feel comfortable. I'd say probably 50 to 80% of them want women to feel comfortable. But there's a difference between wanting to help people feel comfortable versus just wanting them to be comfortable, right?
Okay. Just a heads up, Loner Box is going to drop in too, because I know he was interested in talking to you. More specifically, did you hear about stuff in Ohio?
Yeah. What? I don't know. That's a really vague question.
Okay.
Did I hear about stuff in Ohio? Yeah, go ahead.
So there was obviously not a lot of women that came.
Yeah, that's true of most of our campus events.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is something that I think everyone is going to think that I'm attacking you specifically over, and it's not. It's something that I think is common to the political space and common to the internet as well, because it's such a masculine space. And so my question is, how do we make women legitimately feel more welcome? And because there's a couple of things that I see as like a breaking point. You can make women feel welcome, but then they stay for like a month or two and then they feel uncomfortable and then they leave and never come back, right? So you need women to feel comfortable enough to come and comfortable enough to stay, which are kind of like two separate problems. So how do you attempt to tackle the first one?
I think when we frame this problem, I think there's a couple things we have to think about. So I think that the first question that you have to think about is what is the natural composition of this space?
Yes, definitely. Which is like probably 80% male, if not 85. Would you guess?
My guess, if I had to guess, my guess would be that the overall composition of this space is, it depends on how much we broaden it or versus.
I mean, there's two things to tackle because this space is an intersection of internet and politics, right? So you've got like two intersections making it probably more masculinized by nature.
Yeah, for the online political sphere, I'll draw two broadly different things.
Can you do the background in black?
No.
Please?
I don't do that.
Cringe.
I would do two broadly different spheres. How do I make these circles not lame?
Good circle. Sorry.
Well, I'm using the thing, yeah. Okay. On this one here, I would call this circle, I might call this like the YouTube essayist / progressive streamer or whatever circle.
Can you write that there?
Yeah.
Just assume my memory is really bad. Those are good color choices.
Thanks.
Well done. I like the pastel scheme. You know, you can just type.
Nope. And then I should be using my iPad for this. That's what I should be doing.
Oh, true.
Too late.
Is it plugged into your stream yet?
Yeah, I've got like a little plugin for it.
Okay, so that's like video essayists and YouTube in general.
I would say this is like this is all politics. So all of this is politics. But I would say this is going to be like video essayists and just like non-combative people.
Yeah.
So I'd say like maybe people like Hassan that don't do like all the debate stuff, but just kind of like cover stuff on stream.
So you're putting Hassan in, sorry.
So I'd be putting
camp?
like Hassan. Yeah, I'd be putting people like Hassan here in video essayists because they tend to be non-combative.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, so like non-combative politics and
yeah.
then combative debate perverts.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say over here, this would be like combative spaces.
Okay.
I think that for online for online content, I would say that the more combative your space is, probably this skews way, way, way more masculine.
Right.
So when we go to videos over here, I think a lot of like, especially like the progressive video essayists, I think that if you looked at their stuff, the less combative it is, just as a very broad thing, you probably start to see really, really, really shocking amounts of women here, like 40, 50% possibly.
So not just not combative, but I think specifically there's like this air that I feel like leftist video essayists get that is very like smug, passive aggressive, and like condescending. So they're never combative, they'll never fight you, but they will talk about people that they disagree with in like a like holier than thou and smug kind of way. Like it feels very passive aggressive.
It might be. I don't know if that plays into it as much though. I think different people can be passive aggressive. I don't know if that would necessarily draw women to it, like that, the passive aggressive temperament. I just think it's more to do with like the less combative stuff.
I guess I see passive aggression as like fundamentally more socialized feminine. So when I say feminine, obviously I understand that men can be feminine and blah, 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 all the like caveat. But I see like how our society views the feminine, passive aggression falls into there, which I think in large part, like if a space, in my mind, if a space represents what our society calls a femininity, is going to naturally make probably most likely women and more feminine people feel most comfortable because they're probably drawn to that. They're socialized into that, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Do you agree?
That's a take. I don't think I agree though.
Okay.
I think that if women are drawn to it, I don't think it's because of passive aggressiveness. Like I think that even if these people were to be like,
I don't think it's passive aggression alone, just to be clear.
Sure.
Yeah.
That might be a factor maybe.
I think in general, these this space captures more like what we would call feminine traits within it. Even the way that they talk about
that
things.
might be true.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. That might be true. Yeah.
And so including when they do get combative or aggressive, it tends to express in like a passive aggressive way as well.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Back to this.
Yeah, and then for the more combative and like internet like dick wavy and confrontational spaces,
Yeah.
I think that this tends to skew way more heavily masculine.
Yes.
Yes. With some exceptional carve-outs for subject matter. Subject matter, I think, could influence things quite a bit. So, for instance, for red pill audiences, it wouldn't surprise me if it started to skew more female than not, just because the subject matter is so related to women, because obviously it's about women, right? Or
Right,
if there was like a
yes.
really combative
Like niche
makeup
topics.
reviewer, they would probably have, or whatever fucking women like online or whatever, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so in part, but the topics that you cover aren't inherently masculine, except for, I would say, the red pill stuff, obviously.
Correct.
So then the question is, you cover electoral politics and foreign politics a lot, and yet I would suspect that we're still going to see a lot less women represented. I agree that if you were aggressively fighting about makeup and Roe v. Wade and stuff, you'd probably see more women trickle in because it obviously has a natural appeal to them.
Potentially, yeah.
But why are they not interested in coming into a combative space that's about gender neutral politics?
I just think that the combative, the very combative, masculine coded types of conversations, I just think are not very appealing to women in general.
Because of socialization, essentially?
I don't know why. I just don't think it's as appealing. I might be like laying on anecdote, but I can very easily see a guy talking to another guy and be like, holy shit, did you see this debate? This guy fucking crushes this dude.
Right.
But it's hard for me to imagine a woman saying the same thing, like, oh my God, like I watched this debate and this guy totally fucking destroyed this guy or whatever. I feel like the whole, the progeny of like, oh, that'd be the right word, of like the older like internet kind of like brutal debating, insulting, slurs, all of this edgy behavior that kind of grew into this online combative blood sport stuff. All of this was like heavily male coded, heavily male beginning, and then it comes
from
from
Gamergate, which is a more masculine like space, just in what it was.
And then I also think that you run into a lot of these social mechanisms where once something begins in a certain way too, it also gets heavily pushed in a certain way as well. So for instance, it might be that if there was a community where there were 10 combative male debaters and 10 combative female debaters, that community might skew like 40-60 like female male because it's coded more for masculine traits. But if it starts with like 1 female and 9 males, it might never grow past like 1%.
Right.
Because one woman stepping into a community of no women is brutal. One woman stepping into a community of 10 women sometimes is more brutal because there's like the queen shit and the pick me and everything.
Internal misogyny.
But
weird
one
shit that
woman
goes on.
stepping into a community with 50-50, it's just not only is it easier for the women to go in there because there's other women and it's not as big of a deal, the men also behave better because men are way more thirsty and way more fucking autistic in communities where there are very, very few women as well.
Yes.
Like one of the issues I had in the past, and I'm just hands off with it now because I don't even know what the fuck to do with it. One of the issues that I had in the past is sometimes a lot of the otherizing behavior that happens in Discords, it's not even like moderatable or actionable behavior.
No.
It's just guys that are giving way too much attention to particular women and being just a little bit too much about it. But they're not like breaking a rule, but it's like, yeah.
They're not doing, like, this is exactly kind of, I think, what happened in Ohio, right? So there was a number of women that came and were like, there was probably like, I don't know, like 5 women there. There was more than 5, but very few. Because I agree, women just generally seem to be not drawn to politics, which I actually think is fine and totally neutral.
Wait, say that again? You mean not drawn to this space or?
Not drawn to politics, like general electoral politics. There's less women that seem to be interested in the topic.
Oh, I don't know if that's the case because one of the comments that I get when a lot of political people show up to my events is they're surprised that we have so many young men doing politics because I think supposedly the younger, or I'm sorry, the canvassing space and volunteering space are usually
it's always women.
But
that's across the board on everything. Women just volunteer more because.
Oh, but I mean, I think it's like
nice.
dramatically overrepresented when it comes to like canvassing and
Yes.
political, like 90% like women. I think it's, yeah.
I think that's because any like boots on ground voluntary work almost always is dominated by women, like regardless of what the voluntary work is, because men just don't seem to volunteer.
Okay.
So. What?
So I just said there's self-reinforcing behavior from men that
Yeah. So when I look at, so I think there's 2 I'm trying to figure out how I want to organize this. There's kind of a couple thoughts that I have, which is a predilection in a community to view what society has called masculine things as more respect-worthy, more cool, and more like edgy. So you and I had this conversation a while ago where we talked about the masculine and the feminine. You're like, it sucks because like the feminine stuff is just like cringe and like nice, whereas like masculine stuff is like cool. Like you get to be cool.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I also feel like, I don't actually agree, although I think a lot of people would agree with you that they feel that way. So for example, even in the comments I'm seeing when we're talking about like what women might be more attracted to as far as topics, a bunch of people start screaming things like makeup and babies, right? Talking as though essentially, Loner Box is here?
Yeah, but I have to set up my...
Hi, Loner.
Hello.
I'll just wait.
You can try.
Where are these? Hold on, give me a sec.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm going to talk to this fucking losing.
Hi, Loner.
Hang on.
I have to hear my own voice. I don't like this. Wait, I wonder if it'll be better. In this mic?
Do the headphones make you hear your own voice?
Yeah. Wait, do you always have it like this where you can kind of hear your own voice?
Yes, always.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
That's insane.
I don't like this.
It sounds weird and you don't like it, but if you do it for a little bit, you'll never want to speak into a microphone again without hearing
No,
your own
you're
voice.
totally right.
It's
I'm already
super
getting
helpful.
super annoyed with my mouth.
No. I'm saying that once you get used to it, you'll always want it.
No, that's what I mean. It's so good for like feedback.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I hate it, but it's like useful, obviously. To be like, why is my mouth making
don't get
that
it.
noise?
Just leave one headphone ear off. Easy.
Oh, do you want these ones? Here, I can give you these back. These ones for me?
Yep. Okay.
Damn, this
Wait.
is wild.
God damn it. I hate this fucking box.
Would you call me?
Hello? Does your thing work fine?
Yeah, mine's working.
Hello? Test. Something is broken on this fucking thing.
I can hear myself. Here, I'm gonna unwind this so you're not caught. Do you want me to stop?
Oh wait, that's yours.
Yeah, this is mine and it's like knotted.
Hold on, I'm doing the wrong thing. It's so stupid. Okay, hello? Okay, mine is fine now. Okay. Hi.
Hi, Lauren.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Where are we at?
I'm gonna do my best to not get distracted by this new auditory feedback.
You'll do okay.
Where were we? Okay, Ohio. Let's jump there because I know that Loner has specific thoughts about that. So in Ohio, there's a number of women that came up and were basically like, "Hey, I was really excited to be here. Love the community. Really excited to meet you guys, but it was a little uncomfortable because I basically like couldn't go anywhere or exist in any way without being like hit on constantly, to the point where it's like obviously made them feel really uncomfortable. And so there's this interesting thing where, first of all, if there's like, I think when we first think about that, a lot of people are like, oh, the boys were doing something bad. And it's like, guys finally like working up the gumption to try to like talk with a girl and flirt with her isn't bad. I don't ever want people to think that that's like not an okay thing to do. But at the same time, if we want to create a space where women feel like most comfortable,
Yeah.
there has to be a trade-off of basically saying the men aren't doing anything bad, like no individual, but if there's 70 different individuals that approach you, it's pretty understandable why as a woman you'd be like, oh my gosh, I literally can't exist. Like I just can't be friends with people because it's like an open invitation. This is why compliments can sometimes suck, because it feels like it in and of itself becomes like an open invitation for men to like linger and kind of like expect something from you. And you're like, thanks for the compliment. Like appreciate you calling my hair nice, but also like,
Yeah.
bye. Not that complimenting women is bad. And I don't think people should say that complimenting women or hitting on women is bad. And so the question is, in the community, so say for like future canvassing events, how do we make women, like what is the likelihood that a lot of those women will come back
Yeah, my margin would be pretty low. That's why I'm saying that once you wind up with once gender balance in an area gets heavily skewed, I think it's a really difficult thing to attract people, because even if the space is like okay, bringing in new people, like the dynamic, it's a self-reinforcing dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And so then essentially, if you're on a self-reinforcing dynamic, the only way to break it is to like kick yourself off the cycle. But I think social engineering is very, very tricky. And so you don't want to make like policies or decisions.
It's not really a policy thing, yeah, but
Yeah.
the problem is if the people just aren't socialized around women, then they're not going to be socialized around women. And
Yep.
then when they see them, yeah, it just gets
They're
a
going to
little
get
bit
more
stupid.
excited. They're going to have like, hey, like, of course these guys are hitting on these girls. They're like, obviously women that are interested enough in politics to come out, and all these guys are interested enough in politics, and they have a mutual interest in DGG. Like for the guys, they're like, these women are like, of course they're hitting on these girls. It's like probably exactly what they're looking for. So the question is, how do we not curb like what naturally occurs and like make anyone feel like they're bad for doing that, but also basically do a trade-off of like, how do we make women a little bit more comfortable so that they do come back? Because it's like, if you make a policy, like a social engineering policy that isn't punitive, but shifts like power maybe more in the favor of women, like Loner and I talked about Bumble rules or something like that.
What are Bumble rules?
It's where...
That was nice, yeah.
Do you want to explain it?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was going to say, yeah, like, you know, in Bumble, where only women can, like, start conversations with men. I think
feel
if
like
it's,
you're basically
your
setting
event
it
and,
up
like,
as
under
like
your
a-
roof, yeah.
you're setting
if
it up as
anyone's
like
going
a-
to ask anyone out, yeah, it's got to be women asking men, yeah.
Yeah, but like making dating rules for that just seems like such a...
Well, you can't at a company level, right? Like,
No, I'm not talking about. I'm saying even at a canvassing event, like starting to make dating rules, like is already. I feel like otherizing everybody so much. It makes you in such a weird position that like you're not. You're basically saying we're like not allowed to talk to women unless they talk to you first.
well, you're not allowed to ask for dates or get their numbers. Unless
Yeah, but
they
I feel
ask
like
for
the
it.
issue is people aren't like. I feel like the main issue when you're a woman isn't guys asking for dates or numbers. It's every guy wanting
It's
to sit
every
next
guy.
to you, or it's every guy wanting to sit next to you. It's guys like trying to talk to you. It's guys trying to ask you to go do things or blah blah blah. It will never be like an outward ask. It's just like all of the compounding pressure of like the little things that people are all pushing you towards, I think. Like if you just make the blanket rule of like don't ask for a number or don't ask for a date, then people won't do that, but they'll still try to like sit next to them, talk with them, like all they're getting closer and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be...
Was that... It depends on what the complaint was, doesn't it? Because I thought the complaint was specifically, like, people just, like, making proper, like, explicit advances, no?
That was my understanding, but obviously I didn't like sit them down and be like, give me explicit examples of what made you uncomfortable and what didn't make you uncomfortable. So part of it is like a lack of data. And I agree that it is super cringe, but I also, in my head, I go, I'm willing to do anything. I don't care. Which is like, is there a way to come up with a good idea that seems organic and to some degree facilitates women feeling more comfortable to some degree so that we have less attrition at minimum? And is it worth it? Like say it's like cringy by like 7%, but it increases retention of women attending events or coming to DGG or feeling comfortable in the space in general by 12%. Is that worth it?
I mean, I think it'd be worth it, but I have no idea what to do. I feel like the sexist, like, or the sexual divide problems, I don't know if anybody has made like a lot of headway in solving any of these things. It's a really hard, like racial stuff is solvable, LGBT stuff is solvable, but like male-female dynamics in group settings, I think are just really, 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 really hard. Right.
Because the worst thing is like making strict rules that don't work because you're right. Like the question of the Bumble rule is like, guys, some of the most respectful guys will be like, oh, so I shouldn't talk to women.
Uh-huh.
And then probably the least respectful guys that are like probably more likely the problem will be like, oh, so as long as I just linger around her long enough, maybe I'll convince her to ask me out on a date or something like that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, like so even when I'm suggesting that, I don't think there's any like perfect answer. It's just that compared to, it seems like there's a problem already, and one that seems to be like affecting the women because they're the ones who are getting all the advances made on them. Like, at least from my personal experience, it seems to be that in general, men who are not used to speaking to women or asking them out and that kind of thing just seem to be so much better once that is not like a priority in their mind, like when they're just treating it like the same way that they would talk to a guy. And I feel that just like relaxes things a lot more. But then the problem is obviously, well, what if like there is actually some like interaction that might end up into being something like a date or something like that? And then I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. Because I feel like if a rule like that, like maybe it'll make things worse. I don't know how it can make things worse than like the situation you just described. So, or you could just say like, just don't, if it's a canvassing event, if it's you're there for the event, it's like, well, just don't ask out anyone at the event. But then again, that's like, people can do other things. I don't know.
Is Jacob Bakaj willing to come on? Because I feel like I don't fully understand what that idea is. But like,
so one of the things
I don't have a solution. I just
one
want
of
to
the things for military stuff basically is, because I've been looking at this for a long time. It's one of the things I looked at a long time ago. So for my understanding for the military and the United States military, like people think that like racial divides can never be solved and blah, 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 blah. But my understanding is racial integration in the United States Armed Forces is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
In terms of like breaking away all the racial divides, getting people to work cohesively as units, that's something that they've made like, I wouldn't say it's 100% solved, but I think it's like a pretty well done thing. However, I don't know if any progress has been made on integrating males and females into the same environments. I don't know if anything has gotten rid of like Jacob brought up like the queens, your army queens, or like the different ways that men treat women in units, or the inability to just see people as coworkers and friends without sexual dynamics being introduced. Like, and if the military hasn't solved it, it's one of those things where you look at the military, like when you look at, for instance, like sleep hacks. Well, if the military doesn't have a sleep hack, then there's probably not a good sleep hack. If there was, they'd be using it. I think if there was an easy way to integrate men and women together into units that was like, data driven and worked, the military would probably be doing it. And they seem to have not made great progress on it. I know, Jacob, you can speak to that if you want.
Yeah, I honestly don't have any great solutions. My example is like, even the military has a lot of issues with that. And I think the military has a lot more ability to like implement controls. And it probably also is selecting a little better. I don't really want to talk shit on canvassers, but like people who have committed to the military probably are having less issues with like women and thirstiness than like random canvassers for online stuff. But yeah, like deployment queens and like people getting pregnant on deployments and like just weird stuff happening is still an issue there.
Because for me, I don't really care if people meet the love of their life or even just somebody that they want to hook up. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Like, I'm fine with people dating. I'm fine with all that stuff. I'm even fine, like, it's a community. Boys and girls and they, thems, they're all going to fuck. They're all going to have drama. They're all going to fight with each other. Like, that stuff's normal. Because I don't really want to solve that question, which I think the military is a lot more angled towards solving. And maybe this is my naivety of, like, if we don't solve that problem, we don't solve the latter problem. I don't see people wanting to fuck and date and stuff a problem. What I see is women feeling like there isn't a community that they can exist within just as themselves, and not feel like constantly like having to navigate interpersonal levels beyond anything that would be normal in like a more naturally mixed co-ed group, like if there was 50-50 or like 40-60.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any problem with relationships either. The military stuff does try to select for that, but it also has issues with what you're talking about. I don't think there's any issue with what you're saying. I think you're entirely right. There's a lot of really weird shit that goes on with like just attention and like having these weird mixed dynamics, especially with just how dating and like gender roles seem to exist already, and then it being amplified by kind of being like women being novel in the space and maybe also having men that are less socialized with women. It's just like a confluence of like a bunch of things all coming together that I'm just sitting on the sidelines. There's that really good quote where like the man who enters the arena is the good one, and I'm kind of just sitting here saying like, yeah, I don't know, it's cool that you're trying to do that, but I don't really have any solutions and I don't think yours will work.
Yeah, that's
so
I
think the Bumble thing
yes
I think the Bumble thing is like a pretty cool idea, but I don't think it solves the issue. Like if I'm talking to a girl and I say like, hey, can I get your Instagram? I think you're really cool, and she says no, and I move on, I don't think she's ever going to be bothered by that.
Right, of course
The issue
not.
is like all these puppy dog guys who will follow like women around and do this like soft flirting thing, and those people aren't really people you can ever like legislate out or like make rules to avoid, unless you're like having like almost like social awareness police where you just like aggressively shame people who are being fucking weirdos.
Yeah, like I feel like the only way that you could even theoretically manage it, from what I'm hearing from you, would be some sort of like bottom up community type response. Like it can't be a rule from the top down, or it's just not going to work. It'll just be
you like
and
literally almost have to like change the motivations
The
and like how
culture.
people respond to this, like in the like the Gillette commercial type thing. You have to do almost something like that, and it has to work.
Hey bro, Stop being so toxically masculine.
Like, yeah, just stop being fucking weird. And like, it's really hard to do because like a lot of people, like when you're flirting, often it is kind of like uncomfortable and weird too. And like the line for where it's okay and where it isn't is really hard.
Mm-hmm. It's super hard. It's super, super hard, especially if you have anyone know like autism. It's going to be even harder for them to kind of track when they've hit that line.
But then
Okay,
obviously I think
really
the
have
problem
anything
is
else to
like
add,
if there's no policy ideas that can like solve it, then I guess the other issue is that you just have to bring in more of like just more feedback going back and forth, or like maybe something said at the start that's just kind of like a guideline. Because if you're saying the problem is not people asking each other out, the problem is like people following people around and all that. But yeah, that's like I don't know.
The problem is
even
like
something that can be said at the beginning. I don't know.
What Jacob said is
Okay.
these are soft social things, like giving people advice on how to relate to the other gender in this space is the equivalent of like going to a convention and saying, guys, you all just need to be more funny. Like I just don't think it
Don't
gets
be weird.
people.
Yeah,
It just doesn't. I don't think it helps anything. I don't think it gets people anywhere. Yeah.
So this is a little off the cuff because I'm not experiencing this. If I were in your shoes and I were trying to do my best for this, I would approach this from the side of assuming something goes wrong and make it as easy for people to like reach out and say, hey, I'm uncomfortable, have
For
some
sure.
kind of systems in place for that,
Yeah.
and like good ways to de-escalate those situations, possibly while trying to avoid like demonizing people who step out of line. So you don't
Maybe
have,
here.
like,
Wait. Okay. Wait. I
actual-
want to separate out this conversation. Okay. So anything having to do with de-escalation or rape or like asking out, I think is boring. I don't think that's the interesting part because that behavior is really easy to fix. The problem is all of the soft flirting and the puppy dog stuff. That's the issue because I don't think you can make rules like going up to a guy like, hey, listen, dude, we were watching you and that woman is not making very much eye contact with you, but you've been trying to talk with her for 5 minutes, so you need to go away. Like, I don't think you can ever have that sort of policing system.
Absolutely. That's
yeah.
kind of why I'm saying like maybe like it'd be really weird, but maybe like talk to all the women and have like 2 or 3 like people you trust as sane for like them to reach out to if they feel uncomfortable.
Yeah,
And
but
if
like,
that
what
happens,
is a
those people
woman
can,
gonna?
like, step aside
But
and, like,
you have to
talk.
think about the path for the woman there, right? If I go to an event and I'm kind of feeling uncomfortable because of like 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 different interactions, I'm not reporting that. I'm just not gonna go next time. Fuck that. It's not my job to clean up this event and report everybody. And like, that's just. I think they just feel weird.
Yeah, of course, and it's kind of like the like soft sexual harassment stuff too, where someone will like touch a lower back and the woman's like really uncomfortable bringing it up because maybe it's innocent, maybe it's not, and she doesn't want to stir the waters.
A little bit, yeah, but
You
again, I
have
want to
a bunch of
reject
issues
that
with
out hand, that comparison, because again, we're not talking about like overtly, because that's stuff that you can legislate against or you can make rules against. That's stuff where it's like, this is obviously not good, don't ever do this, and we can say don't do it, and if you do it, you're kicked out
So
and ejected.
what
But I think
if-
the
Sorry,
problem
when
is it's unreportable behavior, basically, yeah.
What
when
if
I'm
the-
saying that, it's
oh,
not
sorry.
even about the specific behavior. It's more about the mindset of like, yeah, like it's something that's kind of like deniable in this gray zone, and women may not be comfortable engaging in something where it's like really hard to pin down.
I guess in my mind, I feel like the solution can't just be on the men either, right? Like when I look at solutions like this that's community oriented, it has to be found within like men and women. So the question for me is there a way to make the women that are able to like manage being in this space and feel comfortable in this space for like whatever reason to be better at forming connections with one another? I think like the kind of like what's the word to use for the way that some of the women feel the need to like compete in DGG? Unhealthy. I'll just use that word. There's often like this infighting amongst the girls specifically that seems to occur that is really, really strange and toxic to me. Because it's like, if you already feel a little bit otherized being like a woman or a femme person or a non-binary person, then imagine on top of that, the people that you would hope to most likely find camaraderie with are also attacking you in highly gendered ways. I feel like is a distinct problem. So when I think about this problem, I think what often happens is what's happening in this conversation. I'm not criticizing anyone, which becomes talking about what men need to do to baby women more. And I actually think that there's a part to that. I think that there are probably some small social things that guys can do, but the problem is probably a lot of the creepy guys aren't around for. They're in the DMs, they're like doing those sort of things. So men aren't necessarily noticing it. Which means we have to find ways for like women to feel empowered, to be comfortable enough to address that when they're by themselves. And then on top of that is women's culture amongst each other in and of itself. Because I know when I first came into DGG, it took me a really long time to find women to be friends with, which was really weird because I obviously have in my normal life lots of men that are friends with me and women, but it took me a really long time to find women that I'm friends with that I don't feel like there's any of this like weird competitiveness occurring. And like I could be deranged. Maybe Lonerbox you can answer, or Jacob, do you guys feel similar as like men that you're like competing against other men specifically?
Literally not at all.
No.
So I think the reason why this happens is, so for the first point that you said, for who should the responsibility be on, since it's a heavily male-dominated environment, and since we're trying to bring more women in, then I think that like I would say 95% of the responsibility rests on men here. If you want to ascribe more responsibility to women, real quick, I'll do post and you can do it. If you want to ascribe more responsibility to women, they'll just leave. They're not going to come in. You can't bring in other people and have them work your community to make it open to other people coming in. That's just not ever going to happen realistically. On the first point, and then for the second point, for why women are the way they are, well, if you're coming into a space like this and it's already like overtly against your demographic, and then the people act in a certain way against your demographic, there's like two ways to get buy-in basically on that group. The first way is to already have highly masculine traits. So women that are like super high in disagreeability and are more masculine coded that way. So those are going to be the types of women you get. And then the second way is the is the pick me syndrome, to where the way you relate to the men is you emulate some of the behaviors that they have towards women, so that you're more part of the group of men. So if you've got a bunch of men and they kind of treat women a certain way or whatever, well, you treat women the same way and you join them as a woman, and then that's kind of how you get your queen status, the pick me stuff. And I think that that's why even when you come into these communities and it's mostly men, but there are some women, even getting along with those women are difficult, because those women aren't going to be coded the same as an ordinary woman in society, and they might even be more combative to you because now you're kind of like threatening their place or status, and all the other men are going to see it the same way.
So I agree with your framing there, but my question would be, do we have to put, so responsibility often coincides with like empowerment. Like oftentimes you get more responsibility when you're also given more capability. And so the question, I understand that if I just said to women to be like, it's, I like grace throat to them and I'm like, it's your fault and you need to just like tell them off and stuff, most women are gonna be like, fuck you. That's not that easy. And I just would wholly agree with them. My question is there a way to make women feel like they have more capacity within the space specifically? They feel more comfortable valuing potentially like more feminine things, finding feminine things semi-respectable, and like challenging the way that we think about some of these things, so that women who have lots of feminine traits feel more respected for the fact that they have these feminine traits, and therefore feel more comfortable putting down their feet and like putting up lines because they feel like they have cultivated some level of respect, even if they're not highly masculine. Do you know what I'm saying?
So I may be way off. I don't feel like feminine traits are actually looked down on that much in this community, unless you're like crying at very light pushback.
I agree. I don't think they're looked down on, just to be clear. I don't think they're looked down on. I don't think they're always respected. So I'm putting like a neutral line in there, just to be clear.
I think a lot of this is almost being approached from like the issue of like we have like people going into college who like don't even have basic literacy levels, and like we can't really solve it at that level. And it feels really bad to say nothing else, but I don't know if there's anything you can do there. I also I think it's a lot easier to ask men to not engage in behaviors than for women to like completely uproot their social conditioning and like respond to behaviors in certain ways. That may be cope, but I feel like the like level of input and like the difficulty of that makes men a lot more responsible for how they're able to respond, because it's just a smaller ask.
Yeah, I think the ask up, because what we're looking for here at this point, you're not asking for women, you're asking for like professional community like reorganizers at that point. Like you want women to come in, exhibit a totally different set of traits that they normally have, to basically socially re-engineer the group of people that you have. I think that ask, you'd have to be like hiring women to come in and participate in something like this. An ordinary woman isn't going to want to come in and do this type of work. I think these would be like exceptional people.
I have a couple of thoughts. Like, I think the first thing you mentioned a while ago, sorry, what was your name?
Jacob?
Jacob, sorry, yeah. The thing you said about, like, if a guy asks a girl out just in a normal way, like, I think you're cool, can I have your Instagram? And she says no. That's not a problem, but I imagine, at least the way I heard this particular thing described to me, maybe it's different, but I would imagine anyway, like, I think even if you're asked out politely and normally by one person, that's fine. But if because of the percentages, you're asked that like 10 times in a day, you're probably going to feel quite exhausted, right? So I think that still plays a part. I think it's still probably worth trying to like discourage the idea of people kind of just seeing the event as like their opportunity to meet a woman that they want to date. So I wouldn't write that off completely. The rest of it, I don't know. It just feels like, it feels so frustrating as someone who's like watching it from the outside, because some of the answers just seem so simple, even though it's hard to get like a policy around it. So one example being like the puppy dog thing of like following someone around, but really like if you've had like any experience, you kind of know that the right thing to do in that situation might be like, if you're not sure that you're just like following someone around as well, just go somewhere else. And if she's actually interested, then she'll come to you, right? Like that kind of thing. So
the issue is people who engage in this behavior will never have the social awareness to do that. The people who engage in that behavior will shoot their shot and move on.
But I
also, I feel like you guys, I feel like
a
you
bit
guys,
more of like a, okay,
go ahead.
If there's just like a more broad, because like, I don't know. I feel like it would just be so easy to, or it feels like it should be easy to just kind of communicate the idea that like you're here to canvas and like potentially make friends, right? Like, and I think just the more, and just to even just have like a reminder, like a casual reminder, like you're not here to like practice your dating skills or your pickup skills or whatever, or like to try and like use this event as an opportunity to meet someone, and just like, because I feel like just things are better when it's more in the back of the mind. But then again, like, I don't know if a general reminder like that is enough. It might be enough for some people, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like the only thing you can really do is kind of just say like, hey, this is a professional environment, and we just expect you guys not to be trying to flirt and meet people here. It kind of sucks, and like, yeah, like expect the rule to get broken, but like putting that forward as like a general standard is probably the best way to avoid stuff. And like if it gets broken, you can like kind of take it on a case by case basis and maybe be a little loose with it, but or just accept what happens is what happens. Yeah,
because I think when people do that kind of thing, it's probably because they're not like checking themselves, or like they just, I don't know. Whereas if it's something that can just exist in the back of the mind, like a little thought seed, I don't know.
I view it a lot like people talking about like if you can like talk to women or like try to meet women in the gym or in public. If it's absolutely okay, you can talk to whoever you want whenever you want, but if you're a person asking that question, the answer is almost always going to be no, because you don't have the social awareness to even engage.
So I guess my concern, not even my concern, my thought, because it's not really a concern in and of itself. I think it's something that it feels like wants to be improved within the community to some extent. And I'm trying to brainstorm ideas to see an improvement, which is like women feeling more comfortable and more capable of being in the space. That's basically like my question. Is it possible? And I could be wrong. Do you guys feel like it's basically a ratio problem? There is no solution.
Well, I think the reason why I do these demographics first, because I think it's good to look at like what does the ordinary community look like in this type of space. Mm-hmm. And if it is, for instance, let's say it was the case that it's 90% men, 10% women across all of it, then you would expect that if you have like a perfect community, you would have, 10 women for every 90 men. And that would just be like, that would mean that you're doing a really good job. That means you're not pushing anybody out. The demographics are representative in your events as in the ordinary community, but that might already look like a failure, right? Because you're like, oh shit, we've got 9 guys for every one.
Yeah, well,
woman.
Yeah, I think viewing it from like a quota lens is going to be really bad, right? Like,
well, no, I think you have to, because for instance, if you hold events, let's say for instance, like here's hypothetically, let's say that in this space, let's say that there was 1 woman for every 1,000 men. If that was the case, then our event was exemplary. We had an amazing turnout of women, right? Because we had like 5 or 10 women or whatever. That was insane. But let's say that it's actually 50-50. And then you look at the events like, holy shit, there's a huge problem here, right? This is why I don't know what these like baseline numbers are for like the political debate space, but getting these baseline numbers are kind of important because it lets you adjust your expectations to figure out if you're doing good, bad, or about what you should be. And it's hard to find
other things to compare to. It's a difficult thing right now because I feel like these events, like it's progressive victory, but it's really just like debate live streamer. That's like the dominant audience, right? Yeah. Whereas if you go like Labour Party canvassing or Democrat Party canvassing, then it's going to be much more broad. So even just like getting a few fucking like soy video essayists and their audiences would probably change things as well. But who knows? I agree. I just don't. I don't like the whole like. I feel like every suggestion that's being floated, there's like a fucking barrage of people in your kick chat being like, "No, never gonna happen." No, like that's just that kind of resignation just annoys me because it feels like a lot of these things are kind of like easy on a one-to-one level, but yeah, just so there's definitely something that can be done. I think.
Yeah, I guess like when I look at your baselines, I agree. Saying that it's 90% men and 10% women isn't inherently a failure. It might actually be completely representative of the space. The question is the space that we're representing, is it organically what we think it should be, or is there, for example, if there is a like cultural masculinization that is more common. So if you have more masculine traits, you'll be respected more in the community. If you have masculine traits, People will listen to you more. You'll probably have more fun. You'll be enjoyed more. Whereas if you have more traditionally feminine traits, people might tell you that you're cringe for doing like feminine things. They might tell you that you're like weak, or they might just not respect you. It might not even be negative. They just might not confer you any respect and be more willing to kind of like blow over your opinion when you're speaking. That to me, if that like kind of like milieu is occurring, it wouldn't be surprising to me that the community that's this is occurring in would say, well, we don't hate women. And I would be like, I agree. I don't think you do. But also for women to be like, and femme people to be like, I don't know if I feel fully comfortable, or I don't know if I feel fully welcomed. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I agree about the baseline because I'm not really concerned about the quota. What I'm concerned about is, do people who inhabit more feminine traits feel like, if nothing else, that there is something valuable that they contribute, or is almost all feminine traits viewed as cringe? Because I would say societally, feminine traits are viewed as like nice or cringe or weak.
Yeah, so I may have a heterodox take on this. I don't think feminine traits are often viewed as cringe. I think if you just get called out on them and you just say, yeah, like I'm human, I like this thing, no one's ever going to keep following that down. Like if you're like being vulnerable and someone's like being shitty about it and like trying to weaponize it against you, and you just say like, yeah, I don't know, this is how I feel. If you want to like go in on that, like that's going to be like Giga Chad. No one's ever going to continue diving in on that.
Okay, so maybe I'll give an example. One of the feminine traits that I think is most strongly pronounced in Steven's platform, that I don't think people identify, that I would say is broadly associated with femininity, is the fact that he can be able to bridge and understand people from all sorts of places. He's kind of like this social glue. He's able to code switch, and people might be like, that's not feminine. It seems to be that our society tends to associate being understanding and compassionate and hearing the other side with feminine things. So I'm not saying it's inherently feminine.
That might be like a feminine, like intellectual trait.
Yes,
maybe.
it
But
is.
in terms of like the demeanor of my stream, I would say that it's heavily masculine in its encoding. So like I can be empathetic and understanding all of that, and we might consider that on the maybe that would be further down the agreeable spectrum in terms of agreeableness. But when you actually come to my stream, we're screaming at people, calling them fucking retards, bringing them on, insulting them, say they're down, blah blah blah, like shouting at people, like that's a very like masculine coded way of interacting, and I don't think people.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. So just to be clear, when I'm saying that this is like a feminine trait, I'm not saying that you are. I would say broadly your space is deeply masculine. But when I look at this trait, which is like being understanding, some of the people that I think are best at that is somebody like Pixie. Pixie is really good. She is friends with like rad femmes all the way to like Trump loving people. Like she's able to basically meet people where they are and kind of value them as individuals and kind of like code switch, right? Which is actually a really commendable trait. It's really
sure,
and
but
it's
like,
good that you do it.
Yeah, but like what is Pixie the most known for in my community? Do you know? I don't know how long you've been watching my series. She's known for her masculine performances, which was the destruction of mind waves. That will, I don't know if she'll ever get more recognition for anything than the mind waves debate. That was like the most positive thing that she got in my community, and that was like a disagreeable conversation where she, yeah.
Yeah, because no, that's to my point. It's because what is valued and like lauded and celebrated and complimented in the community and reinforced is more masculine things, which is fine, by the way. I don't think that that's bad. My question is, why doesn't this community value that feminine trait that you embody, and that a lot of them actually, in fact, it's fundamental to the podcast that we're starting, and it's the one thing that makes DGG so unique, which is that there are conservatives, there are people from all across, and they are willing to engage, usually in good faith, and talk to each other, which is awesome. It's just respectable. But
yeah, I think across political
that.
ideologies, there's going to be a lot of shared similarity in terms of how conservatives act and how progressives act, like on a very, very, very fundamental level. But it might be between men and women. Fundamentally, there are huge disagreements in terms of what level of like agreeability you want to see, in terms of how somebody communicates and what their demeanor is. And watching people do like internet blood sports and scream at each other, just by and large, is just never going to be very appealing to a woman. It's just not that much. It's not that entertaining to watch. For like where socially where women are at right now.
I agree. I feel like I'm not getting away from these like quotas. I don't really care if women want to watch necessarily. My question is, I guess I'll shift it more. My question is now, why are the feminine traits that are already embodied within this space not celebrated and respected as much as when the masculine traits are embodied within this space?
Because I think the thing that is the most attractive to this space, where it excels in the most, is in the combative masculine traits.
Yes.
Yeah.
is there a way to see a appreciation for feminine traits?
Possibly, but that's not what I excel in. So that's never going to be, or at least that's not what I'm like really good in. So that's not going to be what people are going to tune into me for, probably.
Eurodite, when you're talking about feminine traits, what do you think the gain would be? What's the measurable difference if the community was more accepting of feminine traits? What would the benefit to women in the community be? I'm not a woman, so I may not understand, but like I don't actually think that most of the issues that I see in DGG are from not like being accepting of feminine traits.
I guess I'm postulating a hypothesis. I suspect that if feminine traits were potentially viewed as more respect-worthy and more often, even just like in casual ways of like, I mean, like, awesome, that's great. Like if you go to, I don't want to say your name without upsetting people, but if you go to Brittany Simon's streams, well, there's lots of issues that you might have with it. It is a very feminine community, right? And if you look at the way that the chat comments, it's obviously going to be very different. I'm curious to know, I have a hypothesis that if we saw feminine traits being respected more, that we would see retention of women potentially increase because they would feel like traits that they probably are more naturally inclined toward is valued in itself.
I don't know if that's valuing feminine traits, though, so much as people gathering around somebody that embodies feminine traits. Like, I think it follows from the creator. So, like, if I were to start acting way more effeminately coded, then I think that over time the community would start to prefer those traits more. Like, in some ways, it's already happened. So from 2016 to 2018, I was probably way further down the disagreeable spectrum in terms of, like, it was internet blood sports, screaming at people, calling people retarded, et cetera, et cetera. And then as we kind of started, like, the understanding empathy arc, like, the disagreeableness decreased. Now, it's still, like, a highly combative area, and that's still what people, like, watch for, but not as much as it used to be. And then the community expectation will lag a little bit behind whatever the demeanor of the creator is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Okay, that was annoying the fuck out of me. Are you hearing me say you should be nice?
Nope, I'm listening
Good.
and engaging with it. Yeah.
Okay. I just see a lot of people being like, "Come on, Steven, just be nice," which is not at all what I'm saying. It's a hypothesis about basically, I don't think our society does respect feminine traits as much as I would like to see. I think a lot of times when we look at somebody who's understanding, we'll say something like, she's really nice, which is awesome, but we wouldn't say something like, that's really respect-worthy, and I respect that she's able to, like, meet people across, like, so many different lines and, like, try to understand them anyways. I don't see that embodied nearly as much in at least the social spaces that I occupy.
I might be coping here, but, like, when I hear understanding coded with gendered language, I view it very differently. I think understanding is a valuable trait that's valued in everyone. I think it's really, really good. I think, though, generally when I hear it used to describe women, it's often like not actually being understanding. It's often not standing up.
Oh, fuck you. Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. I was going to agree with that 1,000,000,000%. I think that there's a lot of weird things that happens when people talk about feminine traits and what feminine traits are valued and not valued. And it's hard to separate out, like, there's like 3 levels. Yeah. There's when you say feminine, what do you mean by feminine is the first question. And then when other people act feminine, and then we talk about the traits themselves, like, oh, well, they're understanding. What do we mean by other people valuing that? Or what do we mean by those traits? And then the third thing is, what do we actually mean when people are being, like, understanding? So there was a really interesting thing that popped up last night where Lav tried to come onto a stream where Kelly was having a disagreement with, I don't remember who.
Lav, the most understanding.
With Irrelevant, I think, over, like, her behavior. And Lav came in and tried to 5-factor analysis Kelly, and Lav was incredibly adamant that Kelly was a very agreeable person over the last conversation that she just had with Irrelevant. And the entire conversation was her arguing with Irrelevant over whether or not she was culpable for some behavior or not, and then her giving rationalization, or not, her giving reasons why, well, no, I did this because of this, or I do this because of that. And Lav's interpretation was like, oh, look, she's being super agreeable because she's explaining her behavior. Whereas I'm pretty sure anybody that knows what they're talking about and looking at 5-factor is like, well, no, when you rationalize or justify behavior, that is by definition a disagreeable trait, right? When somebody says, hey, you hurt my feelings, you're like, okay, well, I just did it because of this, that's a disagreeable thing, right? A more agreeable thing is like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I don't know, my bad, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
right? That's like more agreeable, acquiescing, quiet, submissive, or whatever, as opposed to justifying, fighting, arguing, not taking accountability, et cetera, et cetera.
Disagreeing,
yeah.
makes you
so,
disagreeable. Yeah.
I agree with what Jacob said. I would be interested in analyzing the way that some people view certain traits. I think sometimes that guys will say, or people will say things like feminine traits aren't valued, and then they'll give something like understanding. And then in people's minds, they'll say, well, people don't value the trait of understanding. But when a man, especially, does understanding really well, or even when a woman does understanding, but she's like, listen, I see where you're coming from. I get it. Here's boom, 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 boom. They actually do value that trait, but that a like toxically feminine encoding of understanding is actually, I'm just going to sit here and validate every single toxic behavior you have. I'm not going to have a spine. I'm not going to call you out on anything. And I'm just going to sit here and yas queen you. And then someone would be like, oh, well, look, I was like validating and empathetic. It's like, no, you were toxic and enabling. And now you just think that men are being sexist when you're just exhibiting bad behavior.
Sure.
So,
I agree. I think in part of why we have a bad language of this is that people get like hyper pedantic once we get into feminine masculine. Whereas like whenever you talk about it, you have to necessarily be talking about like basically somewhat ambiguated societal zeitgeists, right? Like that's fundamentally what they are, and they're always going to change. And if you get into niche groups, what is feminine and masculine obviously changes. So I agree that it's tricky because it's ambiguous in nature. I guess what you're outlining here to me isn't an issue with saying that understanding is respect worthy. It's saying understanding is good and enabling is bad. And I don't think our society has done a good enough job actually disentangling whatever we want to call femininity in our own society to even be able to put our finger on what does our society often view as feminine traits? What do they look like? What are toxic forms of it? What are healthy forms of it? So I would like agree with all of that. I guess at the same time, I'm saying I want to see if we can try to figure it out a little bit.
Maybe,
so
yeah.
Like when you get into spaces that are not like right wing or red pill, I feel like people kind of cringe at the idea of even calling things like masculine or feminine anyway, but they kind of substitute it, right? Like I feel like when people in a left or leaning space want to call something too feminine, they'll just say like soy, or for like masculine, I guess they'll say like giga chat stuff.
Yeah.
And I sometimes feel like
although you're illustrating just the problem right there with what you're saying, where masculine traits being like coded as cool and feminine traits being coded as soy and lame, right? Yeah. I'm not saying that's your fault or it's about anything, but I'm saying like, yeah, that's how people tend to view it. Yeah. But I think when you break apart the actual traits, I feel very strongly about this. And I know red pill people have hijacked these conversations because their vocabulary is woefully inept to describe any human interaction. But I think that men exhibiting feminine traits is almost always seen as a really good thing. Like, even if you think of the most feminine traits of like, oh, you know, like elegance, nobody looks at a male gymnast and is like, ooh, what a feminine, like, like there's so much precision in his movement. Like nobody thinks that. Or like caretaker, right? At the very least for women, and generally for men, nobody looks like a dad going to the park with his son and it's like, ooh, that's like a woman's job. Why is he pushing his son on the swing? Or why is he changing his son's diaper? Ooh, what a caretaker trait. That's for women. So I think that when people are exhibiting positive values of these traits, I think people generally have good perceptions of it. There might be like exceptions on the fringe, like women in leadership roles.
Do people label it as feminine?
No, that's why I don't like the words like feminine or masculine, because I think that those words have just gotten like grouped in, like webbed together with so many other types of connotations that it's just hard to understand. Like when people think feminine, they think women, and when they think masculine, they think male. And rather than like, here's a collection of traits on each side that tend to correlate with each side, they don't think of the traits, they think of like certain behaviors.
Women and men, doing certain things. So I guess, is there a language that we could utilize that could capture this? That like when people are doing caretaking behaviors, and we often associate that with femininity, is there a better word than femininity to call it? Because the issue is like, I want to be a gender abolitionist. I just don't know if people will actually ever work that way. It seems like we like categories. We like to organize these things into categories. I don't see feminine and masculine as categories, even if we rename them, going away.
Why do you even need to put them in a box? Like, I feel like almost all these behaviors can like exist really, really well for both men and women, like understanding and stuff. I'm like generally like probably pretty privileged in this, in that I'm fairly masculine looking and like just in behavior. But every time I do like what would be considered a feminine trait, it's like generally really well received as long as you own it. Mm-hmm. The issue is if you do something feminine and then you kind of like have this weird like self-shaming response where you're like admitting and like attacking yourself for it, it's bad. Like being vulnerable or like having issues or admitting you're in pain. I had some weird relationship stuff that had me sad like a week ago. And I like reached out to a friend and I like kind of like said some bitch shit in there. Like was really just kind of sad posting and like just trauma dumping to another dude. Trauma dumping is not the right word, but like just sad posting to a dude. And like it's kind of uncomfortable, but like if you just say like, yeah, like I don't know, this sucks, I'm human, this isn't great. Like no one's ever really going to judge you about that because everyone's had these feelings, and if you just own it fully, like no one's really going to care. And it's I don't really like gendering things. I also think that sometimes a lot of the hate that women get for being masculine comes from people using the almost like red pill stoic men are aggressive apes version of masculine, where like women will be aggro, but they'll kind of be aggro in a way that is different than when men are like assertive or like disagreeable.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't always true. Sometimes women will catch more hate, but like Kelly will get more hate because she's actually I don't want to talk about Kelly. People will get more hate because they'll like be disagreeable as a woman, which is awesome, but they'll often do it in ways that are like slightly different than men. I think because they are a little more defensive about it and like expect that people don't expect them to do it, so they won't own the take, almost in the same way that like if guys are doing something feminine or vulnerable and they like back off or they shame themselves for it, people aren't going to respond onto it as well. I think women kind of do the same thing when they inhabit masculine traits, but if they do it in a way where they're like owning it more and just kind of treating it as if a man would, in a healthy way of using that trait, it's probably fine.
Yeah, I would agree that that's broadly where. And so I think, do you mind if I back up to where you started at, where you said like, why do we have to?
Yeah, I
categorize
kind of
things?
rambled there.
No, you didn't ramble at all. It was interesting. I just want to like address a couple of things. I think that's a really good question because I would say like probably 6 years ago I was a lot more like leaning towards like staunch gender abolitionism, and it seems like we just can't get away from categorizing. Is the main reason why I think that we like have to have these labels. I don't think we have to. There's no like impetus within me that says I insist on having these. It just seems that the way our brains work in large part with schemas and like patternicity and stuff, that we're always going to tend towards wanting to categorize things to some degree and attach labels to them, especially when we see things emerging in patterns over and over again. We'll create like an archetype label for that thing, right? Like the pick me girl is an example of like a category group of people. I just don't really see these things going away. And so in my mind, I basically shifted being like, okay, well, I don't know if like people talking about masculine and feminine is ever really going to go away because like because of the fact that there is a sexual dimorphism going on. So my question is there a way to move society in a direction where when we talk about the masculine and feminine, they are more helpful to more people, and they're like useful categories, I guess?
I mean, I think for me, it's just about like saying like, okay, man, it's okay to admit you have feelings. You can be hurt. You can like say your like desires in a way that like may have someone able to weaponize them against you in a way that's okay. And like tell women like, yeah, you can tell people to fuck off. You can like stand up for yourself, and that's cool too. And like the more we enable the gendering of the language, like the less likely that is to happen.
Oh, so you think that the gendering of the language itself actually will detract away from like men being able to be quote unquote feminine?
Because like men don't want to be feminine, women don't want to be masculine. Like it's just kind of like coded into like who we want to be.
Wow, like Gamers 6 for 10 go to subs. Yeah, I agree. Like kind of going back to what I said before, like when you say feminine and masculine, that invokes like 3 different things, right? It can invoke on a purely academic level that nobody thinks of it, by the way. It invokes like 5-factor stuff like, oh, men are, lower in agreeableness or tend to be, somebody might be this or that for conscientiousness or whatever. But like nobody actually thinks of it that way. When they think of masculine and feminine, the first thing they think about is appearance, right? That's like the first thing that and that's like it's the hollowest interpretation, but it's probably the one that a lot of people talk about, right? So for instance, for red pillars, whether you're masculine or feminine is almost immediately going to come down to how you look physically. That's it. Even though that has little to nothing to do with like masculine or feminine actual personality traits, they'll just go by appearance. And then the second thing is going to be, I think, communication styles, like the way that a trait is communicated. So for instance, like what you said earlier about quote unquote understanding, somebody might think somebody's understanding, but because of the way they communicate, it's not actually understanding. They're just like enabling or being validating,
Mm-hmm.
So by the time you dig all the way into like, the actual feminine or masculine traits, you might say like, oh, you need more feminine traits. And the first 2 places, most people are going to think like, what, you want to put on a fucking dress? And then past that, they might think like, oh, what, you want me to be like catty, like a mean girl? And then very few of them are gonna be like, oh, maybe I should work on, like these aspects of my personality. That's just like that type of academic understanding or biological or sociobiological or psychological understanding of masculine and feminine traits is, I think, really far removed from the average person's engagement with the words masculine and feminine.
Okay. So then I guess, how would you recommend I talk about it going forward? Because I still think that because like the language conversation is interesting, which we're having, but there's also this thing that I'm trying to think about and wrestle about, which is there a way that femme people in a space that is more male dominant can be made to enjoy themselves more and linger more through like bottom up.
I don't think so.
You don't think so at all?
If there are going to be, I think that there, because if we break this down like incredibly coldly and just like by the factors, what you're kind of asking is like, is there a space that selects for like people who are ultra high in disagreeability? Can we make it so that people that are ultra high in agreeability enjoy that space? I don't know if you can do that without fundamentally changing the space. Like if you took people that were ultra low in openness, and you were like, how do we get these people to enjoy like hiking mushroom retreats? I don't know if that ever happens. It's just not. That's like a mismatch on personality trait to hobby, which is why I started with this, where I'm like, this space naturally might just draw people of this temperament, and then women and men tend to skew along these lines for temperament. I don't know if you make a space that attracts people with this temperament appeal to people of wildly different temperaments. You know.
I agree.
So is the question more just like, we're not trying to like massively change the ratio in the communities. It's just more, we have this ratio, but how do we make sure the 5 or the 7 or the 10% actually feel
that's where I was going to
there?
go.
Like one of the
I don't want to make
I feel like
more agreeable people like a disagreeable space. That's not going to happen, and that's like why the space is like. I don't want to change the fundamentals of the space.
Yeah, but I feel like you have to if you want to attract those people.
How do you make disagreeable women feel like they can continue to stay? Because how many disagreeable women who are already naturally drawn to the space leave the space due to other things? And is it more targeted at women? Sorry, Loner. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was saying it. That's kind of what happens, at least in my area, is like if a woman leaves or complains, it's almost always because of some like the comments people make when a fucking hot girl shows up on the stream and like, yeah, and you forget to ban 1 or 2 of them, yeah, that kind of thing. Or I guess maybe a more general, like I guess women just feeling like they don't get taken as seriously, which is difficult because it can just be because she's like saying dumb shit, but it can also very feasibly be because like that men just get away with things that women don't.
Well, I feel like there's like positive sexism and negative sexism, right? And there's an issue in that I don't think women are socialized to be debate bros nearly as much as men are. I don't think that's because women are less capable. I just think they often grow up doing it less often, which is why in part women aren't going to be taken as seriously because sometimes there's genuine skill issues, right? So like sometimes like when people are being like, Erudite, you're a dumb fuck, I'm being like, am I actually a dumb fuck? Like I think it's really important like for women and stuff to not immediately go, they're just saying that because I'm a woman. But is there sometimes truth if people are saying you are this because of like the gendered thing? Is there a way to decrease it? Is there a way to value certain gendered things that don't take away from the combativeness, but to go, this is a good thing, even though it's more representative in women?
I just don't know how do you change what a space values without changing the space? That's my question, I guess. Like what's an example of that happening? Like for like a concrete example of that happening? Because it sounds like to analogize, it sounds like there's a forest with trees and all of the branches are exactly 6 feet tall. And there's a bunch of people that like to run into the forest and jump on the trees. And like, that's the trait that we're selecting for is people that tend to be tall enough to grab the branches and climb up. And we're trying to say, well, we've got a whole bunch of people that are a lot shorter, maybe 5'3", 5'4" on average, that also want to go into the forest and jump on the trees. How do we make this space more friendly to them without changing the trees? It feels like that's the question. I don't know what the answer is to that. I don't know. Yeah. So I'm curious if there's like an example of like, because the space is conditioned for a certain temperament. That temperament seems to heavily lean in a certain gendered bias. The women that join that space are going to be for the forest. It'll just be really tall women that aren't going to be like the other women. So when the shorter women come in and they look to the tall women, the 6 foot tall woman is going to probably synergize better with a 5'10" man than the 5'3" woman. Like, how do you make the space more amenable if it's a heavily disagreeable space that's built around debate and openness to new ideas or whatever the fuck else, all these temperaments? How do you make that more in line? Yeah. How do you get somebody that doesn't have that temperament to enjoy that space with that temperament?
Okay. Do you think that our space is high? So first of all, I don't know if the tree example works well because there is like this like essentialist element that gets attached to it, right?
Yep.
Do you?
Well, it doesn't
are you
have to be
agreeing with the
essentialist.
element?
I'm just saying that it doesn't matter if it's essentialist or not. Just like it doesn't matter if you're born gay or you become gay when you're 4 years old. I'm just saying that at the point to where people are coming onto the internet, all the big socialization has already happened. So then the question is do women tend to skew in one direction in terms of how they're socialized versus men?
Definitely.
That seems
And
to be the
obviously.
case. And it seems that this particular space selects for a temperament and has the demeanor of people with temperaments that are like heavily disagreeable. And women in general don't seem to be drawn to those spaces. So how do you get a woman to want to be in that space if women's social temperaments are starting off not even close to that?
So it's, I guess I'll go back. I don't really care about changing the space so that women want to come into it more.
What are we talking about then? Yeah.
The attrition rate. I want to make sure that those who are already naturally drawn toward it don't get chased off by things unrelated to the space. So when you have the 6 foot tall women coming in to climb trees,
Sure.
I don't want them getting chased off because like maybe 6 foot tall women don't have as much upper body strength. So they use like, for the sake of this analogy, they use a lot more like leg techniques. And a bunch of people are like, that's kind of cringe. Pull-ups and like muscle-ups are so much cooler to do on trees. And it's like, well, both are fine. Both are fucking fine.
Sure.
They're just different. So my question is that occurring? And is the existence of that occurring causing an attrition of women in the space? And if it is there anything where we can be like, hey guys, using your legs to climb trees is just as neutral as using pull-ups?
Maybe,
You
yeah.
get what I'm saying?
I don't know if I don't know what that attrition rate is. I'm not sure actually.
Me neither. I don't either. This is why I'm saying this is all like hypothetical, because what we're talking about here is unknowable social engineering with no data.
Yeah.
Which is why
I've got a really good solution.
Okay, I want to hear it.
Let's give every woman in DGG their own flair, and they have to report their phone numbers. And if they don't chat for at least a month, they have to do an exit survey for why they left.
That's true.
Oh,
So
man.
does that
the
not happen
data
to
part of me
anyone
is like,
else here?
that's
Do they-
actually such a good idea, but I know it's a fucking terrible idea.
Could you imagine?
I mean, does that not happen to anyone else here? Is there not like people leave the community and they tell you why? Or
Yeah, it happens, but I mean, like, it
Just
happens a lot
leave
for women and for men.
And
so.
it's a selection bias of who's going to come forward and tell you why they're leaving, right? So, like, right now, as I'm having this conversation, I've probably had like 7 to 8 women message me being like, I totally understand what you're talking about. Thank you. But I'm also getting a selection bias. There's probably like, I think I've seen like Sophia in the chat being like, fuck you, Erudite, you're stupid and wrong. And so it's like, it's really hard to even pull this data because it's really hard to not get selection bias on specifically like social engineering type questions. So if you're a woman and you hate what I'm saying, please reach out and let me know so I can think about what you're saying too.
It's just like, because you don't have to like fucking save the world, right? It seems to be that like that there's an ongoing conversation, right? Because I'd imagine probably compared to fucking 10 years ago, you, Destiny, probably have had different things that used to be acceptable coming from the chat or the Reddit that with regards to women, they're not acceptable anymore, right? I know that's happened with me as well, right? So it seems to be that this whole thing started because was it a couple of women at PV said that they were fucking asked out a whole bunch of times and felt uncomfortable. So is that particular issue just something that we can do anything about, or is that just like a fact of the 95% versus 5 and get fucked?
I mean, you could regulate behaviors like that. I just don't think that's the interesting question. You can like very easily say, don't ask anybody out, do that after events, but
Or make like girl groups for them to like meet each other. Although I guess that gets complicated with gender stuff. But I'm gonna grab water 1 second.
Careful.
Okay, so I've got a question. There's I'm assuming this is probably just internet socialization issues, but I feel like there's a lot of spaces that are very male that don't have these same type of problems. Like if you go to a BJJ gym, there's like generally people who are like socializing and like physically touching each other all the time, and it's very male dominant, but you don't seem to have the same insane issues that like online spaces have. I think that's just
heavily
innate online
super
spaces.
ultra disagree. I've heard from at least like 3 or 4 different women that the BJJ spaces have a lot of insane. In fact, it actually, the closest example I can think of is actually army stuff. That there's just like, there'll be a few women in the gym. You'll have like your queen bee woman that like is either looking out for or competing with other women. You'll have, you know, like women that will go, there's just like a whole bunch of weird dynamics with it. Women don't like rolling with guys who are lower belts because they're too rough. And then so women gravitate towards like higher belts, and then there's like favoritism, or that there are women that, I've heard that that's like a nightmare. I could be wrong, but just from everything
Could
that I
very
heard.
easily be right. I might have been lucky with the one gym I went to.
Okay.
But I guess you would maybe expect a space like a political one to be a little bit better than like BJJ gyms or fucking like chess clubs or anything like that, because those aren't like those communities aren't geared around social issues and talking. It's not like people necessarily have a special interest in social issues.
Sure, but remember, the space isn't
it.
about the issues. It's about the demeanor. That's the important thing, I think. The demeanor of the space is hyper masculine. The issues can be social issues or things that we care about, but even like a female issue like abortion, the way that's tackled in this community is going to be insanely aggressive. It's going to be very masculine, right?
Right. So I guess I actually think that the tree height thing is a really good analogy to work off of, because essentially the question I'm posing, I'm not sure if you agree, Loner. So my question is, if women have to use a different climbing, if the tall women have to use a slightly different climbing technique because of like testosterone and all that good stuff, does the space look at the different technique that she has to utilize as neutral? Which I suspect for the most part. Some people are going to be like, actually, like sexist me, like it's worse to climb with your legs. But the biggest issue is most people think that climbing with your upper body only is the most based thing. When it's like, well, it's just like a different thing. That's my question. Is that happening? And is there a way to shift that within the culture itself of saying like, climbing with your legs is also impressive. It's cool to see this like slightly more different style of engaging in combative debate is also good. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what's the real world like? I need like what's a real world example for this, like in this community or like in this like kind of area? Like what would that look like an actual example?
Yeah, this is where I think the analogy doesn't break down, but I would need to think about it.
Yeah, like that doesn't map onto like my understanding of what the issues in this space are. I feel like there's almost like not systemic racism issues, but like systemic issues when you just have spaces like this. I think I'm generally like not too insane of a dude, but like even I will like notice myself replying to women more than men because they're like a novel experience and like a novel like generally set of ideas in like a chat room, right? They're like able to like bring a different perspective, so you're more likely to engage with them. And if everyone feels like that, even if no one's acting like weirdly, that's going to create a really weird environment where you have like a huge mismatch in messages and like levels of attention and like just weird shit going on with no individual actor doing anything that's actually wrong.
Yeah.
I think that was the big thing that I started this convo off. I don't know if you're listening, but there were like a lot of behaviors going on in my Discord that would kind of make women feel a little bit weird or uncomfortable, but nobody individual was actually doing anything that wrong. Like it might be a guy saying like, oh, hey, yeah, we're chatting a lot, like, oh, cool, do you want to trade DMs or blah, blah, blah. And there's like nothing really wrong going on. But if every single guy is like this, it's like, okay, well.
What if,
I don't really think I have, sorry, go ahead.
No worries, sorry.
I was going to say I don't really have anything to add, so I'm going to go back to work.
Okay, thanks for stopping
by. Good chat,
by.
guys.
Loser.
Bye. Okay. What if we went back to the understanding piece? Because I actually think it's decently feminine in how you engage in it, and it doesn't, well, I was going to say it doesn't fall into enabling, but that's not true. You're super enabling.
Well, not in my conversations. That's you're mixing a lot of things up. In my conversations with other people, in terms of like the political content that I do, I think that even in my understanding thing, that's usually like a 1-2 punch, or it's backed up by like heavy disagreeableness as well.
But you're also really understanding an interpersonal. I don't know if I agree that they're really distinct. Like I think the capacity that you bring to conversations to understand them. Well, I agree that the milieu that it's occurring within is totally different. It's a debate versus like with your friends. I would say even in an interpersonal level, you are high charitability, probably problematically charitability. You're overly understanding. You give high levels of benefit of the doubt, both to your contender in a debate and a friend in your life, correct?
Yeah, but I feel like we're talking about like an intellectual process right now rather than we're talking about an intellectual process right now rather than like the demeanor, I think. So like the separation might be if somebody comes in, let's say somebody comes in and let's say that Lonerbox wants to criticize my behavior, and he's saying things like, hey, I think that you're being too harsh on the Israelis, okay? Actually, you know, like my Christian grandparents I supported in Lebanon, I actually support the Israelis spreading settlements into the West Bank. There are, like, even when we talk about agreeableness and disagreeableness, like, I could intellectually disagree, but it could be really agreeable. So, for instance, he might come in and say that, he'd be like, okay, you're really wrong. Somebody be like, yeah, maybe. I mean, like, I don't think you're right. I don't know. I don't think you're right on that. I don't agree. I can't defend it right now, but I don't really agree. That would be like, am I being disagreeable there? I wouldn't say so. I'd say the demeanor is actually highly agreeable. The person might be disagreeing as an action, like intellectually, but the demeanor is incredibly agreeable. Or he might
Okay.
come in and he might say something along the lines of like, yeah, like I think that you are supporting the West Bank expansions, the settlements. I think that's bad. You shouldn't be supporting it. And I might be like, what he said? He says that you're supporting this, and I don't think that you should support this. And so I disagreed, but I was agreeable. So I could say I could agree and be disagreeable, where he's like, you shouldn't support this. Like, yeah, I probably shouldn't. I can't find another fucking way to do this. Okay, yeah, you're right. But I don't know what else the solution is. Okay, maybe this is the only way to do it. Right. So I'm like agreeing with him, but I'm being very disagreeable. I think it's really important to say. It seems like a minutia, but I think that separating out the demeanor is what's the attractive quality, not the actual like just the thoughts or the words.
Okay,
If that makes sense.
Yeah, like the aesthetic of like agreeability or disagreement is always going to come on top, right? So like no one's ever going to say like, oh, watch this debate because Destiny was very empathetic towards this person and kind of navigated them to a different understanding through like a Socratic like mutual understanding. No, it's always like fucking destroy this person, even though you might be doing it from like an empathetic position.
Sure.
Or,
Although there are empathetic debates where I am genuinely
Like
just like
Ben
trying to be
Shapiro.
understanding and everything. Yeah, that was I would say even at that, while I was more agreeable there in terms of agreeing, I would still say that my demeanor there was kind of was more on the disagreeable side if it was a spectrum, because there were a lot of points where we had heavy disagreement, like for instance over the Donald Trump stuff.
Yep.
Even on the stuff where we were agreeable, I think that my demeanor is still a bit on the disagreeable side. Not as much as going to be.
I
it's gonna
agree.
be- yeah,
I
go
think I
ahead.
want to get away from the words agreeable and disagreeable, because
Okay.
even in 5-factor, these things break down, right? So I'm pretty low in agreeableness, but I'm actually high compassion. So my agreeable trait is at like 50 or something like that. But that's because my compassion is at like 70, but my politeness, for example, is at like 20. So there's ways that you would like break this down. So when we're saying like agreeable, I feel like maybe we need to get even more like fine tooth in how we're describing these things. So what I'm looking for is there a time in an interpersonal situation where you feel like you gave a lot of benefit of the doubt and tried to understand the person you were in? You don't have to go into like specifics, obviously, but is there like an example you can think of?
Like on stream?
Yeah, sure. Let's stay to public stuff. I want to get to like specific examples to see if we can like tease out what's going on.
So are you looking for a thing where I'm like trying to be the most empathetic towards a person, or?
Yes, most empathetic, and genuinely you disagree with them and you're trying to understand their perspective. And like speak to them in their language.
Fuck, somebody go back. What was a conversation where we did this?
Fuck, I need to go to the bathroom 1 second.
Rob Noor, I don't think so. Maybe the Mark Lamont guy? Mark Lamont Hill, the professor dude?
Oh, I don't think I watched that one. Fuck.
What else? You and Brittany did this? Yeah, but we didn't have generally huge points of disagreement, I don't think.
Until we did.
Yeah, but there was no conversation about that.
What wasn't there one?
Where we disagreed a ton?
Yeah, the one where like I came in and I said the same things you said.
Maybe.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know exactly where this conversation is going. What was the? If you could like summarize what you're trying to figure out in like a one question, what would you say right now?
I don't know. Initially, I thought it was relating to quota stuff. Like, how do you bring more women into the space? But it seems like her question is more along the lines of like, how do you get people in this space to appreciate traits that aren't too different, to appreciate traits that women exhibit that aren't necessarily the same types of traits that men have in this space, but aren't traits that are relevant to why people like this space. Did that make sense?
Yeah,
I feel like it's such a fine-tuned
Is there
question.
any
I'm not sure. Yeah.
indication that that's like a problem though?
Well, that's why I asked about like the
Yeah.
attrition rate, because like I know there might be a high attrition rate for women, but there's probably a high attrition rate for men too, and I don't know if it's like disproportionate. I'm not sure. I don't really know.
Yeah, I swear the only time I ever hear about women like leaving the space, it's because of either being creeped on or because of some misogyny shit. Like
Yeah.
that's usually what I hear. But
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't think of any off the top of my head. But you can make like a sample debate or a sample conversation or.
Bah, 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 bah.
Do you find percentages going up for because do you check your analytics for like gender stuff often on YouTube?
Me? Yeah, I think it's like 7%
you?
women.
7%. I think I'm on 8. Holy shit.
Fuck you.
But yeah, if you, yeah, do you notice like the number going up and down depending on what arcs you're on?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't checked. I'm sure on the red pill arc it was probably higher for women because that was like dating related stuff is more interesting in general, versus like the more heavily political stuff is going to be more men probably, depending on the political stuff. I bet if I did like an abortion arc, that might draw a little bit more on the woman's side versus the man's side.
What's your percentage, Loner Box? Actually, I'm curious. What's your demographic?
On my live channel, I thought it was 8. It's actually down to 7 now. Whoops. Must have been the lolly shit. And then
what?
I think on it was 8, but now it's down to 7.
And Steven, sorry, yours is
7 as
I think 7, yeah.
7 as well. Okay, mine is significantly higher, which makes sense because I'm a woman.
But my video essays used to be like, they would go up to 20 sometimes, and maybe as low as 10, 11, 12, hovering on 15.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's because it's like you said, you're still being disagreeable and still being combative, but just in a more feminine, like snarky way. So I don't know. But I think the question of retention is probably an easier one to address than getting more women into the space, like
Okay.
changing percentages.
What's good about Joe, the Silly Serious? What are some of her strengths?
She does all the research. She knows lots of like niche details. She doesn't fuck around with like half-assed levels of information. I've never seen her do that.
Yeah, the Silly Serious, for those who don't know. What do you think? What do you think are, Stephen, the strengths of
I think she's like decently nice and all that, but for her, the far outpace everything. She's very, very intelligent. That's the number one thing that I care about.
Okay, I think that's so interesting. When I look at Joe, like some of the first things that I think of why I think she's so brilliant is she is so good at speaking the language of the other person and appealing to them in a way that they will understand. So she like puts her own world behind them and tries to get into theirs. That's like the main thing that I first think of. I agree that she's really intelligent and I agree that she's really well researched as well. But I think there's lots of people that are like that. I think that's what makes her unique to me when I listen to her debate.
Okay.
Would you agree with me?
Not at all, no.
You
But
don't
we
think
just have
that
a
she's good
different
at that?
She might be, I don't know. But my thing for her, she's genuinely one of the best people at reading research, assimilating the information, and then regurgitating it in a way that shows that she has a mastery of the material and can apply it to the situation that we're talking to. She's one of the only people, sadly, that I've had on my stream that seems capable of doing that. That's why I value her. She might also be good at the other things you're saying, but I don't care as much about that.
Okay,
but if she has
thank
the-
you. Yes, that's my point. That's what's
Okay.
really interesting to me is I don't think Loner does necessarily either. I'm not sure, but I'm curious why you don't care about the thing that I mentioned.
Because that's not what this space is selecting for, is somebody that can like speak the language of the other person and be more whatever. It's like this is a more combative, like debate oriented space, I think.
Yeah, but I'm asking about you. Would you say that when you say this space, does that mean that's what you value?
Well, I mean, I am the creator of this space. So
Yeah.
I think since these are the traits that I exhibit and then the types of things that I value, that the downstream for me, it's going to emulate that. Yeah.
Do you think that if you came to value that part of her as well, that it would drastically change the combative nature of the space? Because she's also
Yes.
very combative.
Yeah. But this goes back to what I just said before, to where you have to change the space to change the downstream. So if I started changing the way that I acted, or I was trying to showcase Joe or have her involved in those conversations, that would be changing the content, changing my demeanor, the demeanors that we're showcasing on stream, and then that would necessarily change the demeanors of the people in the space afterwards, yeah. It would attract different people and change slightly the demeanor of some of the people in here, and then some people would leave, and it would just be like a reshuffle like that, basically, yeah.
What if I didn't say, so sorry, just to make sure, I'm not saying for you to start embodying those things.
For you to value something far different in a way, it is a type of embodiment. Like if I were to start watching long form videos about painting, I wouldn't have to be a painter to start to embody ideas relating to painting. People would come to associate me with it, and you would draw those types of people to watch it. And even if I'm not painting, it would still be like that. The demeanor, I think, of me as like a painter or somebody at least who appreciates painting would start to trickle down.
Okay.
You know, I actually did think of something when she did that video, Silly Serious, about Netanyahu. Right at the beginning, she even says that like this isn't going to be some kind of like clinical like lecture, kind of like all the sources up on the screen video essay kind of thing. It was going to be like telling a story, even though like all the sources are in the bottom. But yeah, it's just like storytelling with just lots of visuals and stuff like that, and video footage and stuff like that. And yeah, I did think, because that's obviously very different from the kind of thing I usually look for in
Sure, yeah. I guess maybe we might be talking about the same thing in different ways, though. But what you just said is what I would consider what I said, where in order to tell a story about something and not just regurgitate discrete facts, it shows that you have learned material, you've assimilated it, and then you have a mastery of it such that you can apply it to something else. Rather than saying like, oh, yesterday at 5:30, this guy woke up, and then at 6:30 he drove to work, and then at 5:30 he came home, and then at 9:30 he went to sleep. Being able to say like, oh, yesterday he had an ordinary day. He woke up in the morning, he went to work, he had an okay time, he came home, he slept, it was a normal whatever. Like to be able to summarize things with like broader sweeps, but to encompass like all of the smaller details, and like your broader macro summary shows that you have like a mastery than blah 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 blah. Yeah.
But you also have to like pull people in.
But it's not necessarily like the mastery thing. It's more like it's like the opposite of say like Perrin, his videos like.
Yeah.
And that's like just like a lecture with different segments and very like elaborative on each bit and like very statistical. But the way obviously she was telling the story about like the Netanyahu thing, it was just delivered like a storyteller. So I think in both cases you have like very strong grasps of the topic and very like deep knowledge and all that. But I'd imagine people would associate like the Perrin style with a more like masculine thing, and the people would associate the storytelling thing is more feminine. Yeah,
maybe. Yeah.
I guess so. Then the question is, why would valuing both and saying both are commendable, both are impressive, they're different, obviously, why would that cause you to shift?
Well, if that's the type of like emotionality that we're talking about, which is like a summarizing of the facts in a narrative way, I think we would value that.
I think that's like an example of like a...
Well, sure, but now if you're trying to use that as an example, but then also rope that into like empathetic one-on-one conversations where we're like consoling people, that's like a totally different thing now. So I wouldn't like rope these things together.
Yeah, but I guess I'm having a hard time with this embodiment thing. There's a number of things that other people do that I really respect, and I also don't ever plan to be like that, even though I really respect certain traits of it. I think it's really commendable, and I can tell them, hey, like this is a really cool thing about you, even though I don't have it and I'm not that interested.
Sure. But what is that, or what was that in response to, or what is that?
I guess my understanding, maybe I misunderstood you, is that when I was saying like, why don't you value the thing about Joe that I said, the like understanding, empathy, blah 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 blah. You're like, well, it's just not the thing that was most salient, and I'm like, I agree, and maybe that's the point here. And you said, well, if I came to value that more, then I would necessarily embody it more, and then the space wouldn't be what the space is.
Yeah,
and I'm saying, is that true?
Yeah, I think so. So, for instance, I like music. I really like Xena. I really enjoy our conversations about music. I could theoretically do a whole month where we literally just do music streams, and we learn stuff, and we talk to Xena, and maybe even pull on other Lonerbox, a guitar player, and we literally just do music, and I play my keyboard and blah blah blah. If I did that, my female audience
Ziana,
rate might what?
Ziana,
yeah, Ziana. Okay. If I were to bring if I were to do that, my female to male ratio might change like 30-70. It might dramatically change.
Yeah.
And I haven't necessarily changed myself, but I've changed like the stream demeanor, the overall like demeanor for stream, or the demeanor that I'm presenting, and then necessarily the audience demeanor will change. I think following that.
I don't know if I buy that. I feel like if
if I were to do only music, piano streams and stuff for a month, you don't think the composition of my audience would change?
Okay. I don't think that's what I'm asking about. That's not what I'm theorizing about.
Okay.
I'm saying, what if you said on stream, oh yeah, I guess Joe is really good at those things too. Yeah, that's actually really, really commendable. And you started just noticing those things and mentioning them. And again, now this is seeming like I'm making there's like a criticism against you. It's not.
You can criticize. I don't care.
I'm not criticizing
you. That's fine.
Though.
But when you
That's
keep
the
saying,
point.
I don't think you're criticizing me, but when you keep saying I'm not criticizing you, now it feels like you're really criticizing me. I'm not actually sure if I'm being criticized right now. Yeah, just you can say what you want. You're fine.
Anxiety bites again. Okay. Fuck.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you don't have to change the demeanor of the stream. You don't even necessarily have to showcase it. You just have to spotlight it a little bit. You just have to mention that, like, oh, this is an appreciable part of this person, that even if it's not part of the stream, like, this is something we can appreciate.
Yeah, or like, what do you think would happen if you did that?
So I think that talk is cheap. I think the only thing that changes what the audience appreciates is behavior. Now, talking is a type of behavior.
Okay, I think I understand.
So, like, if every hour I was to say, like, hey, this person is really cool when they do this thing. Hey, guys, this is blah, blah, blah. Then I think that it would help a little bit because of the behavior of bringing it up. But, like, to truly sell it, you'd either have to talk about it a lot or showcase it.
For the zeitgeist change, you would have to change it in and of yourself, is what you're saying.
Or have that on stream more or something.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I wasn't understanding that. Maybe that's true. Do you think the nature of the people that like orbit you can also have an effect on this? So say,
yeah, of course.
I don't think I'm going to get into that one because I feel like that is begging for drama.
True. What's wrong with that?
You know what, Loner? You can take it. I just,
No, I don't know what you're saying.
She's saying that the type of women that tend to inhabit this space set negative examples for women and drive off other women that you would want to have in the space. You end up into a self-fulfilling feedback loop of not only enforcing that the space is heavily male-dominated, but enforcing that the types of women that come are the worst types of women that would drive away better women representation, I think is what she
Do you think that? Do you think like male orbiters get away with cringe behavior more than the women do?
Absolutely. Anytime you've got a majority character versus a minority character, the minority is always way more on trial than the majority character. Like, it's sad to say, but it's really good that like ABBA, for instance, is like as upstanding of an individual as he is, because if ABBA were to like be horrible in any way, size, shape, or form, like people would make comments not about ABBA but about black people. Like, people would do that. That's just the nature of being a minority figure in a majority space. It's really annoying.
Bro, I used to fucking hate that in music scenes when the exact same trait, say like arrogance from a male artist, was always like fucking fetishized. Do you know a band called like the Brian Jonestown Massacre?
Nope.
Like, or I don't know, there's other examples, but basically just men being the most like toxic fucking deluded cunts was just so like valorized. But for a woman, it was like a fucking shred of that was very much just like a huge problem. Like, women always had to be like seen as a bit more humble and shit. Yeah, that was always a really weird thing that I noticed. Yeah.
I think it's also really tough. Like when I'll like introspect here of why I'm really hesitant to talk about it is obviously I'm a woman and an orbiter in this space, which means that anyone hearing me talk about it makes me immediately seem like I'm being like, I'm better than other women, which is not what's happening. The question is basically like, is there a way for the women that are here to at least facilitate among us like a healthier way of engaging with each other, which I think is happening. Like, there are wonderful women, like I'm friends with Erin and Pixie and Lauren. Like, there's a lot of really lovely women in this space as well. But the like comparing and contrasting and like kind of like toxic dynamic that occurs amongst women, and then particularly when that occurs, I think gets like, I don't know if it gets gobbled up more than the viewers. There's something unique that happens there. But
there's three different things that happen. Is it one, you're selecting for women that are already more masculine coded, which already makes everything weird. Two, you're selecting behaviorally for women that might engage in pick-me behavior, which is already really fucking weird.
Because of the platform, or because of the disagreeable?
Just because of the traits themselves, and then because of the ways that you buy into those communities, the Uncle Tom or Jane or whatever the fuck you would call pick-me woman or whatever. And then three, I think that the community also picks for that. There's a reason why pick-me women work, and it's because men like pick-me women. So the community starts to push for that type of pressure. And then all three of these things lead to the conclusion of, if an ordinary woman comes into the space, well, the women there are already not like her because they're more masculine coded. And then also the women are pick-me's. So you're in like a really weird queen off. And then the community expects you to act a certain way. So as soon as you come in, people are ranking you against the other women. The men are, you know, like the rating of like, oh, she's hotter than her. Oh, she's blah, 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 blah. And then the other women are looking at you like, I am hotter than you. Oh, this bitch is blah, blah,
really
blah, blah, blah. And then everything is just like super omega fucked. And that's one of those like self-reinforcing things that basically chooses for sometimes the worst types of people. And the community, the women involved, and everybody like drive that. And it's very hard to overcome that when it's already really skewed in terms of ratio.
Yeah, because I feel like one of the most uncomfortable things that I've experienced being in this space is when I'll get consistently compared to like other women orbiters. When I look at our personalities and like the styles of content and stuff that we do, I'm like, we're not really alike that much. Like, the only thing that's similar is that we have tits, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
There's no other reason. And I guess, and again, I could be wrong, but I feel like, so this might be my bias of just what I see. Do male orbiters get compared in this way of being like, man, Lonerbox and Wicked or Lonerbox and IRI are just so much alike, and IRI, you know, is just a crappier version of Lonerbox? Does that happen as much amongst the men? Because I see it sometimes, right? I've seen like just like get compared to Chud.
Absolutely not. No.
But just like getting compared to Chud is closer than.
No. People are going to say yes because there might be one or two examples, but in terms of like a serious manner, absolutely not. Nobody has ever said that like Lonerbox needs to not come on stream as much because he is a horrible representative of guitar players, of people with curly brown hair, of people of Lebanese descent or Scottish or whatever. That has never, ever, 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 ever happened. But people will constantly talk about certain women and be like, oh, this is a bad representation of women. It makes no women want to be on stream ever. Like blah, 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 blah. Like, and they'll go like off on stuff like that. Or there's also different treatment towards people based on whether or not they're male or female as well. So for instance, if I think that fighting with Lav is fun, then the constant stream of like, oh, like, you know, this particular woman that Dusty's fighting with, he just wants to fuck her, blah 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 blah. But then like if Karantos is kept around, then the criticisms are generally focused on Karantos. Or like if STV Philly still has roles and he comes in, like if STV Philly was a woman, people would treat that encounter a lot different than him just being a man.
Yeah.
So like there's like 15 different like factors that like reinforce like all of the types of behavior here. Especially again, once you're starting with a foundation of so few women and so many men, it just like feedbacks into like everything and like fucks everything up really hardcore. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I feel like the comparisons, if they ever happen, are always kind of like tongue in cheek or just like quite positive.
Yes.
Like
that'll literally be what you're saying.
Like
It'll be a
less
joke.
retarded Hassan, or a taller Destiny. It's it's never like barely ever.
Yeah.
Bad thing,
But it's always like in a favorable tongue-in-cheek way.
is.
Like if Lonerbox and me get into a big if Lonerbox and me were to get into a big disagreement and people genuinely thought that he was like kind of wrong or dumb on something, you would never find posts saying that like Lonerbox is like a dumber version of Hassan. That would just never work the other way. It just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't fit the cultural like norms at all. Yeah.
God, that would be such a horrible thing to
True.
hear from multiple people. Ugh.
Don't worry, you're the only stone giant that we love here, okay?
It's funny that you talk about this space being really masculine and combative and all that, because honestly, from Ohio, I feel like there's a stereotype of like DGGers and all this, like basically, I guess like the stereotype you get from outside of the space is like Call of Duty, fucking women hating, like creepy, fucking edgy shit. But like, honestly, if I were to grade them on a spectrum of like masculine and feminine, I feel like most of the TGGers I met would fall more on the feminine side, like very like nice, friendly, like kind of like a bit demure and all that. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's probably two things that have changed a lot. Is that one is my audience probably skews a bit older since I've been streaming for a long time, and because we do a little bit more serious political stuff versus kind of like the very younger, very hot progressive like pop politics TikTok stuff. So the audience is going to skew a bit older there for those two reasons: the type of stuff I cover and the age of like me, how long I've been streaming. But like, I bet if I were to stream to, and because I don't play games anymore, but if I was still like a semi-pro SE2 player and we also did politics on the side and then we would do meetups and stuff, I bet the audience would skew much younger and much more like gamer type or whatever. But even the gamer stereotype, to be fair, has changed a lot in the past 10 or 15 years as well. Like the people that play Valorant or Overwatch today hate women a lot less than the people that played 1.6 or Brood War or, you know, Diablo or Dota like way back in the day, you know.
I'm actually curious.
Yeah, mid-2000s gamers were fucking demons.
We were, yeah.
Do we know
how
the
the
average
world
age
survived those
of
people?
the canvassers?
I have no idea.
Canvassers.
I'm going to go brush my teeth and then put my teeth back in. 1 second.
Okay, have fun.
I felt like I was getting early to mid-20s vibes.
Yeah, I was going to say they felt quite young. I guess, are you saying early 20s is older versus like 18-year-olds? Can you canvass underage?
Wait. Do you think that the average age was early 20s?
Yeah.
When you say early 20s, what do you mean? 'Cause I thought the average age was probably, I would guess like 24 to 25, 26.
Oh, I would guess more like 20, 22 would be my guess of the average age there.
Do you have the numbers?
No, I just asked somebody to see if they have the numbers. But no, I don't know.
It would be around that though. I wouldn't count that as like young, as older.
I wouldn't either. That's why I'm surprised that he's saying that he's like an
that's
older.
like Zoomer. Yeah.
I would agree, actually. I mean, they were all like little cutie patooties for the most part. They were very friendly, very warm. It actually gives me like summer camp vibes, like hardcore. It's like the closest I feel like I've ever been to like summer camp energy being at the canvassing event, which is a good thing. To be clear, I love summer camp energy. I think it's great. Like super community oriented.
It was very
and stuff.
soft. Yeah. It was like, that's what I mean. Is like people talk about like, oh, this is like a too hyper masculine space for fucking women to come into, but like the people in person at least. But maybe that's because people who might be a little bit more bravado online and can give it a different impression to how they are in person. Yeah.
Yeah. It was also really interesting reflecting with some of the women streamers that came, is like I experienced pretty minimal like being hit on. Probably in large part, I'm married, I'm older. But also in talking to the staff as well, it seems like the women who were being hit on specifically was exclusively like not streamers and not staff. It seemed like having both like people being a streamer and being staff was like a barrier for that experience, which is really interesting actually.
Yeah, and my first instinct, maybe this is completely like just a bit too fucking black pilled, is just that that means that people like felt more confident going after people who might not have had like the ability to push back, or like it would have been like there would have been more consequence for trying something on and fucking up. Yeah, I don't know. That just felt a bit, or just generally being intimidated. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like the intimidation and like the risk of like publicity, right? Like if you hit on a streamer and it goes really, really poorly, she could like blow your shit up a lot more easily than somebody else, because I could like talk about it and like describe the individual if I like so chose to. So that's probably like the biggest thing, is the consequence of like if you fuck up is just so much higher.
Yeah. And I always wonder about like, obviously on stream, the only way you can call out like misogyny is just to do it in kind of the way that would be the worst way to do it in real life, is just to like publicly shame, call out the name, ban them and all that. Whereas like in real life, I feel like if men are doing like cringe shit with women, then the better way is the complete opposite. It's always to like do something like more privately, or like try to be empathetic and make sure they're not like too drunk or anything. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like encouraging just like that kind of behavior, or like discouraging the other behavior, I don't think it necessarily has to be more complicated than just, if something happens, is just mentioning it, maybe just explaining to like a crowd or like the audience on stream like why that's bad, or just, and people can just take that. And but I feel like,
but it's not bad. This is a tricky thing. It's not bad to hit on girls. It's not bad to compliment girls. It's not bad. It's not even bad to compliment a girl and not get the cue to fuck off. What the issue is for the woman is, if you experience that, oh my God, 70 times in a row, it just feels alienating. Like nothing about it is bad. It's just at a systemic level, of course it makes them feel alienated and uncomfortable, like obviously.
Yeah, but that's why I just wonder if it's maybe better to just say like, just don't do it in the event. I don't know, but then the price you pay for that is that a potential like romance doesn't happen. Fuck.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that's better than the alternative.
What's going
on? We were just talking about how you were destroying your kitchen.
Based.
Aggressively.
Great.
Were you throwing pop cans around?
Yep.
Yeah? I don't believe you. Good engagement, though. Very interesting. Okay. So basically, you think there's probably minimal solution to it, other than probably some things that can happen is women, supporting women in a healthy way. I'm not convinced, but I'll think about it. I feel like I've learned a lot more, and I'm going to brainstorm ideas, because I'm not convinced that it's not solvable.
So this is the balance that we're trying to skirt. This is why I think it might not be solvable. If the natural inclination, with no bad social pressure, but just with temperament, is to have 90% men, 10% women, if that's the natural draw to this space, then once you start adding in all the social pressure and everything else, can you maintain that equilibrium of 90-10? Or is there always going to be some women that are pushed out in a 90-10 ratio that will cause you to have like 95-5? I don't know if you can maintain that edge of 90-10 if that's the natural draw to the space. That's why I don't know if the problem is intractable. I think there's obvious stuff you can do, like banning not safe for work or certain types of comments or whatever, but that's not going to undo all of the subtle social pressure that pushes some people out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe something that can be slightly alleviated in some places, depending on what issues are popping up. But yeah, which is very different from solving like a big societal like or broader issue. But I don't know. I think like I think just like more open communication about what's happening at each particular time. So it seems to be for this one, it seems to be that like maybe no one did anything wrong. It's just that a bunch of people like asked people out, but it was just too many at the same time for one or two women, and that was like kind of cringe. So yeah, and then I guess that's been brought up, and maybe the lesson that can be learned from that is that at next event, if it's the same demographic, which it probably would be, or so close enough, would be to, I don't know, just like try to just remind people that like you're not there to fucking like top priority there to like find a partner. Just just be a bit more chill. Just maybe like just to pause every now and then to think about what you're like doing and all that. Yeah, I don't know. But,
maybe, but I mean, like that's kind of, we do market the event socially too, right? So how do you disentangle that? Because part of the draw is like the community night, the debate night, the getting together afterwards.
Yeah.
So, what do you mean you market the event? What does that have to do with what I was saying though?
As in, like, well, if you're marketing it as a social event and guys and girls are going to be there, are you marketing this as a social event between men and women, but you're not allowed to hit on anybody? Like it feels like
I
we're
feel
trying
a
we're
bit
trying to
weird
draw like
putting
really start
yeah,
this
a hard line is very imperfect, but yeah, I feel like it's the kind of thing that unfortunately some people are only going to figure out the hard way is just by trial and error, which is kind of cringe. But like, and the other way is maybe just like, if that's a concern, maybe just like before the thing, one of the streams talking about the event or like building up to the event can just be like, talk about this so that people can have an idea in their head of what might be like a good way to approach it. Like, because at least personally, I think I would imagine there's a difference between going to an event, say like a show or a canvassing thing or whatever, with like you're specifically there to meet women, and that's kind of like your fucking special interest or obsession of being there, right? But whereas if you just remind yourself to like take a step back, or like you're actually just there to socialize and all that, and if something happens and it's kind of obvious, then go for it. But like even just that, I think that can work for people in general.
I think that's only going to work for the type of guys who, to be honest, the girls probably want them hitting on them in the first place, right? Like that's going to work for like really nice, normal guys who are like trying to respect women and are probably not at all the problem, right? That's the biggest issue. And the only guys that I think would be capable of ignoring the rule successfully are going to be like basically like the Giga Chads, or the super weirdos. And so it creates a situation where potentially, because like I don't want to be a cockblock. If people find love at a canvassing event, I'm here for it. Okay, if they find a really great one night stand that they both enjoy, I'm here for it.
I don't.
Like
I
even
think
if
that's
people come
mostly
just for girls,
true.
I don't know how much I care about that. I just care about the girls not feeling alienated. That's all.
Yeah,
I want.
I think that's mostly true, but I think what happens is that a lot of like nice, well-meaning people or people who actually do mean really well can sometimes just have like a bad day or like a slip up, and that might just be because they didn't think about it at the time, or there just hadn't been like that thought hadn't been very like present, or like hadn't been.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? I feel because I think again it's like you can't solve everything. You're not going to like stop misogyny like on the planet.
Yeah. No,
but I
no,
think
you
you
won't.
can just like there's like a more regular awareness, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not even misogyny, right? Like thinking women are attractive, and like wanting to hit on them isn't hating women, at all. In fact, it's probably the opposite. At the worst that it possibly is like the classic like kind of benevolent sexism of like kind of viewing women as like these nice fairy things that you somewhat objectify and like don't really subjectify.
Well, why did you go mute? Did you? Hello?
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 You said subjective, and then it cut out.
I think I just stopped talking.
But you're back now.
Oh. I think I just stopped talking.
Oh, okay. It sounded like you were getting cut off.
Dumbass.
Fuck.
Or maybe this is the training grounds, okay? Because of the ratios, only the true Giga Stacies can stay and maintain wielding men around their fingers.
Yeah, but the Giga Stacies are the queens, which are the worst types of...
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The manic pixie dream canvasser.
You need confident Giga Stacies who don't cut other women down or like cut them out. Because yeah, the ratio element is like there's just no overcoming that. Also, just the average age was like 26, so you win.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
26.
Yeah, it was 26.
Yeah, makes sense.
Babies. All right, that's everything I have.
Okay.
Well.
I'm gonna fucking leave you guys to it, okay?
I love you, babe.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Any last thoughts?
No, not really. This is a really hard issue to solve because of the natural demographics that the space lends itself towards.
The ratio is just so fucked.
Yeah.
It makes it so hard. Because
Even
if there
if
was
you take
100 women and 100 men, they would be. The women would no longer feel predated on. The queen off would be less likely to occur and easier to manage.
Yeah, it's really hard. Yeah, because women don't have any like group dynamics that they can use to fight against like bad women, for instance, right? Like women can't throw bad women out of the community.
No, not at all. Because like
there's not enough.
There's not enough.
And the bad women are bad specifically because they appeal more to the men.
And like when I've done small things of appealing of being like, this person's a piece of shit, like Lav, it often leads to people feeling really, really negative towards me because they are worried that I'm doing the exact queen shit.
That your kids know.
Yeah,
So
because
it's
I
just, like,
aesthetically
doesn't-
come across that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's like a losing
like,
battle.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard one. I don't know. I just try to ban overtly cringe behavior and then we go from there. Yeah.
What about banning overtly cringe behavior from your orbiters? Like, do you think you can? Because I know your relationship with your orbiters is super tricky because you can't control their behavior. Like, there's such a risky power dynamic there all the time.
Mm-hmm. I've thought about that, but then I end up in like weird model minority areas. I'm not sure if
What
that's
do you mean? Like the banning her because she's a bad woman, not just 'cause
basically,
she's bad?
yeah. So like for instance, like I tend to agree with ABBA a lot more than STV Philly. Do I ban STV Philly because I think he might give a bad impression of black people? Like what message am I sending there? Or do I ban Lav, because she gives a bad impression of women? Do I ban all the OnlyFans girls because I think they give a bad impression of women? Like that gets into like really, so then because then we truly do end up in the queen space, or not the queen space, but in the area where it's like maybe you and like Joanne.
Like the elected woman.
Yeah, these are the
so
two
bad.
women
It's so bad.
representatives that come on.
Yeah, and then how does that, like, how do those two people not just become queens themselves? Like,
Yeah, I don't
through,
know,
like,
it's
perverse
hard.
incentives. What about banning? Do you think that there's any risk? Just to be clear, when I'm going to ask you this, I don't think you do this, but I'm curious what you think.
Sure.
Do you think that you are a bit of like a positivist? So like one form of sexism that I really hate that I don't feel like people talk about as much is like giving women more grace for certain types of behaviors than you would give a man doing the exact same behavior, and assuming again that these behaviors are not like violent things. It's like certain types of like nasty interpersonal behavior. I feel like women a lot of time will get more leeway and infantilized more, and women will often lean into being infantilized for that as like an excuse.
Sure. I mean, like the problem is I think if you show the same amount of grace to men and women, I think people will just still accuse you of doing it more to women. So I don't think I do, but maybe I do subtly and I don't realize it. But I know for a fact, for instance, that like if Karantos was a woman, people would make that accusation. If Mr. Girl was a woman, people would have made crazy accusations. If
which is why I'm saying I don't think you do it, because like the
no,
leeway
yeah, I
you
understand.
gave Mr.
Yeah,
Girl
so it's hard to
Karantos was
say.
insane.
Yeah, so it's hard to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep thinking about it. I don't feel like it's an unsolvable problem.
Okay, well, good luck.
Yeah. Any other last thoughts of things I should think about as I'm trying to mentally figure this out?
I don't know. I truly don't know for this one. It's a hard one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay. Be careful.
Bye.
Bye. What time do you go back to, or when do you leave for your city?
Did you get my Google Calendar invite?
Did I say yes to it?
I don't know. I just sent it like last night at like 1 a.m. I'm wanting to start March 1st. Like I'm gonna buy tickets for Jeremiah like today.
Okay.
Which means I can't leave until the studio's been run and tested a bunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I accepted that invite. If I did, then I'll be there. Yeah.
How much heads up do you need for booking you on Fridays? Do you need me to send you like a month in advance, like stuff? And do you need like a Friday off all the time, or because I don't want to book when you got like if you have like a Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, just as long as it's like a couple of weeks. I tend not to book more than I very rarely book more than 4 weeks in advance.
Okay.
Just give me kind of have a heads up of what you're thinking.
Is there any way that I can access your calendar? I obviously feel free to say no, but my biggest concern is that if we have somebody who can come.
Yeah, I can just give you. Yeah, I can give you. Yeah,
Okay.
just send me a message and ask, and,
Okay.
and pin it. So if you say other things,
Oh,
I'm not going to remember at the end of the day. So just
I
yeah. Okay. Be careful. Wow. You're gonna research the women shit? No, I mean I've thought about it a lot. I don't think there's like easy solutions anywhere here, especially when the gender dynamic is already so off. Just do our basic shit and we just carry on from there. Unless somebody else thinks of some novel idea. But the main thing that why I don't fixate too much on it is because I don't think it's been solved literally anywhere else ever. So I don't know if I'm gonna think of like a novel solution to getting women to participate in heavily male-dominated spaces that appeal to masculine temperaments. I don't know if I'm gonna be the one to solve that problem. Jesus. One second. You ever thought about advertising your stream? Yeah, how much does one of those Times Square billboards cost? The Vegas Sphere is $500,000 for a full day. Jesus Christ. $942 right now, or perhaps you've peaked. Close enough. Stop. Okay. Thoughts on the Sora AI stuff? I have none. Because I don't give a fuck.
You know everybody been waiting on that baby, man.
Wait, who's Tom? Is that a snake?
Based. Let's throw a couple of these rules here so that we're familiar with them, just for booby traps. I think it's good to know. you think if women engage more in the male-dominated spaces, it would fix itself? No, it might help a little bit, but I think that these spaces are just naturally very like male trait coded. Is my mic lower? Hello, test. Do I normally up this volume a little bit? Test. Maybe we do. Oh wait, is it this? Hello. It is this. Hello. Okay, fuck it. Oh, a little bit lower than that. Okay, we're good.
Why is he on the boat? Don't you want to get wet? Get in the water, my friend.
Also,
What about
that flow. Listen,
Get in the flow.
I'm not going to be judgy, but that boat was not spectacular. It wasn't like a yacht. It was like a little. It was
Normal
a
ass
dinghy.
boat.
So
It's a
a bank,
dinghy.
a river bank. What does the river bank do? It controls the flow. The flow of what? The flow of the current. The currency.
He's like poetically dumb. I mean, he's so dumb. It's art. Have you ever seen that before? I haven't. Golly.
Once or twice.
It's controlling the currency.
I just found a picture of him with our boy Sebastian.
No.
Yeah. Actually, that
Of
reminds
course.
me. Last night I was going through YouTube and I saw Sebastian had a highlight where it's like reflecting on H3 or something along those lines.
Oh, I'm curious what his thoughts
Yeah.
are on that. If he's done some self-reflection
Yeah,
or
let me look.
send me that. I'd love to hear his thoughts.
Okay, don't care. All right. Booby traps. The use of booby traps, which are in any way attached to or associated with objects or persons entitled to special protection under international humanitarian law or with objects that are likely to attract civilians, is prohibited. Interesting. So that means putting mines and shit in houses or booby trapping houses, which should ordinarily be civilian things or hospitals or anything like that, would be prohibited then. State practice establishes this rule as a norm of customary international law applicable in both international and non-international armed conflicts. For international armed conflicts, both treaty practice and other state practice support the premise that booby traps are prohibited if, by their nature or employment, their use violates the legal protection accorded to a protected person or object by another customary rule of international humanitarian law. This is the reasoning behind the list of booby traps prohibited in Protocol 2 and amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. List of booby traps prohibited by Protocol 2 and amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons is found in the military manuals, legislation of some states, are the military manuals and legislation of some states party to these treaties. Wow, Bean Pod, thanks for gifting 5 subs, buddy. Recommended videos. Let me die. Okay. Other military manuals are more general in their description and stress that booby traps associated with objects in normal civilian daily use are prohibited, and that booby traps must not be used in association with protected persons, protected objects such as medical supplies, grave sites and cultural or religious property, or internationally recognized protective emblems or signs, such as the Red Cross and Red Crescent. Several manuals further specify that booby traps must not be used in connection with certain objects likely to attract civilians, such as children's toys. Okay. These prohibitions are also to be found in the military manuals and statements of states not or not at the time party to Protocol 2 or amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Non-international armed conflicts. The premise behind the prohibitions of the use of certain kinds of booby traps or the use of booby traps in certain situations during international armed conflicts is equally valid for non-international armed conflicts. Furthermore, during the discussions on the extension of the applicability of Amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons to non-international armed conflicts, the application of the protocol's provisions on booby traps to such conflicts was uncontested. Although the discussions took place in the context of treaty negotiations, they indicate that states considered it pertinent that civilians and objects protected by the rules of international humanitarian law applicable in non-international armed conflicts should equally be protected against booby traps that would have the effect of violating those rules. In addition, the regulation of booby traps is also contained in military manuals and national legislation applicable in non-international armed conflicts. Colombia's Constitutional Court has held that the prohibition of certain booby traps in non-international armed conflicts is part of customary international law. Can members of Hamas be tried in The Hague? If so, why haven't they been? Good question. I'm not sure, actually. They should be able to be. I think. If... hold on, let me check on that, actually. So if Israel is not a signator to the ICC, actually, I don't know if Israel could submit a case to the ICC. I don't actually think Israel could, because they withdrew their signature. So maybe the answer to that is no. However, if those people made their way into Lebanon, not Lebanon, I'm sorry. If they made their way into Jordan, then Jordan could turn them over to the ICC, I guess, maybe? Booby traps which are used in a way not prohibited by the current rule are still subject to the general rules of the conduct of hostilities, in particular the principle of distinction, see Rules 1 and 7, the principle of proportionality, see Rule 14. In addition, the rule that all feasible precautions must be taken to avoid and in any event to minimize incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, and damage to civilian objects, Rule 15, must also be respected. Booby traps. Palestine signed the Rome Statute, therefore Hamas can be brought before the ICC. Yes, but I don't think they could be by Israel, no? Like, I don't think Israel could ask the ICC to do a case, right? And then 81 is the restrictions on the use of landmines. When landmines are used, particular care must be taken to minimize their indiscriminate effects. What is this bullshit? Okay, whatever. State practice establishes this rule as a norm of customary international law applicable in both international and non-international armed conflicts. This rule applies to the use of anti-vehicle mines. It also relies or applies in relation to anti-personnel landmines for states which have not yet adopted a total ban on their use. International armed conflicts. Oh, geez, we got a lot here. Many of the rules in both the original and amended versions of Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, as well as other state practice, are aimed at obviating the indiscriminate effects of mines. The provisions of these treaties, which include the prohibitions of certain types of mines as well as further limitations, are specifically aimed at limiting the potentially indiscriminate damage caused by these weapons. Furthermore, practice shows that the customary rules applying to the conduct of hostilities, such as the principle of distinction, rules 1 and 7, the principle of proportionality, see rule 14, and the obligation to take all feasible precautions in attack, see rule 15, are equally applicable to the use of landmines. The obligation to take particular care when using landmines is based on a number of rules that have been codified in Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. This protocol sets out general rules on the emplacement of all landmines. It also outlines specific restrictions on the use of remotely delivered landmines and non-remotely delivered landmines used in populated areas. In addition, the protocol requires that all feasible precautions be taken to protect civilians from the effects of these weapons. The protocol also refers to special precautionary measures such as marking and signposting of minefields, recording minefields, monitoring minefields, and procedures to protect UN forces and missions. Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons was adopted by consensus and was not controversial at the time. Ever since Palestine got observer status at the UN in 2012, they signed onto a bunch of statutes on their territories considered to be the West Bank plus Gaza, so I guess they can be prosecuted. Yes, they should be able to be. And I believe that Palestine should also be able to turn people over to the ICC as well, since they're signed on to it. So if Israel did commit war crimes according to the Rome Statute, and you were in Palestine, I believe a Palestinian could imprison you. Well, could the PA imprison you and then have you carried off to the ICC? I mean, theoretically, I guess, right? Are you aware that Norman Finkelstein is watching your prep and using it to prep for you? No, we're just trying to arrive at like fact-based conclusions. There shouldn't, if somebody counters us, it means we're wrong. Do you actually use these notes? Yes. I'm trying to get all of the applicable international law in here, and then what it does is if somebody brings up some international law, it just gets me in the habit of going to my notes, looking for the law, because I know I have it saved in here, and then going through all of it just like helps refresh my memory and keeping everything like pretty fresh. So like I feel like I've gone to the, is it Article 58 of the Geneva Conventions 3? Fuck me. No, Article 58 I feel like is one that gets brought up all the time. Am I making this up? Is it AP? Oh, precaution is the effective attack. It's 57 and 58. This would be the additional protocol 1. Okay. Getting into the habit of like clicking these and going through these just to kind of, it'd be nice to be able to just remember like, oh, Article 57, because a couple of these come up over and over and over and over again in regards to rules that are broken on either side. So just, and then also if they need to come up in the debate, I can just like, I have it in my notes. I know it's a relevant law and I know it is here, or international rule at least, and yeah. Fuck, what am I looking for? Uh... 2018 full album. Did we listen to this? It must have been 6 years ago, so I must have already, I would guess, but... Many military manuals set forth special precautionary measures to be taken when using landmines. There are also indications that the provisions of Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons are considered to constitute an authoritative minimum standard in relation to the use of landmines, which are not specifically prohibited under treaty obligations, as are anti-personnel landmines under the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Landmines. As a result, these precautionary measures as a whole provide an indication of the types of measures states believe must be taken to minimize the indiscriminate effects of landmines. Amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain conventional weapons reaffirms and develops the precautionary measures to be taken when using landmines. This amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons is a different thing than the additional protocol. Yeah, it must be because it's called amended protocol. It's a different thing. Okay. Non-international armed conflicts. The original Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons is only applicable in international armed conflicts, and physical practice and internal conflicts has been, for the most part, has not been consistent with these rules. However, the concerns shown by the UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, and individual states about the effects of landmines on civilians in non-international armed conflicts is an indication of the international community's view that civilians must be protected from mines in such situations. The extension of the scope of application of Amended Protocol 2 to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons to non-international armed conflicts reflects this view. Since then, the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons itself has been amended so that the original Protocol 2 is also applicable in non-international armed conflicts for states adhering to the Amendment Convention. The amendment adopted at the Second Review Conference in 2001 was not controversial, hence there is a strong case for the existence of a customary rule in non-international armed conflicts that mines must not be used in ways that amount to indiscriminate attacks, and that particular care must therefore be taken to minimize their indiscriminate effects. Ooh, 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 ooh. And ooh. Have you noticed the strange discontinuity between the left take on the defensibility of property vis-a-vis Rittenhouse opposed to Israel-Palestine? Yeah, I was going to tweet out memes about that, but it's not worth it. But I do agree. Like, oh, property doesn't matter? Why don't the Palestinians just leave? Jesus. With over 140 ratifications of the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines and others on the way, the majority of states are treaty-bound no longer to use, produce, stockpile, and transfer anti-personnel landmines. However, several states, including China, Finland, India, Republic of Korea, Pakistan, Russian Federation, and the United States, have not ratified the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines and maintain that they are still entitled to use anti-personnel landmines. But a dozen non-party states have used anti-personnel mines in recent conflicts. This practice means that it cannot be said at this stage that the use of anti-personnel landmines is prohibited under customary international law. Destiny, how are they defining the scope of indiscriminate when it comes to landmine usage? I mean, it's probably going to depend on like where you set them. If you have the ability to detonate them at range, like are you taking the proper precautions to clear them if you're marking them, et cetera, like that, right? It's going to be like evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And where you're going to be keeping them out things like, or you're going to be keeping in mind things like proportionality and targets and all that shit too, right? However, almost all states, including those that are not part of the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines and are not in favor of their immediate ban, have agreed that they need to work towards the eventual elimination of anti-personnel landmines. Particularly noteworthy is the final declaration adopted by consensus by states party to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons at the Second Review Conference in 2001, including by a number of states not party to the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines. The declaration, the states parties solemnly declare their conviction that all states should strive towards the goal of the eventual elimination of anti-personnel landmines globally. In addition, a number of UN General Assembly resolutions have urged states to contribute to the elimination of anti-personnel landmines. Although there were some abstentions to these resolutions, the majority of abstaining states have since joined the declaration adopted at the Second Review Conference or have made statements recognizing the goal of the eventual elimination of anti-personnel mines, in particular Ethiopia in 1995 and Turkey in 2002, which has now also ratified the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines. Resolutions adopted by the OIC Conference of Ministers or Foreign Affairs in 1995 and 1996 and by the 26th International Conference of the Red Cross and Red Crescent in 1995 also support the eventual elimination of anti-personnel landmines. It is particularly noteworthy that at their first meeting in Maputo in 1999, states party to the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines adopted a declaration calling upon states still using or possessing anti-personnel landmines to cease now from doing so. Such a statement to non-party states is a significant indication of the belief that all states should work towards the elimination of anti-personnel mines. All the practice cited above appears to indicate that an obligation to eliminate anti-personnel landmines is emerging. The guy that spoke to us about international law before is coming on stream, I think, at like 7 later on, so that should be fun. Okay. Okay, rules. Okay. We're finishing up this Gazan War, 2008 to 2009. One, two, three. Palestinian rockets in Gaza. AP mines are fading in lower intensity conflicts. Ukraine/RU shows us to prolific use will continue in larger conflicts. Okay. Okay. Will any conflict be as interesting after finishing Israel-Palestine? Yeah, studying issues like the border and shit I think would be interesting. Palestinian rockets in Gaza. According to Human Rights Watch, on the 24th of December 2008, a rocket struck a bedroom of a family living in the Tel Al-Hawa area of southern Gaza City, critically wounding one man. The brother of this victim told after the incident no armed group came to apologize. I was next door in my home when all this happened. When one of those responsible tried to bargain for the shrapnel, I said that if no one took responsibility, I would go to the court, so Hamas came to me privately and admitted it. On December 26, 2008, a Palestinian rocket struck north of Beit Lahia. A house was hit, killing 2 cousins and wounding another. The grandfather described the rocket as about 1 meter in length. According to Human Rights Watch examination, the diameter of the pipe is 120 millimeters. The grandfather said the rocket was taken by Hamas policemen for investigation. After we left, the war started, and we never heard from them again. We got the compensation given to all victims of the war. That's kind of interesting. 2 rockets hit friendly targets in Gaza, and witnesses on the ground reported that Hamas police came and according to Human Rights Watch, came and confiscated the shrapnel parts. Rocket attacks into Israel. After the initial Israeli aerial assault, Hamas quickly dispersed both its personnel and weapons and equipment. According to Human Rights Watch, rockets from Gaza were fired from populated areas. As an Islamic Jihad fighter said, the most important thing is achieving our military goals. We stay away from the houses if we can, but that's often impossible. According to BBC, Palestinian groups have been firing in response to Israeli massacres. The strike range of Hamas rockets had increased from 16 kilometers to 40 kilometers since early 2008 with the use of improved custom and factory-made rockets. Rockets reached major Israeli cities, Ashdod, Beersheba, and Gedera for the first time, putting 1/8 of Israel's population in rocket range. On January 3, 2009, Ma'an News agency reported the Al-Qassam Brigade's military wing of Hamas said that after a week since the start of the Battle of Al-Furqan, the Criterion, it had managed to fire 302 rockets at an average of 44 rockets daily. As of the 13th of January 2009, Palestinian militants had launched approximately 565 rockets and 200 mortars at Israel since the beginning of the conflict, according to Israeli security sources. A source close to Hamas described the movement's use of stealth when firing. They fired rockets in between the houses and covered the alleys with sheets so they could set the rockets up in 5 minutes without the plane seeing them. The moment they fired, they escaped, and they were very quick. It is reported that 102 rockets and 35 mortars were fired by Fatah, Hamas's chief rival. Fatah and Hamas were firing rockets from Gaza into Israel, I guess. Japanese math rectal listener. Okay, I don't like this. Fuck this. An important question asked here is, what are their military goals? Ooh, that's a good question, Mike. To end the occupation, maybe? That's actually a really good question. General questions. Would this be a specific question? I think I might focus this on October 7th, actually. What are Hamas's military goals? What are the IDF's military goals? Besides the rockets fired by the Qassam brigades of Hamas, other factions claimed responsibility for rockets fired into Israel and attacks on Israeli soldiers, including Al-Aqsa Martyrs brigades affiliated with Fatah, the Abu Ali Mustafa brigades, the Quds brigades, and the Popular Resistance Councils. Militants fired over 750 rockets and mortars from Gaza into Israel during the conflict. Beersheba and Gedera were the farthest hit areas by rockets and mortars. The rockets also caused property damage, including damage to 3 schools. Senior Hamas official Mahmoud al-Zahar stated during the operation that the Israeli forces, shelled everyone in Gaza. They shelled children in hospitals and mosques, and in doing so, they gave us legitimacy to strike them in the same way. Jeez. Human Rights Watch noted in the open letter to Ismail Haniyeh that despite his foreign ministry stance, as part of response to the Goldstone report, Palestinian armed groups remained responsible for firing rockets indiscriminately or deliberately at Israeli civilian objects. Ismail Haniyeh, is this a woman rights person? Did we read her thing, or is this a guy? No, fuck. Ismail was a guy. Fuck. 2 of the 4 Goldstone people were women. Is this not saying this was noted in an open letter to him? Despite his foreign ministry stance as part of the response to the Goldstone report? Oh, never mind. It was just their response as part of the Goldstone report, not an actual author. One of the 3 or 4 authors of the Goldstone report. Okay, never mind. He's one of the dudes in the music video you watched. Wait, like he was in... Wait, that music video, those weren't actually people, right? They were just spoofs? I'm guessing? Right? Hopefully. Obviously, okay, yeah, just making sure. I don't know how crazy your shit was, okay. Human Rights Watch, put civilians, Palestinian civilians at risk of Israeli counterattacks by launching rockets to populated areas. The UN fact-finding mission stated that the firing of rockets at Israel constituted a deliberate attack against the civilian population and was in violation of international law. Okay. After the war, the Izz ad-Din al-Qassam brigades revealed new rockets it used during Israel's military operation and published pictures of weapons, tandem and RPG-29 anti-armor rockets that it could secretly smuggle to Gaza. Besides being hit with rockets fired from Gaza, Israel experienced other attacks on the borders with Lebanon and Syria. Rockets were also fired into Israel from Lebanon and Syria. Unilateral ceasefires. On the 17th of January, Israeli officials announced a unilateral ceasefire. Israel Prime Minister Ehud Olmert declared the ceasefire effective that night. Let's see. Israel announced on January 17th. On January 17th, 2009, Israel announced a unilateral ceasefire. The ceasefire consisted of 2 phases. First, a ceasefire is declared. If Hamas stops firing rockets, then Israel pulls its forces out of the Gaza Strip. If rocket fire resumes, then the IDF goes back in, this time with the international backing gained by having tried a truce. Al-Mert declared that the military objectives had been met. Hamas initially vowed to fight on and responded that any continued Israeli presence in Gaza would be regarded as an act of war. Farzi Barhoum, a Hamas spokesman, said before the ceasefire began, the occupier must halt his fire immediately and withdraw from our land and lift his blockade and open all crossings, and we will not accept any one Zionist soldier on our land, regardless of the price that it costs. Palestinian militants resumed rocket fire into southern Israel the following Sunday morning. 4 of the 6 fired landed in or near Sderot. The Israeli military returned fire and launched an airstrike against the rocket launching site in northern Gaza. Okay. Do you think he'll call out Finkelstein on his saying international law should be changed to allow Hamas to fire rockets indiscriminately? Maybe. We'll see. Boom. I'll probably bring up those talking points. I'm sure they come up here at in the 2-hour video here. Continued negotiations. Egyptian mediators held discussions with Israel and Hamas about extending the ceasefire by a year or more. Hamas and Fatah met to allow both to play a role in rebuilding. Israel began pressuring Egypt to do more to stop weapon smuggling into Gaza, the halting of which is one of Israel's central demands in extending a ceasefire. On January 27, 2009, Foreign Minister of Egypt Ahmed Aboul-Gheit discouraged Britain, France, and Germany from sending warships to patrol the waters off Gaza, which the 3 European nations felt could help halt seaborne smuggling. Gate said such efforts would harm Europe's relations with the Arab world. Egypt also opposed proposals for European troops to be stationed on the border between Gaza and Egypt to monitor smuggling tunnels. Israel, along with many Western and some Arab countries, wanted international aid groups to control aid from donations around the world so that Hamas would not receive credit for the rebuilding. To speed up reconstruction, Hamas agreed that it would not insist on collecting reconstruction money itself and would allow donated money to flow through different avenues based on the various alliances, although Hamas ultimately expected to administer the aid. But advisors to senior Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh said that Israel's willingness to open the border for humanitarian aid only was unacceptable, as Hamas would need much more to rebuild its economy and provide relief for citizens. Haniyeh aides said the ceasefire is contingent on a full border reopening. Let's see. Egypt urged Britain, France, and Germany to stop sending warships to patrol off the waters of Gaza. Israel wanted international aid groups to control aid from donations around the world to avoid money ending up in the hands of Hamas. Hamas still wanted a full border opening, not just for humanitarian aid. Shortly after becoming president of the United States, Barack Obama directed newly appointed special envoy to the Middle East, George J. Mitchell, to visit Israel, the West Bank, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia for peace talks. Mitchell began his meetings in Cairo on the 27th of January 2009, and Obama said his visit was part of the president's campaign promise to listen to both sides of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and work toward a Middle East peace deal. Mitchell did not plan to talk to Hamas, but instead focused on talks with the more moderate Palestinian Authority. A spokesman for Haniyeh said he respected Mitchell, but was disappointed with the envoy's decision not to hold discussions with Hamas. Ehud Olmert stated that Israel would not agree to a long-term truce or lift the blockade on Gaza without the freeing of Gilad Shalit, an IDF soldier held captive in Gaza since June of 2006. Hamas demanded that Israel release 1,400 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for Shalit, and such negotiations be kept separate from ceasefire negotiations. Let's see. Ehud Olmert, the Israeli prime minister, would not agree to a truce or blockade lift without the freeing of Gilad Shalit. But Hamas demanded Israel release 1,400 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for Shalit. For those negotiations to be kept separate from ceasefire negotiations. What a ratio. Jesus. I think there was a guy on Twitter that wanted to talk to. Hold on. Where are we? Let's see. We've got casualties, aftermath. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Casualties. Human rights organizations and the UN counted just above 1,400 Palestinian deaths. Israel acknowledged 1,166 deaths. According to PCHR, let's do this. Human Rights Watch, or no, I'm sorry. Human rights organizations and the UN counted 1,400 deaths. Israel counted 1,166. According to PCHR, among the Palestinian deaths were 926 unarmed civilians, 255 police officers, and 236 fighters. Bet Salem counted 248 killed police officers. Al Mizan Center for Human Rights said in January 2009 that 1,268 people were killed, among them 288 children and 103 women, and 85% of those killed were not combatants. The IDF tallied 295 killed civilians, at least 709 armed militants, and 162 undetermined. The number of militants versus civilians killed were wildly different between Israel, Bet Salem, PCHR, and the Al Mizan Center for Human Rights. The Hamas Interior Minister Fathi Hamad stated that between 200 and 300 Hamas fighters, another 150 security forces, and 250 policemen were killed. 200, 350, 5, 6, so 700, he's saying? Okay. During the war, 3 Israeli civilians were killed by rocket attacks. A total of 10 Israeli soldiers were killed in the war, of whom 6 were killed by enemy action and 4 were killed by friendly fire. Yikes. Mega cringe, bro. Mega cringe. Three Israeli civilians were killed by rocket attacks. 10 Israeli soldiers died in the war, with 4 of them killed by friendly fire. I don't pay attention to any of my chats. JJD. Civilians versus combatants. In any conflict, the ratio of combatants to civilian deaths is a highly sensitive topic. During the fighting in the Gaza war, the main source for the number of Palestinian casualties was Hamas's Ministry of Health in Gaza. The ICRC used these figures, but at a later stage it made its own assessment. Because Israel allowed very few international workers and journalists in Gaza during much of the conflict, it's been difficult to verify the figures independently. In the Jerusalem Post, Israeli Arab journalist Khaled Abu Tomeh suggested that killed fighters in civilian clothes led to the overcounting of civilian casualties and undercounting Hamas military casualties, as Palestinian casualties arrived at hospitals without weapons or any other signs revealing that they were fighters. I feel like that's an important thing to check, maybe. Civilians versus combatants. Did this actually happen? Color. Wait, don't be cringe. Oh. B'Tselem wrote that its fatalities classification was based on the guidelines of the International Committee of the Red Cross, published in June of 2009. The PCHR civilian count includes Hamas members killed in what the PCHR assessed were non-combat situations. The Al-Mazen Center defined combatants as those taking up arms against Israeli troops. The Israeli International Institute for Counterterrorism and SPME have contested the classifications of B'Tselem and PCHR. What does PCHR stand for? The Palestinian Center for Human Rights. That's what it's. Okay, sorry, sure. Gazan police. Legality. During the conflict, Israel targeted numerous police facilities in Gaza. Many of these attacks occurred during the first minutes of the operations, resulting in the deaths of 99 policemen and 9 other members of the public. The attacks on police during the first day of the operation included the bombing of a police cadet graduation ceremony, killing scores of police cadets along with family members who had come to attend the celebration. Police cadets killed in the incident included traffic police and musicians in the police orchestra. Jesus. The UN fact-finding mission established that approximately 240 Gaza policemen were killed by Israeli forces during the course of the conflict, constituting over 1/6 of the total Palestinian casualties. According to Aman al-Batniji, spokesperson for the Palestinian police force in Gaza, almost 251 policemen were killed within the first few hours of the attack, which also left more than 700 others injured, including those who could never return to work due to losing their legs and other limbs. Israel attacked allegedly, I guess, attacked a police cadet. Wait, am I making this up? Was this like a police cadet? Oh yeah, graduation. Police cadet graduation ceremony. I believe Lycan and Avi argued about policemen being valid targets before. I think that might be a Finkelstein talking point about killing the police. Maybe, yeah. I'll probably have to look into that more on my own to figure out, like, are police officers valid targets? I'm not sure. I don't actually know the answer to that. The UN fact-finding mission analyzed police institutions in Gaza from the time Hamas gained control. They concluded the Gaza police were a civilian law enforcement agency and that Israel's blanket targeting of the Gaza police was therefore a violation of international humanitarian law. The UN fact-finding mission declared that targeting the Gaza police is a violation of international humanitarian law. Human Rights Watch stated that police are presumptively civilians, but on a specific case-by-case basis can be considered valid targets if formally incorporated into the armed forces of a party to a conflict or directly participating in the hostilities. They stressed that blanket decisions must not be made about police being legitimate targets, and the decision that police and police stations are legitimate military targets depends on whether those police play a role in fighting against Israel or whether a particular police station is used to store weapons or for some other military purpose. B'Tselem also states that police officers are presumed to be civilians and likely not legitimate objects of attack under international humanitarian law. HRW and B'Tselem said that generally police officers are presumed to be civilians. Israeli views. And then Gazan rockets. The Israeli Orient Research Group reported that 78 of the 89 killed during the first IAF strike were terror operatives, many of them belonging to the militant group Al-Qassam Brigades. The Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs further reported that 286 of the 343 police officers killed during the offensive were members of terror organizations, and another 27 fighters belonged to units undergoing infantry training. For the police officers. It noted that the security apparatuses participated in terror activity and that the Hamas leadership presented these organizations as at the forefront of the jihad for liberating all of Palestine. The IDF claims that the police officers were being trained as militants and that Hamas leadership presented these organizations as jihadists for Palestine. Did the Vice guys leave yet? Yes. Oh, he's in chat. The IDF made clear that it regards police under the control of Hamas in Gaza to be equivalent to the enemy's armed fighters, including them in the militants' count. A government paper published pictures of 4 men that were killed during the military operations that they claim were downloaded from Palestinian websites. The men are identified in the different pictures as both policemen and members of Al-Qassam Brigades. Israeli Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center alleged that the distinction between the internal security forces and Hamas military wings is not sharply defined, and cites Gaza police officials who said that police were instructed to fight the enemy in case of an invasion into the Gaza Strip. Many security force members were reported to moonlight with the militant group Izzeddin Al-Qassam Brigades. Israeli Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center alleges that the internal security forces serve as Hamas militants, and that police officials stated that police were to fight the enemy in case of invasion. Gazan rockets. During the conflict, Palestinian groups fired rockets targeting Israeli civilians in the cities of Ashdod, Beersheba, Gedera, placing 1/8 of the Israeli population at risk. The military wing of Hamas said that after a week from the start, it had managed to fire 302 rockets at an average of 44 rockets daily. 102 rockets and 35 mortars were fired by Fatah at Israel. Over 750 rockets and mortars were fired from Gaza into Israel during the conflict, wounding 182 civilians and killing 3 people, and causing minor suffering to another 584 people suffering from shock and anxiety. Okay. Several rockets landed in schools and one fell close to a kindergarten, all located in residential areas. The UN fact-finding mission stated that this constituted a deliberate attack against the civilian population, was unjustifiable in international law. Aftermath. Jesus fuck. Why? Ugh. Israel was victorious militarily, but its reputation was harmed. The international community continued to isolate Hamas, except for Iran and Syria, because it rejected the quartet demands to recognize Israel, accept the Oslo Accords peace initiative, and abandoned violence in exchange for international recognition. Accept the Oslo Accord peace initiative and abandoned violence in exchange for international recognition as representatives of the Palestinian people. Hamas. Wait. Hamas refused to recognize Israel, accept the Oslo Accords, and abandon violence in exchange for international recognition as representatives of the Palestinian people. Jesus. In the months following the war, Hamas suspended its use of rockets and shifted focus to winning support at home and abroad through cultural initiatives and public relations with the aim to build a cultural resistance. Hamas officials stated that the current situation required a stoppage of rockets. After the war, the fighters needed a break and the people needed a break. The war was an Israeli tactical victory and a significant tactical defeat for Hamas. Al-Qassam brigades reported in the outcome of Al-Qassam operations during the Battle of Al-Furqan. They killed 102 Israeli soldiers. On the 19th of January 2009, a spokesperson for the group said on Al-Arabiya, Israel lost at least 80 soldiers in the fighting, and said about Hamas losses, only 48 fighters slain in the Israel war. According to the UN report of the Independent International Fact-Finding Mission of Human Rights Council, which was on General Assembly's agenda on the 29th of October 2009, the largest discrepancy in the data confirms the mission's observations below in the report about the reliability of the information about the Gaza military operations posted on websites of Al-Qassam and other Palestinian armed groups. In November of 2010, the Hamas Interior Minister acknowledged that around 700 militants, either part of Hamas or affiliated factions, were killed in the war. Okay, that's pretty big, I guess. Somebody on my subreddit posted that this was the first time for October 7th that Hamas ever recognized militant deaths. It seems like that's not true, assuming any of this is true. Previously stating lower numbers. The Hamas Interior Minister acknowledged that around 700 militants, either part of Hamas or affiliated factions, were killed in the war. Several senior Hamas military commanders and Politburo members were killed, as well as approximately 50 explosives experts. Hamas experienced widespread desertion in the face of the Israeli advance. Hamas also lost a very large amount of weaponry and equipment. Key storage facilities were discovered under mosques and public buildings. A former Shin Bet deputy director who co-authored a report on the war noted Hamas had planned to stand and fight, but the East Al-Qassam brigades proved unequal to the task, and consequently they failed to match the public image Hamas has tried so hard to present of stalwart, proficient Islamic warriors. Yikes. In terms of like the war crimes for this particular conflict, it seems like Hamas is are kind of pretty bad guys here, no? This would have been Operation Cast Lead. We've got accusations of Hamas hiding in Al-Shifa basement, booby trapping houses with IED, militants taking cover in UN RWA buildings. We've got ammunition and weapons stored under mosques and public buildings. We've got soldiers dressed in civilian uniform. We've got police officers trained as militants. Jesus. In addition, the Israeli operation greatly curtailed years of Hamas rocket fire, returning a sense of normalcy to southern Israel. In the year before the war, Hamas had fired over 3,300 rockets at Israel's Gaza periphery towns. That number dropped to less than 300 in the 10 months following the conflict. In the year prior to the war, Hamas had fired over 3,300 rockets, with that number dropping to below 300 in the 10 months following the conflict. Why these time spans? Why 10 months? Why not 1 year? Defense analyst David Ischel stated, the success of Operation Cast Lead in the densely populated Gaza Strip shows that an industrial military that coordinates operations among land, air, and sea units, makes effective use of advanced technology, and shares intelligence and leads from the front, can decisively defeat an asymmetrical enemy. He further noted Israel used a variety of tactics to outflank and defeat Hamas in its own territory. These included long-term planning, meticulous intelligence gathering, deception, and disinformation. As a result of its poor performance, Hamas relieved at least 2 brigade commanders on Iranian advice and reportedly stripped 100 fighters of their membership. The organization decided to initiate a thorough investigation of the conduct of its fighters during the operation. Hamas's leadership modified its tactical doctrine. The Qassam brigades intensified military training at various training camps and military academy in the Nuseirat refugee camp. The new training was thought to be more offensive, with a focus on hitting the rear of an IDF force. Hezbollah operatives were suspected of involvement in the program. In contrast to the pre-war period, when Hamas openly displayed its capabilities, the nature of the program was kept classified. The Israeli army said it destroyed about 80% of the tunnels between Gaza and Egypt that were being used to bring in weapons and rocket components. Residents in Rafah said they cleared away debris and discovered that many of the tunnels were intact, although they acknowledged the destruction of many. What are the casualties reported at the head of this article? Total killed. Militants and police officers. I see, okay. These ratios are insane. So assuming that like 1,200 people died, well, like it looks like 50% of the deaths were militants and police officers, and the other 50% were civilians. Considering it's urban fighting, that seems like a really, really good ratio, right? Is Operation Cast Lead, is this one of the ones that Finkelstein is super critical of? I'll probably look that up after this. Let's see. Propaganda and psychological warfare. You ever publish your notes on these subjects? Yep, I've got an Obsidian page. This is the Goldstein report one? Gotcha. Hamas. Before and during the conflict, Hamas's senior representatives released a number of statements designed to avert Israeli decision makers from launching any military operations in Gaza and to cause demoralization among Israelis. Before the end of the pre-conflict ceasefire, Hamas boasted that it had countless surprises awaiting Israeli troops should they advance. Hamas representatives threatened on several occasions to abduct Israeli soldiers, and during the ground invasion tried to spread rumors that it actually had captured or killed more Israeli soldiers. On a video broadcast on Al-Aqsa TV on the 10th of January, showing the names of Israeli towns hit by rockets, it was implied Tel Aviv is the next target and that all options are open. Also, Hamas sent messages in Hebrew to Israeli citizens' mobile phones warning, rockets on all cities, shelter will not protect you. Jesus. Hamas instrumentalized the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit as a form of psychological weapon, declaring that he had been wounded by Israeli fire, later announcing that his condition was no longer of interest to them. According to IDF spokesman, Hamas's ruses in the battlefield included booby traps throughout Gaza's neighborhoods, such as mannequins placed in apartment entrances and rigged to explode when the soldiers approached. Arab television stations, damn, that's another one too. We should have that. Mannequins. Wait, how do you spell mannequins? Arab television stations reported Hamas provided statistics for Israeli casualties and the assorting its own figures of soldiers killed and wounded. A study by the Center for Strategic and International Studies notes that Hamas propaganda both rejected Hamas responsibility for the fighting and used it to attack the Palestinian Authority. Dr. Tal Pavel from Israeli think tank International Policy Institute for Counterterrorism said that Hamas uses its websites to make comparisons between Israel and Nazi Germany, portraying Israel as a destructive, oppressive regime, afraid of Hamas rockets raining on Tel Aviv. Let's see. Hamas texted Israeli citizens warning of rocket fire in Tel Aviv. Broadcasted inaccurate numbers of Israeli soldiers killed. And used Gilad Shalit as a form of intimidation against Israeli soldiers, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Israel. The day before the beginning of the offensive on the 27th of December, the IDF pulled troops back from the border and used its radio channels to broadcast talk of a lull to achieve a disinformation coup to lure Hamas fighters out of hiding. A broadcaster in Islamic Jihad's Voice of Jerusalem radio station in Gaza City reported that IDF had been breaking into his station signal at least once an hour during conflict intensification to broadcast messages to Gaza's population that their problems are due to Hamas. The Israelis also dropped leaflets with similar messages and contact info to report about the whereabouts of militant leaders and weapons caches. The leaflets also said the Israeli army will respond if the rocket fire continues. In war zones, leaflets warned local residents that they had to flee. It also warned residents that their homes would be targeted if they were located in an area of possible target. Dr. Yaniv Levitin of the University of Haifa said that the aim of the flyers was not to demoralize the civil population, but to implant recognition in hearts and minds that Hamas had failed and that there is an option in choosing another path. IDF spokespersons often reported that scores of demoralized Hamas fighters had been observed deserting. According to Ephraim Kam, deputy head of the Institute of National Security Studies at Tel Aviv University, the claim could not be confirmed, but it strengthened the Israeli population's will to continue and undermine the confidence of Hamas in Gaza. There was a mistrust of phone calls warning messages to people that they have just minutes to evacuate before they bomb the house. According to a human rights lawyer at the Palestinian Center for Human Rights, despite the hundreds of phone calls to families warning their house is about to blow up, only 37 were destroyed, presumably as of the 3rd of January date. An Islamic Jihad broadcaster claimed Israel was breaking into its broadcasts once an hour to broadcast messages negative about Hamas to the Gazan population. Dropped leaflets stating that the Gazans were suffering due to Hamas. Boom. Criticism of IDF. Collective punishment. The UN fact-finding mission on the Gaza conflict found that Israel, at least in part, targeted the people of Gaza as a whole. The mission gave its opinion that the operations were in furtherance of an overall policy aimed at punishing the Gaza population for its resilience and for its apparent support for Hamas, and possibly with the intent of forcing a change in such support. Judge Goldstone later at least partially resiled from this conclusion. Oh yeah, so the UN fact-finding mission is the Goldstone report. That's what that's always referring to. Collective punishment. The Goldstone report claimed that Israel was collectively punishing those in Gaza. Okay. Disproportionate. Whoa, wrong thing. Disproportionate force. Israel was widely criticized by human rights groups for using heavy firepower causing hundreds of civilian casualties. A group of soldiers who took part in the conflict echoed the criticism through both the Israeli NGO Breaking the Silence and a special report by Israeli filmmaker Nurit Kedar that was shown on Britain's Channel 4 in January 2011. Israel was accused of having a deliberate policy of disproportionate force aimed at the civilian population. Israel has said that operational orders emphasized proportionality and humanity, while the importance of minimizing harm to civilians was made clear to soldiers. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Douglas McGregor gave his opinion as, they went in heavy with lots of firepower, but at the same time, because of good intel and other improvements, they were able to be selective and cut down on collateral damage. Human rights groups accused Israel of using disproportionate force. I don't know what the point of a disproportionate force claim is. That has nothing to do with anything, but it's okay. IDF use of human shields. IDF use of human shields. On March 24th, a report from the UN team responsible for the protection of children in war zones was released. It found hundreds of violations of the rights of children and accused Israeli soldiers of using children as human shields, bulldozing a home with a woman and child still inside, and shelling a building they had ordered civilians into a day earlier. When it says a report from a UN team, this is different than the Goldstone report, I imagine. One case involved using an 11-year-old boy as a human shield by forcing him to enter a suspected building first and also inspect bags. The report also mentioned that the boy was used as a shield when Israeli soldiers came under fire. The Guardian has also received testimony from 3 Palestinian brothers aged 14, 15, and 16 who all claim to have been used as human shields. March 24th, a UN team report claimed it found hundreds of violations of the rights of children and accused Israeli soldiers of using children as human shields. The Guardian. Similar claim that testimony from 3 Palestinians, aged 14, 15, and 16, also claimed to have been used as human shields. Jesus. Okay. This would be Operation Cast Lead, right? Israel. Boom. Using children as human shields. The Guardian interview with 3 Palestinian brothers, aged 14, 15, and 16, I guess. Let's see if we can find that later. Okay, where are we at? Okay. The UN fact-finding mission investigated 4 incidents in which Palestinian civilians were coerced, blindfolded, handcuffed, and at gunpoint to enter houses ahead of Israeli soldiers during military operations. The mission confirmed the continued use of this practice with published testimonies of Israeli soldiers who had taken part in the military operations. The mission concluded that these practices amounted to using civilians as human shields in breach of international law. Some civilians were also questioned under threat of death or injury to extract information about Palestinian combatants and tunnels, constituting a further violation of international humanitarian law. If you were to conscript a civilian and send them into a house, to like disarm something, I know that would be it would definitely be a violation of that. Like it'd be a humanitarian law violation of the person's rights. I wonder if it would be a human shield, because you're not looking to. Protect your soldiers from enemy fire, but you kind of are if it's like a weapon. I wonder if that would count. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Let's see. We'll add this here though. Operation Cast Lead incidents. Forcing Palestinian civilians to enter houses ahead of Israeli soldiers during military operations. Where are we? Okay. Are you still against a ceasefire? Maybe on the condition that like Hamas completely disarms and leaves. Maybe I'd be for it, but I think the Israeli mission is fine to eliminate Hamas. I think that's totally fine. White phosphorus. From January 5th, reports emerged of use by Israel of white phosphorus during the offensive, which was initially denied by Israel. There were numerous reports of its use by the IDF during the conflict. On the 12th of January, it was reported that more than 50 phosphorus burn victims were in Nasser Hospital. On the 16th of January, the UN RWA headquarters was hit with phosphorus munitions. Okay, too loud. Distracting me. Wait. Too intense. As a result of the hit, the compound was set ablaze. On completion of the 3-day Israeli withdrawal, the 21st of January, an Israeli military spokeswoman said that shells containing white phosphorus had been used in Gaza, but said that they were used legally as a method to provide a smokescreen. The IDF reiterated their position on the 13th of January, saying that it used weapons in compliance with international law while strictly observing that they be used according to the type of combat and its characteristics. On the 25th of March 2009, the United States-based human rights organization Human Rights Watch published a 71-page report titled Rain of Fire, Israel's Unlawful Use of White Phosphorus in Gaza, and said that Israel's usage of the weapon was illegal. Donatella Rovera, Amnesty's researcher on Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, said that such extensive use of this weapon in Gaza's densely populated residential neighborhoods is inherently indiscriminate. Its repeated use in this manner, despite evidence of its indiscriminate effect and its toll on civilians, is a war crime, she said. The Goldstone report accepted that white phosphorus is not illegal under international law, but did find that the Israelis were systematically reckless in determining its use in built-up areas. It also called for serious consideration to be given to the banning of its use as an obscurant. After watching footage of Israeli troop deployments on television, a British soldier who completed numerous combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan with the intelligence corps defended the Israeli army's use of white phosphorus. The soldier noted, white phosphorus is used... Who is a British soldier that was in... Okay. White phosphorus is used because it provides an instant smokescreen. Other munitions can provide a smokescreen, but the effect is not instant. Faced with overwhelming enemy fire and wounded comrades, every commander would choose to screen his men instantly. To do so otherwise would be negligent. White phosphorus. Goldstone report and Human Rights Watch claimed that Israel used white phosphorus in the conflict, with the latter claiming it was done indiscriminately in a way that would amount to contravention of international law. Watch the video to the right. What is this? 3 minutes.
Burning bright above the skies of Gaza. Israeli munitions that human rights groups say is white phosphorus. A deadly weapon illegal to use against civilians. Now it appears landing on the...
A deadly weapon illegal to use against civilians. I mean, like, technically, I mean, all weapons are illegal to, like, target civilians with. But, okay. At Destiny. Okay, so it's for sure true Hamas is using human shields, even though they literally just exist in the city. But for the IDF intentionally using human shields, it's I don't know, I'm not sure. I need a second source on this. The question wasn't a source, you retarded fuck. The question was, if you take a civilian and you make them do something for you, does it count as a human shield? I don't actually know the answer to that. I'm guessing you don't either. You just hear the words and you have an emotional response to it. Like, human shielding is using civilians to shield military objects from enemy attack. I don't know if telling a civilian, like, for instance, if you take a civilian and say, go walk on that landmine so it doesn't blow us up, you're depriving that civilian of their rights and you're in violation of probably several international laws, but I don't know if it counts under the human shielding law, like the co-location of military and civilian objects. Mom said I was playing too many video games, so now I have to watch your research streams. Wow. Get fucked.
The people of Gaza. These pictures show what is believed to be white phosphorus in the heart of Gaza's neighborhoods.
We saw a bright flash of light in the evening and then saw all these sparks fall near us. The sparks were landing all around us and in our homes. Our mattresses caught on fire.
On the ground in Jabalia, home to more than 100,000 Palestinians, children unaware of the deadly toxin dropped on them, naively playing with the munitions. As adults look on describing the poisonous effects it has had on them.
It's the first time we see this type of weapon. It must be new and it seems like phosphorus. It's suffocating and has a deadly poisonous smell that I'm sure will cause a lot of sickness and disease on all the civilians here.
Now, those who've witnessed the attacks are calling on Israel to halt the use of white phosphorus.
These people must be brought to justice because they are just killing children and they are just killing women they are innocent, they've done nothing. This is a sort of humiliation of all the international humanitarian law, and it's a sort of humiliation of the Geneva Conventions. I mean, and there's no way unless these people should stop this crime immediately in Gaza, and they must be brought to justice.
I've stood on the...
Is hiding munitions in a civilian building still considered human shielding if there are no people in the building? I believe so. I think the conventional use of human shielding is the co-location of military and civilian objects. I don't know if you, like, I don't know if you technically need the civilian. I mean, like, let's say that you put it in a house, like in a civilian house, but like you've cleared it out. Let's say for instance, you evacuate civilian houses and then everybody's evacuated and then you store munitions in the civilian house. That wouldn't be human shielding. No, because it's already evacuated. Everyone knows it's evacuated. You're not trying to gain an advantage by playing this murky, is it a civilian or is it not game. That's like the customary international law definition of human shield. But if you start storing stuff in civilian houses and you secretly evac the civilians or you don't, then you're trying to gain an advantage of not being targeted via the co-location of civilian and military objects. So that would be human shielding.
The border of Gaza.
I think it's civilian objects. I don't know if it's just civilian persons, I guess. Actually, let me check. We have the rule here. It can be concluded that the use of human shields requires an intentional co-location of military objectives and civilians or persons orders to combat with the specific intent of trying to prevent the targeting of those military objectives. Maybe there needs to be civilians present for it to be considered. So then maybe an empty civilian house wouldn't be. I think that would be, maybe that would be a violation of a different rule then, but that wouldn't fall under the Rule 97. I think that would fall under a different... that would probably fall under a different rule. I'll find it later. I don't remember which one it is. I didn't save it in here, though. I wonder if you pretended to hide things where civilians were. Or if you had fake civilians, like if you say there's a bunch of civilians there, would that count as human shields if there weren't actually? Like, let's say you stored munitions in a building. You said there are 400 civilians living there right now, but they weren't there, so there were no civilians present. Where's Urk at? Would that count as human shields? I have no idea. Let's see. Let's find the customary international humanitarian law. What would it be? Responsibility to protect. What would the name of the? Would this come under the principle of distinction, or? I should have this saved because I think this is a really important one. This is literally rule 1. We will save this actually. JLP break. Sure, fuck it.
I'm 15% gay.
Neither it wouldn't surprise me, and neither would I care. That's your problem, not mine.
15%. Is that better than 100%? Jesse, don't make it seem like I'm bringing it up out of nowhere. You talk about gayness all the time.
I talk about everything all the time.
Well,
my show is about whatever. My radio show is about whatever the people call in for, and the farther state we deal with different issues.
Can you
but do you have like? Are you able to move on because of time? Do you have like?
No, I have all the time in the world, but I understood you only had an hour, right?
Right, and I'm talking about my time.
So how much time do you have left? Because
and the gay thing is a rare topic on my show.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: you're not gay, right?
That's not your business.
Oh. But you make the gayness a lot of people's business.
Oh no!
No, I don't. I make it no one's business. Do you want to act like a man?
Do you live in hell?
Do you want to act?
Do you live in hell?
A man, or do you want to? Hey, look. I put aside my time. I thought you wanted to deal with issues to help folks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because I don't want to play the woman's game with you.
So, well, let me ask you this, because I know
Do you have any other topic? One last time. You can talk to your brother-in-law Moses about this, and he'll help you deal with that and overcome it.
Jesse, why did you like this? Why did you like this tweet by Your Daddy OnlyFans?
Or forgive your mother. Forgive your mother.
He's giving a thumbs up.
She will.
Jesse, why did you like this post from Your Daddy OnlyFans? Part 2 with Sean Boy UK.
Oh, I have no idea
it's
what that
two
is.
men kissing.
I have no idea.
And they're
what
muscular
that is.
and very bear-like.
They really think that you're like running a Twitter and stuff. Like,
Yeah, I have no idea. what
Really?
you're talking
Wait, why wouldn't you be running your Twitter?
So why did you?
you really think he would?
Are you- Yeah, what-
Is
why
the
do you think he
producer
is?
What makes you think he is?
Oh, so did you like it?
Yeah, did you like it? Are
Was
you
that-
gay?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Bro thought he was cooking
Well,
right
Jesse,
there.
this is important. The people want to know.
Let me.
Your producer got real quiet. What did he like the gay porn?
Self-report.
It was one of you two. Someone fess up.
They're hanging up.
Someone fess up.
That's what you want me to do, so you can say I ran. But you guys said you wanted to talk about real stuff.
This is real, man.
Jesse,
this is a real tweet that was liked.
Jesse,
Jesse,
in an expose by the Daily Beast, they said that several men had sexual encounters with you, some as long as 10 years. Is that true?
Say hello to Moses, buddy. I'm out.
All right.
Was your producer?
Oh, he hung up.
All right.
Well, you tried.
That was funny.
Damn.
He really hates gay people, like really hates gay people. He kind of, I think he got a sniff of what we were doing when I mentioned something about gayness in the top. It's so funny, all of a sudden he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's like a good 30% of everything he discusses
Yes.
is like gayness, women are evil is
gay?
another one. So it's so funny. All of a sudden, you don't want to talk about it. He liked that shit. You could tell.
He
For
100%
What? Who is he like? The Rock. He's not managing his Twitter account.
Why was his producer so quick to be like, no, it was me? Pretty
Maybe
much
he's
is what he said.
Maybe he's gay. Maybe his producer is affirmative action.
I mean, it could be. Yeah, affirmative action hire. You're right. Yeah.
Go back. The whole thing is golden. Is it?
You don't have to.
A little more.
How long is
Yeah,
he talking to him
please
for?
don't, please.
Okay. Shall I let him in?
Let us begin.
Okay. Here we go. One moment, please.
All right, don't worry, Abia. I'm already on. That's a big part of my plan.
Okay.
I'm going to disclose that.
That's good.
I have to be honest with them.
Hello, test. Jesse, are you there?
You got Jesse.
I am, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
He's coming very quiet.
Jesse, can you hear me?
I hear you, but it's not loud enough on my end.
Okay,
Hold
go ahead. Is it on your guys' side or our side?
on. Yeah. It's outside. Hold on.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, just one moment.
This
that's
is
better now.
the JLP show, wonderfully framed. These guys are professionals. And you're right, Dan, right on time.
I can hear you, Ethan.
He's coming.
Hey, Jesse, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
All is well.
Can you turn him up a little bit?
Yeah, we're cranking it. You have it all the way up?
Yeah, he's coming in very quiet.
Let me make sure
One moment.
turned up here. Yeah, I'm turned up all the way. Maybe just give it a little more gain on that channel.
Yeah.
Turn up a little bit more.
Okay, that should do it better now.
Hello, Jesse. How do we?
Yes, sir.
There we go. That's much better.
Oh,
we can hear you now.
Good. So how we doing? Are you
All
live?
is
Are you doing
well.
your show right now? Or are you just calling into ours?
No, I'm just on yours.
Yeah.
My show is in the mornings.
Okay. We're live, so
Okay.
it's what it is. But you're a radio man. You know about live broadcasts.
Are we on right now?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So thanks for calling. I've been a somewhat, you might say, a fan. I love the way you interview people, although I'll be upfront with you. I am a lib. You might call me a beta male.
Oh, beta.
Yeah. Right. So
How is Moses doing?
are you, that's like, I don't know which way to take that.
Wow.
You
Who's
mean
Moses?
like Moses the prophet or like Moses my brother-in-law?
Moses, your brother-in-law.
How do you know Moses? Why would you even ask that?
Everybody know Moses.
What is the
What?
reference?
Even God knows Moses.
Wait, why did you ask me that?
Because I just wonder how you're doing. I haven't seen him in a minute.
Wait, stop. Why did you ask me how's Moses?
Because I haven't seen him in a minute, so I just wonder how he was
You
doing.
know, so you've seen Moses.
Oh, yeah.
What do you-
Everybody
how-
know Moses.
So you're talking about the prophet.
No, I'm talking about your
Big
brother-in-law.
personal drama. Okay.
You've already got me all twisted up. This is what I'm saying. You've got this interview skills that you've already got me discarded.
And
all right,
why
Jesse.
is that?
What?
Why you just got about asking how he was doing?
Trisha
You
Payne's
don't
like,
know
I don't
my
know anything about
brother-in-law.
like frenemies or Trisha.
Well, how would I
don't
know to ask about him then?
But then
Oh
how
my
do you know
God.
him?
He got married, right?
Oh, stop it.
I know what's going on.
Who did he get married to?
Some crazy woman. I was surprised that Moses married a crazy woman because he seemed to have more common sense than that.
So I don't know what's happening. I don't know if there's a producer that knows all this stuff that's feeding you lines. How did you meet Moses?
He came to my office.
To do what?
It's a slight dig at his personal family being
Oh
broken
my
up over Trisha marrying
here
him. The
for a
siblings
meeting.
literally don't speak
Okay,
anymore.
all right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing. So Jesse, let's just get into it because I understand you only have an hour. You have a show called The Fallen State, correct?
Right.
So what is the fallen state? What does that mean?
The Fallen State is really a show of different conversations. And what I realized is that human beings are in a fallen state and they live in their imagination, which is hell, and that their nature is evil. And that's why they treat each other, though we're all created in God's image, they treat each other, I don't anymore, but
if
they
we're
treat
created-
each other like hell, like the lack of love because they're living in the darkness of their imagination. They're
But if
in a
you said-
fallen state and don't know it.
If you says that we're created in God's image,
right?
It seems that you're maybe a little insulting to God because you just said that his image is his imagination is hell.
But no, they're not living. They have been turned away from the Father, so they're not living from His image.
Oh.
That's why we must be born again. We must return to the Father.
But do they
all
have a?
who, all who are born of the woman is living in hell because they have anger. They have their mother's nature, and so their nature is evil. But when they return to the Father, then their nature return to good.
I see. So women's nature is evil.
Yes, because Satan is the woman's god. The God
Satan is
above-
woman's god. Jeez.
Yeah,
Okay.
the God above is the man's God.
Yeah.
And the God below is the woman's God. That's why all who are born through the woman born into hell.
Are you for real?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that for real?
Without a doubt, how do you think you became angry?
I'm not angry.
You don't have anger?
I'm an alpha male.
You don't have anger?
I get angry sometimes. Does that mean that
How
my
did-
mom is the devil?
I'm sorry?
It seems kind of reductive to say, "Oh, you've been angry," which is a common human emotion. Everybody's felt it at one time or another. Anyone who's lived, and to say that it's because your mother is a Satanist or something like that.
And you're right. Every human being are born into hell, and that's why we must be born again of the Father. That's-
see.
You know, God said there will come a day when I return the children to the fathers and the fathers to the children. Every human being must be born of the Father in order to have perfect peace, in order to live on this earth in perfect peace.
Can a
But you gotta-
woman live a righteous life if their God is the devil? Do they have a shot?
Absolutely.
They can. So what do they need to do to live a righteous life?
They too have to do as the man have to do. They have to forgive their mothers for imposing her will on them and turning them away from their fathers and recreating them in her image. And once they forgive their mother, don't ask for forgiveness, but forgive her for what she's done. She could not help it.
What if
And
your mom
once they
didn't do
forgive
anything
their
wrong?
Once they forgive their mothers, then they forgive their fathers for not protecting them from the mother. He couldn't handle her because he married to his mama. You become
Wait, what
attracted
if,
to
if your
you hate.
mom didn't do anything wrong? What if you have a nice mom who's great and she didn't do anything?
That
Great.
doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
No.
Okay.
There's okay, good. So what are the sins of the mother? What are they?
Is anger, jealousy, envy, strife.
But you feel all
revenge.
that.
I'm sorry?
But you feel all those emotions. That's not a feminine emotion.
No, it's a mother's emotion. It is a feminine emotion because Satan is a feminine spirit.
But you feel anger, right?
No, I never feel anger.
You have never felt anger.
I didn't say I never have felt it. I did 30-something years ago. But when I forgave my mother who resented my father and tried to turn me away from him,
Mm-hmm.
God forgave me, and he took that spirit away. So I don't feel anger anymore.
Well, I'm very happy for you. But my mom,
I'm
and how
happy-
dare you speak about my mother like that, Jesse? I'll have you know she's a great lady.
No such thing.
Man, you really hate your mom, don't you?
No, I love my mother now, but all children hate their mothers. And that
That's
until
crazy,
they-
because the famous psychological analysis by the great Sigmund Freud says the opposite. Kids want to fuck their mothers. What are your thoughts on that?
They do because you do want to F the person you hate.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Oh. You become attracted to the person that you hate.
Are you attracted to your mother? Were you
No,
attracted?
I don't hate my mother anymore.
Oh, okay. When you hated her, were you
If
attracted
you
to her?
notice, If you notice in your life, every woman you get involved with, just like your mother, you couldn't handle her because you never overcame your mother.
When you
And
were
so
an-
you're still attracted to that same spirit.
When you were angry at your mom, were you sexually attracted to her?
Not her, but women like her. It was
Oh,
the same
okay.
spirit.
Okay, let's go back to the top here because we could go down this rabbit hole forever. So let me ask you about: are you married?
No,
Do you have children?
I do. I have a son.
Beta. Only one son?
I made a son first.
You only have
Beta
one
males
son? But
beta
you're-
males made girls first. Alpha males made boys first.
Hold on, Jesse. You're telling me you had a child out of wedlock? Beta.
That's true. Then I was in a fallen state. You're
Oh,
absolutely
okay.
right. But then I had 2 grandkids, adult grandkids now, and then 2 great grandkids and 1 on the way.
Why were you never married, Jesse? That seems like a great, frankly, in your line of work and with your values, it seems like that would be a real shortcoming of yours that you're single still.
And why is that?
Well, don't you live for family values, good Christian family values?
You can live for them without having to be married. Jesus never married. God wasn't married. Paul wasn't married, but yet they stood for those values.
Okay.
Wow.
So then, well, let me put it this way. I have 3 boys.
Jesus.
And I'm married.
Wait, Ethan has 4
Nice.
children?
I'm alpha as fuck.
All the way.
Right. Okay, good. I wanted to get that out there. I couldn't sit here with you calling me beta. I would crumble. I couldn't deal with it. You've said, but I hope you're not offended when I do say you are kind of beta.
No, I'm not offended by that at all.
Okay, good. Because you are.
Thank you.
Oh, good. You have said previously that you are afraid of affirmative action policies. What do you mean by that?
Well, affirmative action is set up in order to keep the blacks weak and dependent on government and not ever growing and becoming their best in their talent and what they can do. And so what it does is discriminate against the ones who earn their way, and it gives it to those who do not earn their way. And it's just not right. It's evil. It's wrong for the person that they're giving it to who are not earning their way. And it's also wrong against the people who are earning their way. It's just not, it's an evil plan, and it's
evil.
It's not working at all. It's causing nothing but confusion.
And so what crucial occupations do you think is being overrun with affirmative action types of people that's harming the industry?
Well, nowadays it's everything really. We just heard a report that I talked about on my show. They're hiring air traffic controllers and pilots and things like that, and these people are not qualified, and they are getting rid of the white the white people who are qualified, and they're putting the unqualified people there. And you see it in the military. They're even talking now about doing it in the medical field.
Does he actually believe this? He's been saying the same shit for like fucking
without earning their way,
like 30 or 40
Not only
years.
is it
So
not
yeah.
good for the individuals themselves, but it's not good for the country.
How can I, as somebody who's trying to identify affirmative action where things are vulnerable, how do I identify an affirmative action person who's in a spot that they shouldn't be?
Well, you can see, you can question them about did they earn their way, but you can see in the way that they operate, they do not operate at their best.
Are you an affirmative action radio host?
I'm not.
How do I know?
That's the problem with it. And you're right about that. You make a good point, because now that the blacks are getting affirmative action and reparation and all that for so many years, you do have black men and women who are earning their way. But how would you know, since you know affirmative action is set up for the blacks?
It's just
it's like Justice Clarence Thomas, for an example. He earned his way. He worked hard. He came from a tough background. But because he's black,
Yeah.
it's hard for anyone to accept that he's earned his way because he's black. So everybody just assumed that that the blacks are not earning their way. They're a part of the affirmative action program.
So that's possible
So it really does a bad job for all the blacks, to be honest.
Wow.
But what about like white Nepo babies who are born into tremendous wealth and privilege, and they can pretty much skate into any field, any kind of job that they want because maybe their parents have leverage and they know people and all this? Isn't that, in a sense, as dangerous as affirmative action, or perhaps even more?
Did you say white? What kind of babies?
Nepotism babies.
What's that?
Nepotism is when you get favored treatment because of a family member.
There's nothing wrong with that. That always happens in society.
But don't you think that putting
it even happens?
But if
it
they're
even
not
happens-
qualified,
It even happens in the black society. You have family members who know someone that knows someone. It's common sense that they're going to refer you.
Right, but if you're if you're at like Harvard Law, you're going to get fast tracked into one of these big law firms, and maybe you're not good. Maybe you're not even good at school. Maybe your father just bought like a wing at the Harvard University and so I don't want that guy as my attorney. Do you?
I mean, I'm not against personal referrals.
Right.
I don't agree with affirmative action based on color.
So what about affirmative action for Native Americans?
For the Indians?
Yeah. Those are the ones.
Affirmative action shouldn't be for anyone. The Indians need to put down the pot. And they call it payota or something, right?
Oh,
they need to put down the payota and get up and earn from the South. The beauty about life, if you are an individual, you think and do for yourself, there's no one or nothing in life that can stop you. And America, when I was growing up, was that way. And now it has been, individuality has been deemed to be something bad. And there's this group thinking now. And so the group is always in a pitiful, I can't make it, needed mode. That's why I believe that we must return to being individuals, one nation under God.
But Jesse, you participate in groupthink.
What do you mean?
Well, you're part of a movement, the Manosphere, right? This conservative online movement about teaching young men that everything is not their fault. It's the world's fault that they're, not successful, or that, they're gay because they hate their mom or whatever.
Oh my God, this is like
I'm
20
not
minutes
part
more.
Of any movement.
Well, why do I hear so many people saying that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I started Bond 34 years ago, and I didn't know anyone at the time, but I started because I realized, and at that time I realized that the blacks were suffering because they had been turned away from their fathers, and the Democrats and others were telling it. Also, the so-called civil rights leaders were telling the blacks that they were suffering because of racism, and I knew that was a lie. So I started BARM, my nonprofit, Rebuilding the Man, the Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny.
Even during Jim Crow, that racism was a lie?
Let me just finish this.
Go ahead.
To encourage blacks to not fall for the lie that some white man can hold them back, right? And so I started Bond 35 years ago. And I wasn't, and still am not a part of any movement, but just to encourage the men and women to return back to the Father.
So,
what were you saying about Jim Crow?
You're saying even back then there was no such thing as racism?
Right. No
even
such
Jim
thing.
Crow.
Right.
That's not racist to say that black people need to drink from a different fountain.
No.
No.
As a matter of fact, I grew up, as you know, under the Jim Crow laws, and blacks and whites got along better back then than they do today, because back then
wasn't the KKK like hanging? I mean, sorry to be uncouth, but I'm pretty sure the KKK was like killing black people, but then
Why?
They were just like, right? Like, I mean, they were just doing that. I don't know.
No, that's not
lynchings.
true.
There was lynchings and stuff happening back then. You don't see
That's
those
not
today.
true. That's not true.
Oh, so what's the truth about the KKK?
Let me tell you about the Jim Crow.
Okay.
During those days, the blacks worked for themselves. They had family. They had fathers and mothers and grandparents. And they worked for themselves, and they taught their children to work. And they taught their children to treat people the way that they would like to be treated. And then the wife did the same thing. They too taught their children to work and be independent and to treat people the way they would like to be treated. And as a result, the blacks bought land. They had trades. They bought, if they wanted to go to a trade school or college, they went and did that. And they came back as professionals. And they didn't have false leaders. Someone leaded them. God was the head of the family, and the father was the head of the wife and the children. And so it wasn't until the civil rights movement came along, no such thing as civil rights, by the way, but when the civil rights movement started, it started.
But Jesse, if Jim Crow happened, if that was still in place, you wouldn't be talking to me now.
You don't know that. Why would I?
Because everything was segregated. As a white man, probably, I'm not. You know what? I was one of the good ones. I would have never gone there. But however, there'd be people saying, "No, don't talk to a white man."
That's not true.
No.
Because even under the Jim Crow law, black and white people talk to one another. If they wanted to talk, they got along. Those who want to get along. But you have to realize you have evil people, and there are some people who return to good.
Let me hit you with a stat. Between 1882 and 1986. Now, you were born in 1949, so you were probably in your 20s, somewhere in this time frame at the end of it. There was 4,743 lynchings that occurred in the United States during that time period. Is that racist?
I don't even know if that number is true, because you have to realize that the human heart is wicked, and that the people make up numbers in order to get what they want.
Why won't you admit that hanging black people is racist?
I'm sorry?
Why won't you admit that hanging black people is racist?
Oh, because it's not. If that was happening, it was evil. Our battle is a battle between...
Well, no, they were like, the KKK is like, we hate black people, and so we're going to hang them. They say that. They actually said that. They're like, this is... And so that's not racist.
No, it's hatred. It's either good or evil.
Does racism exist? Is racism real?
You're asking me a lot of questions. Calm down.
Whoa.
You're not letting me answer.
Hold on, Jesse.
You're not letting me answer the one you're asking.
This is how you interview people.
And before I can answer, you run to something else.
Go ahead.
And so
I'll give you space.
We're not finalizing any conversation. What the?
What? Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm sorry, Jesse. Go ahead. I'm trying to interview like you interview people.
That's not how I interview.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. I know how you interview.
No. According to Wikipedia, 1,000 plus white people were lynched. Was that racist?
It could have been, depending on the situation.
No. Racism is a made-up word. The word racist is a made-up word to cover up evil and in order to divide and conquer. When I was growing up in Alabama, there was no such word as racism. It was either right or wrong, good or evil. There's no such thing as racism.
So racism, it just means evil. But that, again, that seems reductive. I mean, there's different types of evil.
No, racism doesn't mean evil. Racism is just a word. It has no meaning.
Do words have any meaning?
No.
No word. Words don't mean anything.
Not at all.
Oh, man. How are we going to pin you down on anything? What are you doing then? What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Well, your words don't have meaning.
Right.
Well, how can you say that?
Because it's true. I mean,
but you're talking to me.
Based, it's true.
Practical words have meaning. Practical words have meaning because, what you're going to have for dinner. Your wife might ask you, what do you want for dinner, or what type of house you want to buy. But those are practical words. We don't live by those words. And those other words are only used to keep people down in order to control them for personal gain.
But that doesn't mean they don't exist.
God's voice is a voiceless voice.
Okay.
And the voice of evil is a voice that you hear in your head that sound like you, and they're always lies all the time. All thoughts are all, except for practical ones, all thoughts are all lies all the time.
All thoughts are all lies?
All the time.
Jeez, man, that sounds like you're in a prison. You're in a hell of your own making, man.
Except for practical thought, and you're right. People who live in their thoughts.
But everybody thinks.
Those who believe thoughts are living in hell, in their own hell within themselves.
Very interesting.
Just think about a thought that there are people who have committed suicide because a thought told them to commit suicide. There are people who are depressed and have fear and lonely and all these things because they have believed thoughts, not because it's real, but they have believed a lie. They believe thoughts.
Let's move on to another topic. Why do you call Trump the Great White Hope?
The Great White Hope. I'm glad you mentioned him.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what he has to say.
He's back.
He's back.
Oh, my international law friends here. Hold on one second.
Is keep my promise.
That's why I call him the Great White Hope.
Is there a whole bunch of sounds, or is that the only one?
There are a whole bunch of them.
Let me hear some more.
Friends in the morning, they're very honorable people.
Wow.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
So
I rest my case.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you love white
This
people
is Trump.
more? Do you love white people?
This is Trump right here.
Yeah, we love Trump. He's the. But why point out his skin color?
What do you mean?
Well, you call him the Great White Hope. Why do you reference his skin color?
Is he white?
By the way, if you think you can out MAGA me, think again, buddy. All right. I got my own tools.
Amazing. I have one of those, by the way.
Oh, you do? Put it on.
I don't have it in the studio.
That's convenient, Jesse.
I didn't know you were gonna want me to put it on. But let me see what else I have. Hold on. Because a lot of people are giving me a lot of Trump stuff.
But Jesse, why do you refer to him as? Wow. Is it normal to be a? Jesse, let me ask you a question. You might ask one of your guests.
Look at this.
I have a pertinent question that you might ask one of your guests.
Did you see that?
I do. Do you think that it's normal to
Here's my
fetishize
hat.
another man that much? Oh my God, you do have it. All right, Jesse. Well, then let me do this. Do you have one of these, motherfucker? This one's even bigger. Oh, shit. You actually do.
I have a black Santa Claus that someone sent me.
Do you believe Santa Claus is black?
Do you find it amazing that they finally did a black Santa and they put him in a wheelchair?
It is amazing, actually. What's his story?
Is they knew that he wasn't going to do any work.
So they just put him in the wheelchair?
Yeah, because they knew he wasn't going to do any work. It's affirmative action Santa.
Oh, Jesse.
You think Joe is
Jesse,
actually mentally deficient? A little bit. I think something is up. Yeah.
Why do you refer to Trump's skin color? Why does that matter?
Because he's a white man. He did when he was president an amazing job on America. He gave a lot of people hope. And he's great at what he's done. He worked for the people and not against them.
You have one of these?
I don't have one of those.
He's hot. Looks good. Okay, but that doesn't
So
explain.
I'm glad to know that you support him, though.
Why? Well, personally, I think Obama was a great president. What do you think
No,
about
you
that?
don't. You're playing.
No, he did a lot of great things. And
Like
talk
what?
about hope. He gave people lots of hope.
What did he do that was great?
What did he do that was great? He was chill.
You can say that again.
Yeah.
He had Big Mama. And so what did he do that was great?
What did Trump do that's great?
He did drilling, brought back jobs. He built a wall, almost completed a wall around.
There's no wall. Come on, Jesse. There's no wall.
He didn't complete the wall, and when Joe Biden became president,
he did like 1%.
Instead of completing the wall, he stopped the work.
Jesse, you're not being fair.
Even though it was paid for, so he brought back jobs. He drilled. He worked on the wall until they stopped him. He left. We had our enemies respected us around the world, and the people worked together. We finally had some unity in the country.
Hey.
Wow. Hi. What's up?
Nothing much. Been pretty busy lately. How about you? I see you've done a bunch of debates about the Gaza question.
Yeah, I'm preparing for one more big one at the end of the month, and then I'm done. Well, I don't know if I'm done, but that's my big one, and then I'm taking a break next month from reading and research, from boring stuff.
I understand, man. I is this topic the topic you have done the most research about?
In my entire fucking life. Yeah, probably.
Well, I was about to say your streaming career, but fair
Well,
enough.
I mean, before that, what else was there? Yeah. I didn't do shit for school, so.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, you went to college, right?
Listen, I wasn't a studier in school, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, I see in your screen you've done a bunch of research in international humanitarian law.
Yeah, I know all of it now, okay? So whatever criticisms you have, I'm fucking ready for it.
Good. Great.
Yeah, I read two papers relating to international law. I don't remember what your first take I kind of remember it. Here, this is where I was, okay? This has been my journey, okay? So initially, I thought that like international law seems kind of dumb and pointless. And then I learned a little bit of international law, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe there are certain ways to hold people accountable. And then I read more international law, and then I kind of talked to you. And then I feel like, okay, well, actually, it is like really complicated and pointless. But now my feeling is, I actually feel like international law is in a pretty solid spot, and that there's a ton of different like overlap between different types of international law, such that asking like hyper-specific questions of like, well, who's the signatory to this or that or that or that doesn't really matter, because international humanitarian law, like customary law, covers so many different bases, and that more or less like people are playing on the same field. There might just be hyper-specific questions about like who could be held accountable in a particular ICC case, but more or less there's a similar set of rules that most people are playing by, and there's really good rationale for a lot of these rules. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah. That's a pretty good summary. I would say this is more true about a regime like the international humanitarian law regime, which is held to be by everyone one of kind of the keystones to modern international law, since it has to do with, closely related to human rights law.
Yeah.
And truly, at least morally important issues. Other areas, state consent is still paramount. Like if you're dealing with whatever investment law or
Sure, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. I'm dealing generally with international humanitarian law, and then the subset like law of armed conflict. Sometimes these are used interchangeably, but those are the like areas that I'm focused on right now, more so than like economic trade or anything like that. Yeah.
For sure. And I think there's the last time we spoke, perhaps now I'm going to repeat a little bit the same thing I said. Perhaps it makes more sense to you now. One big issue we have when we talk about international law is most people have the basic paradigm or scheme of national law, like domestic law, in their heads, where there's a clearly defined role for a legislature and then an executive, and then there's a judiciary that applies the laws, and everyone knows what the system is and what are the consequences to the violations, even if not all breaches are found. Someone is found to be in breach, and then not all breaches are carry a sanction, and not all sanctions are applied. Generally, the system works. And when you apply these expectations to international law, of course, you come out with like, is this a joke? Which I think that was part of your initial reaction, right?
Yeah, a little. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I guess the big thing that I was focused on was like, what are the enforcement mechanisms? But I guess when I look at like international law now, especially customary international humanitarian law or like law of armed conflict, these broad things, I guess what I'm looking at is basically if somebody is in violation of any of these things, it kind of opens up rights to another state to do things to that country but it's okay given we all agree that there are certain international law breaches, even if there's no conviction. So for instance, let's say that let's say right now that we have European allies that say we're going to sanction, or let's say the UN decides we're going to sanction Israel. Doing that out of nowhere, I imagine Israel would probably fight this pretty vigilantly in the UN, and a lot of member states might have issues and blah, 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 blah. But if a bunch of people come to an agreement, or if it becomes very obvious that Israel, citing violation of, these many rules or this many parts of the Geneva Convention or whatever, that they've violated these things, now we sanction you because that's not coming out of nowhere. It hurts Israel's ability to retaliate, and it gives a strong foundation for another country to pursue those actions without the world court or like every other country in the world looking at it, be like, why are you doing this for no reason, basically? Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem, of course, is that is still too much of a, let's say, political decision, because it's not a judiciary organ that takes this decision impartially and just taking account of the facts. It's still states deciding to impose sanctions and what is the severity of those sanctions and when and in which cases. Like, for instance, there have been very serious conflicts aside from Israel and Gaza, and perhaps sanctions are not symmetric in those cases. So of course there's a lot of questions about that. But for me, what distinguishes international law from just international niceties, so it's sometimes we call niceties international comity. You find this like old word used, or the distinction between international law and just a social norm, right? So something that people expect other people to do, but it is not really a legal norm, right? Is that whenever someone, I don't know, Russia, Israel, even North Korea, in some instances, does something that is ostensibly in breach of an international norm, they will never say publicly, oh, well, yes, but fuck international law. They will say either A, I haven't breached international law, or B, I have, but in reality, I was doing it because it was otherwise justified, or etc.
Sure.
So even the countries that most often flaunt international law play the game of asserting the validity of international law when breaching it, which sounds like a paradox, but is almost like a reinforcing mechanism.
Sure,
so
yeah.
for customary international law, it's interesting because, as you know, the way that customary international law is formed is practice plus opinio juris, right? You've come to that part.
Practice plus what? Say that again.
Opinio juris, it's a Latin phrase, means it's not only that you're engaging in the practice, but also that you're engaging in the practice because you have the belief that
that you ought to conduct yourself in somewhat, yeah. So it might not be like an internationally codified thing in a convention, but you might find that a lot of states just conduct warfare this way. You might find a lot of local legal manuals, maybe like a U.S. Army manual or a Swedish Army manual that references certain practices. A bunch of things like these kind of come together to form, the foundation of, or even there could actually even be. So for instance, one thing I used to say is like Israel isn't party to, and the United States isn't party to the additional protocol 1 or 2, for the Geneva Conventions, but if basically the entire world is, and if everybody kind of agrees on these things, it doesn't really matter. A lot of AP1 ends up becoming part of the customary international humanitarian law regardless. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
But there are two requirements for a norm to become a customary international norm, basically. One is that enough states do it. So we generally ask for the practice to be homogeneous, meaning the practice of one state must be similar enough to the practice of the other state. So the content of the thing they are doing must be similar enough. And second, it should be generalized, like not necessarily universal, but many states should do it, right?
Yeah.
The other requirement is, as I was saying, opinio juris. So they are doing it because they believe it is compulsory. So for instance, are you familiar with like naval salutes, like when war vessels that are not at war cross paths with each other? It's kind of a custom to kind of shoot a salvo into the air out of courtesy.
I didn't know that, but okay.
Yeah, that is a practice and states follow it, but it's not customary international law because they don't follow it out of a sense of legal obligation.
Okay.
Right, so that's a key difference. So you have to prove that it is being practiced and that the states that do it, they do it because they believe it is compulsory.
Okay.
So that's the legal definition. So even those states that do not engage in the in the custom, they kind of sometimes reinforce the custom when they say, I'm doing it, but I shouldn't be, or they try to hide it, or they try to justify it, right? Because if they really believe this is not customary rule of international law, they should be like upfront. No, there's no norm prohibiting this.
Sure.
You know, it's like the phrase, the exception that confirms the rule.
Sure.
It appears to not make sense, but if everyone holds an exception to be an exception, therefore there must be a rule. Otherwise, the word exception wouldn't make sense in the context.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my main logic. And in our first conversation, it was like, what is the difference then between international law and just a social norm or a pattern that is repeated out of courtesy or like a custom in the colloquial sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So for instance, in the Omar Badar debate, you kind of waved off a lot of UN General Assembly resolutions and human rights treaty bodies resolutions, and you were like, yeah, that's not binding, which is true, like in a formalistic sense, but it informs how those customs are identified, like whether there is a custom or not. International courts take those resolutions into account, and B, even if you have a norm, how do you interpret the words in the norm, which is super important.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? So here's a couple questions I'm curious. So firstly, this is just kind of like a specific question. You have to go too deep into this. A lot of the, so in some of the papers I've read and in some of a lot of the customary international law I've read, it seems like people like to cite very recently to, large tribunals, obviously because it gives us like a guide to see how this stuff works in practice. For the Yugoslavian tribunal, why did they make a separate one of those instead of just trying that case in the ICJ? What's the purpose of that? I thought the whole point of the ICJ was that we didn't have to make tribunals anymore.
So the ICJ is a court where only states might appear. Arguably, some international organizations could theoretically appear, but they don't, as parties, I mean.
Okay.
So you couldn't try individuals before the ICJ.
Okay, gotcha. So the criminal tribunal was for individuals. Why not just try them in the ICC then?
Because it didn't exist back then. So
how recent is the ICC?
It was created in '98, and its jurisdiction began in 2002.
Gotcha.
So it was created before it had jurisdiction. So there was no agreement before then, partially because of the Cold War and stuff, to create an international tribunal to try individuals for international crimes, which international crimes only individual persons are subject to, right? For instance, so Israel is being sued before the ICJ by South Africa, but not because of the crime of genocide, but because of the alleged breach of the prohibition of genocide. But a crime is something only an individual person can be held responsible to. So if an Israeli named individual with a name and a surname would be, let's say, brought before an international court for the crime of genocide, that would have to be the ICC.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Not the ICJ. Yeah. So back then, back in the 90s, when Soviet Union fell, and suddenly there was way more, let's say, political capital, and the international climate was more favorable towards that. And both the Yugoslav wars happened and the Rwanda genocide happened. People were like, oh, shit, we don't have a court for that. We should create special tribunals only to judge what happened in those cases.
Okay.
And now kind of the ICC has kind of inherited some of the vestiges of those two courts which have disappeared.
Gotcha. Okay. Second question, okay? I'm more familiar with this now. Have you read the Goldstone report? Or are you familiar with the Goldstone report?
No. What's it about?
So there was a military operation from 2008 to 2009 called Operation Cast Lead in the Gaza Strip between Israel and Palestine. And afterwards, there was a UN fact-finding mission commissioned by the United Nations, obviously, and it ended up being called the Goldstone Report. But it seems like, so a question is, and I don't know how common this is for UN things, I've only read, this is the only thing I've studied in any level of depth and read a paper in response to. Why would it be, or how common is it sometimes that you'll see like reports commissioned by the UN where they write about things? Fuck, this is gonna be hard if you haven't read the actual report. But what is the opinion or what happens when the UN publishes things or does things where the application of international law is like clearly inappropriate or clearly incorrect? And then we can go into specific examples if you're interested in that. Like, how do you like decipher that? Would you say the international law changes, or?
Well, I mean, let's go from very abstract to very concrete.
Sure.
Abstractly, there are only three sources. I think that's our first conversation was there are three formal sources, right? So treaties, custom, and general principles. UN reports or UN whatever is not a source.
Yeah.
That's first.
Well, sure, it's not a source, but it might be like it could be an interpretation such that like if 50 million UN fact-finding missions said a particular thing, couldn't that become a source of customary international law?
No, not of customary international law. I mean, let's go to the second step.
Go.
Yeah, second step are in the main article here is Article 38 of the Statute of the Court, which lists of the ICJ lists the formal sources. You've got those three, and then it lists the subsidiary sources, which are sources you might make recourse to when you have to interpret the formal sources, the formal three sources, and you don't have a clear answer. Then you might go there. One of those is judgment by international courts. So judgment by international courts might be binding on the parties, but it's not a source in itself. But you can use those as kind of an authoritative subsidiary source to interpret the formal sources.
Okay.
And then there's a second one, which is kind of vague. It says something along the lines of the writings of the most prestigious publicists and like the doctrine. So we're talking here academics, separate opinion, or like dissident opinion by judges in international courts. That would be another one. And probably here you could include, UN experts would certainly be in this category. Right, so what we're saying here is there's a formal source. Here would be, you're probably talking about international humanitarian law, so it's either custom or a Geneva Convention or additional protocol. You are interpreting that, or either interpreting it or, assessing whether it applies to a particular case or not and stuff. So interpreting it in abstract or interpreting it in a concrete case. And then you go to the writings of reputable sources. Here you have a reputable source, one of those writings of publicists, etc., in Article 38 of the ICJ statute. Of course, it might be wrong. Like, there's no question it might be wrong. I haven't read this one.
Sure.
Any international court that would have to apply international law would not be content with checking this report. It would check other stuff, and it could check whether the report was correct in its assessment.
Okay.
So it's not binding, but by any means.
Gotcha.
More than that, I would say, of course, weight is given to them, especially if they agree with almost every other, let's say, authoritative source on the matter, or most authoritative sources in the matter. Like if this report agreed with the Human Rights Council, and then it also agreed with many academics, and it agreed with an international judgment on the matter, like the European Court of Human Rights, whatever. Even if the European Court of Human Rights is not does not have jurisdiction on international humanitarian law, but you know what I mean.
Okay.
You can apply some legal reasonings analogically from field to field.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
So what?
Aside from that, if you want to go delve into the whatever you think is mistaken, because I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I was just kind of curious on that in general. I think basically for a lot of the big things for the Goldstone report that I read there was a paper that had a lot of issues with the application of international law of armed conflict stuff, basically. And a lot of the issues challenging some of the Goldstone conclusions has to do with like the lex specialis or whatever, in terms of when you're trying to say that civilian deaths constitute a war crime. Like it's not enough to say that a house was blown up and in an investigation afterwards there was nothing found Therefore, it must be a war crime because it's not that's not enough to prove that the really special mens rea or whatever of the constituent element that makes it a war crime, right? That you have to have that intention of targeting and killing civilians without having any knowledge at the time of there being, like a military target or whatever present. And apparently this paper does that a lot. So that's like the main criticism I see. That's one of the main criticisms in terms of criticizing the application of international law there.
Well,
but
I mean, again, at this point, you probably know more about international humanitarian law than me if you have delved deep into the Geneva Conventions. But what you said there, there are other cases where you might have a war crime while not intentionally targeting civilians, right? So, for instance, you've got, of course, you know about this principle of military necessity, principle of proportionality, principle of distinction, etc. Those are the kind of the main strokes of broad strokes of international humanitarian law, right? So you might target a building in which you know there are civilians. You are not targeting civilians because you are not bombing the building because there are civilians, but you're bombing the building despite the fact that there are civilians, right?
Yeah.
And depending on whatever assessment we do of the principle of proportionality as applied to that situation, like let's imagine it is a building that is double use, right? Military, but also civilian. But maybe the assessment we do of the principle of proportionality in that instance says, no, you cannot bomb that building because the way too many civilians are there compared to the military benefit, the military advantage to be obtained by bombing the building.
Yeah.
Well, you are A, not targeting the civilians, but B, you are committing a war crime.
Sure.
So if that makes sense.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, correct. I think one of the big things when you're trying to assess these war crimes, so if you look into the ICC, they've got like a separate, I don't know if you would call it a separate journal or a separate statute for like elements of crime, basically.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of defining whether these war crimes have been committed, the essential way of determining it is to figure out information available at the time the act is said to have been committed. That like a retrospective analysis can never be used to determine the lex specialis, the mens rea of whether a war crime was committed. So for instance, it could be the case, this would be tragic, but however tragic, it could be the case that for some reason a military commander believes he has highly good intelligence that there are 5 million bombs in a building and that there are no civilians present. They go to bomb the building, and then afterwards it turns out there were absolutely no bombs present, the intelligence was bad, and there were 500 civilians inside. Yet no war crime has actually been committed because the decision to target that building wasn't done just to kill civilians. It was done on bad intel. You have to go by like the available information at the time in order to determine if a war crime had been committed.
Yes. However, well, first of all, a terminological distinction. You're mentioning lex specialis here. Lex specialis is something else. I think you mean dolus specialis. So special intent, right?
Okay, my bad. You're right. Lex specialis is different. Sorry, go ahead. What is the difference between these two?
Yeah. Number two is special intent or dolus specialis is required for genocide, for instance. I don't believe it's required for war crimes. Like you don't have to intend the result of what you're doing. You have to, at a minimum, be aware of the foreseeable results of your actions. So that's not dolus specialis. That's just dolus eventualis, for instance, which is another form of intent that is not special intent, like intent to produce the result for a specific purpose. That's kind of the very, very, very high degree of intent we ask for the genocide case. But,
okay, that's dolus specialis. And then what is lex specialis? I'm sorry, can you expand on that?
Yeah, lex specialis is it's a category, a type of law that is more specific than a general law. So, for instance, when we have a conflict of laws, even in the domestic legal system, we have perhaps a general, let's say, I'm going to make an analogy here, a general tax law that sets out the main principles of taxation.
Okay.
And then separately, you have another law that is specifically deals with VAT or with, do you have VAT?
We don't, but I know what you mean, value-added tax, yeah.
Like a consumption tax, yes. And then both of those laws are incompatible in one aspect. Well, then you would say the consumption tax law is more specific. therefore, it should be applied, let's say, over the more general law. That's
Gotcha.
one principle of Roman law we have inherited from the Roman Empire.
Okay.
Where when you have to decide whether to apply the more general or the more specific, you apply the more specific. Also, there's another principle in that area, which is lex posterior, meaning if there are two laws, one is was passed after the other, you apply the one that was passed after, as you are considering the latter one to derogate from the previous one.
Okay.
That's, yeah. So returning to the case that you mentioned, the war crimes. A second distinction that I would like to do is like the ICC judges crimes, war crimes, right?
Yeah.
Which again, when you hear the word crime, think individuals.
Yep.
Right.
Yes. ICC is always individual. War crimes,
Yes.
Article 8, Rome
Yes.
Statute, always individual. Yeah.
And criminal law operates in different, let's say, in a different way in many aspects than the law of the responsibility of states. So you might find that in a particular instance, no individual can be convicted because of their knowledge at the time or their intent or lack thereof at the time to commit certain acts. However, you could paradoxically hold the state responsible because the state is not held to be a criminal in the same sense as an individual. You must prove, whatever knowledge or mental state or intent. The state is not subject to those rules. The state is like functions more like, I'm going to make an analogy again here, like a company where you don't need to prove that Coca-Cola had an intent to produce a faulty can for Coca-Cola to be liable for producing a faulty can if there's a damage done to you because of the faulty can. I don't know if the analogy makes sense.
I kind of get the analogy, but I understand the international law. So, like, if we're talking about, for instance, I think it's found under the Geneva Conventions, where you have an obligation to protect your civilian population. There might not be like, I wish I could remember the article. Does this search through? I can't know if this searches through collapse text or not. But you might have an obligation under the Geneva Conventions to protect your population. But so you might be in violation of that as a state. But there's not like an individual criminal, aspect being committed by an individual that you can hold them accountable. There might be. So for instance, if you find somebody, like tell somebody, hey, you're not allowed to leave this house. That might be eligible for a particular violation of an individual law under international criminal law, and the state itself might also be guilty of violation of international law by not taking like the proper, due procedure or whatever to protect the civilian population. But the two things are technically separate things, or treated separately.
Yeah, exactly. So returning to your example, let's use your example, right? You said there was an information that was faulty at the time that said there are bombs in a house and we're bombing the house, but there were no bombs, so there was no military necessity, but we didn't know that at the time, right?
Yeah.
That was your example.
Yeah.
Right. So imagine the state internally has a structure such that the intelligence services have a very, very low threshold for passing on information that might be dubious or its source might be fake, right? So a rumor is enough to for the intelligence services of that state to pass on that information as solid to the actual military officers that have to decide whether to bomb that house. Then the military officers order the strike, believing the intelligence to be solid, right?
Yeah.
Those officers couldn't be held responsible for a war crime because they lacked the mental state, they lacked knowledge, etc. But the state could be held liable, not criminally liable, because the state is not an individual, but could be held liable before in general norms of international law.
Yeah, because the state has failed to protect the enemy civilian populations, people that are horsed to combat or whatever, from unnecessary things, right? Principle of distinction and everything. They're not doing what their due diligence, right? Yeah. So if a country makes available to its commanders, the only weapons it makes available are like cluster bombs. Commanders that are choosing targets and then firing these weapons If that's like all that's made available to them, it's possible that maybe they wouldn't be charged with war crimes. But the state itself, that might not be the best example. But the state itself obviously wouldn't be doing what it can to conduct warfare in a good way. So the state might be held responsible, even if not an individual is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
So in this context, I don't know about this report, the Goldstone report, but if the claim was that, if the report claims that Israel is liable for XYZ, and then at the same time you're saying, oh, but an individual couldn't be held responsible for XYZ, it's not necessarily the case that those two things have the same answer.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the issue with the main issue with the report is that it seems to do a retrospective analysis of targeting, like damage done afterwards, and then it tries to make claims of specific claims relating to war crimes. I think after after assessing damage once the target has been destroyed, without trying to gain information about the targeting that happened in the middle.
Oh, so it directly makes claims about war crimes, not Israel's responsibility for breaching the Geneva Conventions, but individuals doing crimes.
Yes, I believe so. I have to go back and reread the paper, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that was one of the big, qualms this paper had. Yeah.
Because I mean, in the latter case, I guess it's a.
But without you having read it, it's unfair for it to ask you to make a to make any assessment.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah. But like when you're talking about the state of Israel, now you're dealing with standards of diligence, which is like common civil law. Like, should you have known? Should you have made more inquiries? Was it reasonable for you to have made those inquiries? Was there an urgency that, the degree of diligence should be linked to the degree of urgency of your decision, blah, blah, blah. So there's a bunch of stuff there that isn't relevant to individuals.
Sure. Okay.
Or might be less relevant to individuals.
Okay, what else?
Yeah, interesting. Well, I think. Do you remember the Omar Badar debate?
Yeah.
Would you agree with your own words there, or have you changed your mind on
which ones?
Well, first you said the UN General Assembly resolutions are kind of non-binding, so they're irrelevant. Do you have a more nuanced position on that now? Or?
Yeah, so I think the more nuanced position would be they're not necessarily irrelevant, but they're vague and dumb. So I think my understanding is a binding UN resolution. In order for a resolution to be binding, that means that it either is creating some sort of new law or it's reaffirming an existing law. So, for instance, a UN resolution might say, UN resolution, 6969 affirms that this state shall not commit war crimes. And then that UN resolution passes unanimously, Security Council vote, and that's a binding, or even it's a binding UN resolution because it's reaffirming already established international law. The issue with Resolution 242 is even though you could say it was binding.
Wait.
Or sorry, go ahead.
We're talking about General Assembly resolutions. Let's go to 242 later. That's
sure. Okay, sure. Yeah. For a General Assembly resolution to be binding, it either has to create a new law or it has to affirm an existing law. Yeah.
Right. So to create a new law, formally it cannot, but of course, through the magic of customary international law, it could.
Sure.
Right. Because the members of the General Assembly are states. States with their behavior can create law, and voting for a resolution before the General Assembly is behavior, right?
Yeah,
so
correct.
You could derive practice and opinio juris from the behavior of the states when passing and arguing the resolution. Then the resolution would not create law, but the behavior of the states while arguing for the resolutions, the resolution could create law. So
sure.
It's not binding by itself, but I mean, it has a very strong weight. And when you read judgments in the ICJ constantly references those resolutions precisely because of that. The second possibility, what you mentioned is it is reaffirming law, existing law. Well, yes, if there is a doubt as to whether a norm is a norm, UN General Assembly resolutions could kind of reinforce its binding character, whatever. And the third possibility would be, we know there is a norm, we have to interpret what the words of the norm mean, then again these resolutions the resolution could be relevant when interpreting what it means.
Gotcha.
And you see that in judgments, right? So the ICJ constantly references those resolutions. Yeah, is every resolution the same, has the same importance as another? No, but you have to go read the resolution itself. Like some resolutions, as you said, just say this state should not violate international law. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Right. No state should violate international law. But some resolutions have been created with a very different intent, which is not to kind of scold state, but to say there is this principle, and this principle ought to be interpreted this way. So those resolutions that are far between, like not many resolutions have that character. Those are very, very important. Like for instance, Resolution 265. They did a resolution saying these are the most important principles in international law. Very, very super important resolution, right? So again, very nuanced. For the second thing, the 242, right? Security Council resolution.
Yeah.
Very different thing. You know that, right?
Yeah, because every Security Council resolution is considered binding, I believe.
No.
No?
Careful with that.
Oh, okay.
It's very complex, actually.
Okay.
So, the Charter of the United Nations has 3 parts that are super important regarding this. One is Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7 outlines the powers and the functions that the Security Council has. And it says, well, what is the Security Council's job? Security Council's job is to the maintenance of international peace and security. That's its remit. Anything else, I mean, it can do say stuff, but it's not doing its job. And the logic here is, as long as the Security Council is acting, let's say, according to its mission, its stated mission, then its resolutions are binding. Asterisk. What is the asterisk? Well, as long as the phrasing is a binding phrasing, right? If you've read some Security Council resolutions, you'll see it always begins with a verb. It says like considering this, taking this into account, blah, 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 blah. So sometimes it's the phrasing is not binding, so the resolution is not binding.
Okay.
But sometimes it says decides. Well, that's binding phrasing, right? So that's one requirement. And the second requirement is it should be acting within the bounds of its remit. Remit? How do you pronounce that?
I don't know. Within the boundaries of its remit, whatever it's ruling on or whatever it's deciding about, or?
No, within the boundaries of the maintenance of international peace and security, which is its mission.
Okay.
Right. So, Article 25 of the UN Charter says, all members of the United Nations agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council in accordance with the present Charter. This has been interpreted in practice to include even non-members. So, Article 25, a lot of weight. However, also practice tells us, the own practice of international courts of the UN itself tells us, well, only when it's acting on the framework of the maintenance of international peace and security. Of course, Resolution 242 has to do with a war, right? The Yom Kippur War.
Well, 6-Day War, right?
Oh, sorry, yeah. 6-Day War?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, 6-Day War, and then in the Yom Kippur they reaffirmed 242, right?
They probably did, yeah.
Yeah, so of course it has to do with international peace and security. And when you go to the phrasing, it says, we decide this. So in this case, it is binding. But careful, because it's not always binding. And actually, if you go to read most of the UN Security Council resolutions, they're not binding, or most of them are not binding, right? So...
Was it for the text of 242? When we say so, I guess when I look at the text of 242, and I mean I think historically this is what's played out. It's a little vague in terms of what it's asking for. What part of the text here do you think I linked you the actual resolution itself? Like what part of the text here are you? When we say that it's binding, binding for what? Is it the affirmation part? Like affirms that or?
Yeah, like look at the first word. Expressing, not binding. Emphasizing, not binding. Emphasizing, affirming, that's kind of a political statement. However, a political statement by a Security Council could be very influential, right?
Sure.
As we've spoke about the how influential resolutions by the General Assembly are. Well, arguably, even if they're not directly binding, those statements by Security Council could be even more influential, even if they're not binding.
Sure.
And then affirms that the fulfillment of Charter principles requires the establishment of a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, which should include the application of both the following principles. Well, requires here sounds like binding.
Wait, what do you see? Which should include the
affirms that the fulfillment of Charter principles requires the establishment of a just and lasting.
Yeah.
Blah blah. So affirms plus requires, that's binding wording. I'm not an expert on this, and there's a bunch of books and papers, and I think the UN itself has made let's say documents in which they outline all of the instances in which the Security Council have used the word affirm, and whether the word affirm has been held to be binding or not, and the same for decides, and the same for calls for, right? And there's no endless legal debate as to whether the expression calls for is binding or not. But just so you know, this first word and the wording of it is super important.
Okay.
So, I mean, requests, like point 3 here, requests is not binding. Request, neither. Or emphasizing, expressing.
Okay. What do you do when the affirms and requires part is vague? Like, are you binding on vagueness or?
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem, of course. Given the importance of what they're doing and what they're saying here, the vagueness of it could induce some of the parties to not comply with it, and therefore to be in breach.
Or even, unfortunately, not comply with it, but disagree with what compliant looks like, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like not complying with something you do not believe is binding on you, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't believe it is binding on you. In this case, I think it was read by everyone at the time as being binding. I don't think there's any substantial, at least legal. I'm not saying political, but
yeah,
legal
there
argument.
might. Yeah, I think it might have been read as binding, but the interpretation of what it was read as. So, for instance, on 1 subsection 1, withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict. Later on, when Israel would negotiate peace with Egypt, they considered the withdrawal from the Sinai. They considered that a satisfaction of their obligation under 242, 1 subsection 1, because it was a withdrawal of their armed forces from a territory occupied in the recent conflict. But because it doesn't specify all territories or the territories, and they fought for this in like the wording of the resolution. Without having all territories or the territories, it doesn't obligate them to completely withdraw back to the borders before the war, essentially.
Yeah, I don't know. Here, like my lawyer's common sense would say this is kind of a cheap lawyer's trick. Like from territories occupied in the recent conflict does not seem to suggest if you withdraw from a square mile, you are in compliance with this. I believe this is pretty clear. It says.
Well, I mean, I would understand you, except when they were fighting for the wording of the resolution, that was like a literal point of contention over that. Like, it's not like they didn't sneak this in here as like a gotcha for for a signature. It was intentionally done that way because Israel wanted the ability to maneuver in the future to say that they've satisfied 242 if they give up some land or whatever, to avoid having to giving up all of it. So I think it was pretty intentionally worded in that way, because they could have easily said, I think the first draft of this included from all territories or from the territories occupied in the recent conflict.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, perhaps if the ambiguity was kind of calculated or negotiated by the permanent members of the Security Council, this interpretation makes more sense. Although, again, sometimes even if the ambiguity is negotiated, it kind of detracts from one interpretation being obvious, right? As is in this case, but it does not prejudge whether one interpretation is the correct one or the other. Like sometimes legislators negotiate ambiguity because there is no other way to pass an article or a section in a law, and then the judiciary ends up saying no. Despite the fact that the ambiguity was calculated according to other interpretive criteria, we're saying there's one of the two interpretations is correct, and so the ambiguity is not the end.
It's not necessarily the. Yeah, I agree. So in U.S. constitutional law, when interpreting old amendments, for instance, there might have been some ambiguity, or maybe somebody would say there might be something uncertain, but the way that the verbiage reads is actually incredibly clear. And even if it wasn't the intention at the time that it was written for it to apply to a certain thing, if the wording is clear, then you don't dive into the intention from that. You go by the wording, the clear and present wording of what was written, and it might have an unintended effect, but I mean, that's just, it is what it is. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why sometimes people wonder, why do legislators and for the purposes of this Security Council or General Assembly bother to do these very extensive preambles or introductory paragraphs? What's the point of that? Is that kind of verbiage or like political grandstanding, or what is it? Well, there's this sacred, almost like ancient principle in interpretive principle in law, in Roman law, where you seek for the interpretation of the words in a law or a legal document to be consistent or coherent with other sections of the same law and with other laws, right? So here, if there is an ambiguity between what does territories occupied in the recent conflict mean, well, perhaps you can read the foregoing paragraphs that are not binding, but perhaps tell us something about what is the correct interpretation, or other resolutions by the Security Council, or resolutions by the General Assembly, right? So here's where these other documents begin being relevant.
Sure.
Precisely because international law contains so many of these ambiguities.
Yeah.
These non-binding documents can be very relevant.
Yeah, which I think is also why, I don't remember if you told me this the first time, but I think, like, for instance, like treaties between nations, I think will supersede almost all of this stuff, right?
What do you mean by these
like
stuff?
If, like, let's say, for instance, let's say the UN let's say the Security Council passes a resolution. Two countries go to war. One of them takes some land, the other country takes another land, and the UN Security Council passes a resolution saying, like, you guys have to give the territory back. You can't do this, like, blah blah blah, whatever. And they affirm that, and they require that, and that has to happen. But if the two countries negotiate with each other, like through treaties that's ratified by their state assemblies, and they're like, listen, we're gonna cease all hostilities. We're gonna blah blah blah, and we consider this like a satisfaction of that resolution. I think that their consideration of both parties feeling satisfied will supersede like international opinion about it. Is that true or is that not true?
I mean, yes and no.
Okay.
It is true in the sense that if Israel and Palestine agreed on whatever settlement there is, that does not contradict human rights norms or whatever.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, two states couldn't agree to genocide each other. I think there would still be independent, like...
Of course. But let's say only for territorial purposes. They agree to a set of borders. And everyone acknowledges that this agreement reflects the validly expressed consent of both entities or both, I mean, one state and one people, whatever. I mean, everyone agrees that this consent is validly expressed. Well, in this case, then, all of the rulings that have been made for the managing of a situation that is, let's say, in danger of producing a military conflict or endangering international peace and security become moot, become pointless. Not because they're not valid legally, but because the facts on the ground, i.e. the cessation of a political situation that is liable to produce military conflict, has ceased to exist. Right. So it does not...
Okay, so theoretically then... Okay, I understand. So, like, let's say there's a country A and B, they take some land from each other. The UN Security Council passes a resolution, and it says that emphasizing all of our agreements on these charters, affirming that blah, 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 both countries will give back the occupied territories to one another. if these two countries come to a bilateral agreement where they decide to give the territories to one another, you wouldn't say that it superseded the UN resolution, but you would say, well, since they gave the territories to each other, there's no longer occupied territories, so the resolution is essentially moot, right? Then,
Of course, yeah.
Gotcha.
Like
Okay.
The factual basis underlying the resolution
Has been
ceased to
changed.
exist.
Gotcha.
That does not affect the legal validity of the resolution or the standing of whatever organ has created that resolution to do it. But it just, I mean, imagine a divorce. Well, you don't have to.
Good one.
Imagine, I guess now.
Yeah.
But in a situation where there's assets in dispute among both partners, and both partners come to judge, and the judge makes a ruling. Imagine both partners then get married again. It's not illegal for them to get married again, and therefore to resume joint possession or joint enjoyment of the assets of the couple, whatever. I mean, it just the divorce economic regime created by a divorce becomes moot because
Irrelevant. The underlying facts change. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
makes sense.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else on that conversation or anything?
Well, the one thing I feel a bit more, let's say, informed to talk about is the ICJ case for genocide, because that one I followed almost every. I mean, the lawsuit by South Africa, the response by Israel, and then I watched the whole. What's the word for that? Preliminary. Preliminary hearings, and I read the ruling and the separate opinions by the judges on
Jesus
the provisional measures.
Okay.
I don't know if that's something you've debated about or have any.
I'm sure it'll
questions about?
come up. There's a 2-hour discussion from Norman Mouin Rabbani about this, so I might read a little bit of it after that. I read, I think, like it was like the 12-page, basically the summary of it afterwards, but I haven't listened to any of the responses or anything yet. Yeah, is there anything you want to say about it, or?
Well, I mean, as with any judicial, very contentious case, news headlines are usually a compromise between A, the extent of the legal knowledge of the journalist writing it, B, let's say, satisfying the editorial position of the newspaper and the expectations of the readers on what light should they interpret the ruling on, etc. So, of course, it's not going to be perfect, and people get sometimes opposite conclusions of what happened.
Sure.
I'd say there were two important things about the ruling of the ICJ. One, as you know, this is provisional. It says nothing about the merits. The ICJ has taken absolutely no position as to whether there has or hasn't been a genocide.
Yeah.
There's a ruling about the plausibility of the elements of genocide. But the plausibility is not about the facts themselves, but the plausibility is about
if the facts themselves constitute like the case, basically, and if it's like plausible. I think plausibility is either the lowest or like the second lowest standard of it's like one step above like an assertion, basically. So given these statements, like, is it plausible? Is there a chance that genocide is happening? The answer is yes, but they're not ruling on the merits of or evaluating the facts or anything like that.
Yeah, that's one. And the B is, if the facts that you are alleging, if they were true, do they constitute
the crime?
Not the crime. Careful.
Oh,
but,
no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Correct. Not the crime, but what would you call it? The lack of ability to enforce your obligations not to commit genocide, or what would you?
I mean, technically, I would say the international responsibility of Israel to, because of the breach of the Genocide Convention. There's a convention, not only a convention here, because of course the prohibition of genocide is also customary. Not only customary, but also it is what we call imperatory law or imperative law. There are, this is another matter that is very hard to explain and confusing, but there are a very small set of norms in international law that we deem them to be imperative. That means any norm of international law that is incompatible with those is immediately declared to be null and void.
Okay.
And they cannot be derogated even if states agreed right now via whatever practice and opinion juris or via a treaty or whatever, they could not derogate the prohibition of genocide.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's imperative law. So if you read on this, although you're sick and tired of it by this point, I'm guessing.
It's going to come up, so I'll be sick and tired of this in 10 days. I have a huge debate with Norm Finkelstein in about a week, and then after that, I'm taking a break from this, but yeah.
Yeah, well, if you read anything about it, the one legal opinion that I think is most sound and balanced and legally accurate and that I agree with the most is a separate opinion by one of the judges.
Mm-hmm.
The German judge, what was his name? Let me look for it. The provisional measures. Dang, there are so many documents here. But there's a separate opinion by a German judge. That's the one to read.
Gotcha. Now, when you say separate opinion, he just wrote like it wasn't a dissenting opinion, right? He just wrote it alongside.
Yes.
An agreement.
So a separate opinion is when you concur with the conclusion of the court, but you have a slightly different reasoning for why you reach that conclusion, or if you want to add something that the majority did not add.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. So that's one important part. Do
you want to link me that if you're capable, if you can? I can look at that.
I'll look for it. Okay. Request. So there's the order for provisional measures.
You don't have to link it right now. You can just link it later. I'm just so I have it.
Yeah, I'll link it later.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing to have into account is, as you know, South Africa asked for a list of 10 to 13.
They basically, I think, wanted the conflict essentially to stop. I think, among other things. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That one, very importantly, the court did not grant, but did not even argue why they did not grant it. So if you read the court's opinion, they would say, well, yes, we agree with South Africa, there's plausibility, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we grant everything. We grant A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but in the list of things of measures we are granting, the ceasefire is not there. But they do not justify its non-inclusion.
Sure.
So this is kind of a void where people can read many stuff into it. Like, the court did not feel the war itself is constituting a risk of genocide, so we are not ordering ceasefire. B, the fact that the court did not justify its non-inclusion might point towards the fact that they don't feel that confident in its non-inclusion. Like, it's very interpretable, and I think many people are reading opposite conclusions on it.
Could you read it in a way that my reading is, I don't know how all courts work, but in the United States, for instance, when you are suing somebody in civil court, I think one of the things you ask for is like a type of relief. And I think it's the case that your case could get shot down, even if you've got good facts, even if you've got standing. But I think if the relief you're asking for is so ridiculous, they might not consider the case because of that. So is it possible that the relief that South Africa was seeking, which was to basically the cessation of all military activities, was just so extreme that they were like, this is way too much, like, we're not going to do this? And so they didn't include that, and they didn't even comment on it? Or would you read deeper into that? Oh, thank you so much.
If the court considered that this type of relief would be either A, unnecessary for the ends, like the ostensible ends of South Africa's South Africa's lawsuit, which is the stop of genocide, well, then they would argue that this is not necessary. Like, it would be a very easy argument. You could say warfare can be conducted in many ways, more intense, less intense, more respectful of the principle of distinction and the laws of war, blah, blah, blah. Even if war would be conducted in breach of the laws of war, international humanitarian law is, of course, within the realms of possibility that it would not constitute genocide because of the lack of special intent and stuff. So it's legally very easy to argue, but imagine the court says that, like, we are not going to order Israel to cease hostilities because although it may hypothetically constitute war crimes or crimes against humanity, it is not necessarily linked to whatever genocide there is, and therefore we are not, and we only have jurisdiction for genocide, because remember, the court has no jurisdiction regarding crimes against humanity or war crimes, so we're not ordering that to stop. Like, the legal argument is very easy. I think it's very, very hard to argue PR-wise, if you catch my drift.
Very hard to argue from Israel PR-wise, or?
No, for the court. Like, imagine the court says, well, it is true, the war...
because the court has to draw a bunch of distinctions that most ordinary people don't draw. So the court could literally say, it's highly plausible that multiple war crimes are being committed. It's highly possible that multiple Geneva Convention articles are being, contravened, and Israel is guilty of all these things. However, you would say the dolo specialis, the really special intent relating to the crime of genocide, is being met. So it's not. Oh, go ahead.
Not even that. We don't have. Well, South Africa has not sued Israel for war crimes, because B, we do not have jurisdiction on war crimes.
Oh, okay.
Right. So we can't even contemplate war crimes because there's, I think that last time we talked about the various ways in which the court can establish jurisdiction and blah, blah, blah. They have no jurisdiction on war crimes. So even if they said, well, the way the war is being conducted, even conducting a war in Gaza right now would be a huge risk of war crimes just because of the density of,
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just check this. So when we talk about genocide, the crime of genocide comes from the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This is a General Assembly resolution? That's it? There's not like a whole convention or some bullshit, or?
This is a convention. This is an international treaty.
Okay, international treaty, okay. But this convention, if you're in violation of this convention, and you are committing the crime of genocide, but it's not like an ICC crime or it's not a war crime, it's just, or is the ICJ thing from South Africa rolling on something separate right now?
So,
sorry, go ahead.
So there are three parts. One is genocide, the fact, let's say, the material fact of genocide. So the material part and the psychological part, that's one. Second, there would be the international responsibility of a state for genocide or for failing to prevent it or for failing to punish it or whatever.
Okay.
That's two. And three, there could be the individual criminal responsibility for genocide. Right.
Are all three of these things in different parts of international law, or are all of these under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide?
The first one is just a fact. It's not a law. It's just if the deaths are happening and the intent is there, you could say there's genocide, but that's not a legal judgment. It's like a fact of what's going on.
Okay.
The second one is in the convention you have before your eyes, plus customary international law.
Okay.
Yeah. And the third one is the crime of genocide, which is contained in A, customary international law, and B, the ICC statute.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in this case, there could be both criminal responsibility for some individuals and the responsibility of the State of Israel for genocide, not criminal, but responsibility for genocide, or there could be only responsibility for Israel, but no individuals, as criminals, or there could be neither.
So is the ICJ just being asked then to figure out the first part or the first and second part?
Exactly. No. Only whether
first part.
what Israel is doing or allowing is in contravention of this convention and the customary prohibition of genocide. Not criminal, mind you. Criminal would imply a crime committed by an individual with mental state, blah, blah. In this case, I think South Africa is alleging almost all of the modalities of the commission of this of genocide, which is prohibited, which is A, doing it, B, not preventing it, C, not stopping public calls for genocide, and then D, not punishing it. Like, there are many sub modalities to violate this convention.
Gotcha. Okay. But they're not
Whereas-
pursuing the track of like, they're trying to do genocide and here's the special intent for that. More just, here are the violations of this convention about genocide. Therefore, one is probably happening, basically. Yeah?
I mean, if you say Israel is failing to prevent genocide, or Israel is doing or abetting genocide by some of its public officials or soldiers or generals, whatever, well, you have to prove a genocide is either going on or is about to happen or someone is calling for it.
Sure.
And then if a genocide is going on, you have to prove dolus specialis.
Okay.
Right. Like, it's not sufficient for you to say, well, Israel is tolerating a genocide, so I don't have to prove mental state. Well, is a genocide going on? And if a genocide is going on, then you have to prove dolus specialis.
Okay.
So in both contexts, you would need to prove the special intent.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
I think, is there anything you would like to talk about? I think there's a lot of, like, philosophically, I don't know if you're into the philosophy of law or legal theory, but international law provides a lot of paradoxes and stuff that it's...
Wait, does it provide paradoxes or seeming paradoxes? Like they seem like it, but...
No, like true paradoxes that like legal philosophers don't agree on.
Like what? Give me an example of that.
For instance, international customary law. As I mentioned, two elements. One is state practice. Second is opinio juris. Like, believe that they are doing the practice because they are complying with the legal obligation, right? So let's imagine a situation in which the customary rule does not exist yet. But for it to exist, states have to start engaging in a pattern of conduct, right? So for instance, let's imagine states agree that you cannot allow vessels to sail through whatever, the area surrounding Antarctica because it is whatever, for whatever purpose, right? It's not yet a norm, a customary norm. There's no treaty. We're only talking about customary international law, right? So there's no norm yet, and states start behaving in a way that is consistent, right? So 150 states start telling their boat captains, do not sail there, and they start believing with their public statements, their politicians, the votes in the General Assembly, or the internal domestic laws they approve, blah, blah, blah. They start like justifying their pattern of behavior by saying, well, this is compulsory. It is compulsory, according to international law, for us to stop sailing in that area.
Okay.
So far, so good? Yeah. So, and then it becomes a norm of international law. If you notice that before it started, it became a norm of international law, states believed it already was. So
my guess is,
yeah,
or you can explain the paradox, but like, my guess is these things don't happen randomly. These things probably stem from either like semi-formal bilateral agreements or just customary things that people do because it like smooths or transitions things, like And then slowly over time, these norms become so important that in order to function, even if they're not codified, people feel like they need to do these norms. And then that I guess that's my guess would be that's how it like becomes customary international law over time. No. That it like that all of the customary international, you're not going to read like, oh, in customary international law, every time you cross, the Strait of Aden, you have to make sure that your underwear are on backwards. That like it's probably that probably wouldn't exist. But like if 10 countries negotiate between themselves, like, hey, if you guys are going to sail your boats, make sure that you wave a blue flag when it's sunny outside. And if there's like 20 other countries around them that want to sail through the same area, like, okay, well, these guys point everybody like, okay, well, this is basically customary international.
Agreed. Then this purpose is international relations or to achieve a particular goal that states agree is worthy of being achieved. However, notice that the second part, not the practice, but the belief that the legal obligation is essential. So let me give an example of a behavior that smooths relations among states and is seen to be a good thing that states have done, and they should keep doing it because it keeps things smooth and friendly. Protocol, right? So when you receive an ambassador, you address him by saying, you place the flag of the country that whose ambassador you are receiving in a particular place. You seat him in a particular seating arrangement. The protocol is like states obey these sort of norms religiously across the world, and they serve an important function, like respecting dignitaries, avoid like diplomatic faux pas that could lead to friction and animosity and stuff. However, everyone acknowledges this is not because no one believes that they are doing it because it is compulsory. They are doing it, and if they have done it for generations, for centuries. International committee, this is a very useful form of courtesy.
Okay.
So everyone agrees this does not constitute international law.
Gotcha. Interesting.
So going back to my example, states begin believing something is compulsory before it is. They're either mistaken, which is very, very funny, like a norm emerges out of a confusion, which would be kind of a funny scenario. Or in reality, it already began being kind of compulsory, but not really, which is even more thing be compulsory, but not really.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I kind of understand. I imagine. I feel like go ahead.
They call that the chronologic paradox.
Gotcha.
That's the name
sure.
it receives.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Anything else? I can always shoot you more questions for international law stuff I haven't, but.
Yeah, for sure. If you wanna argue, politics or whatever, I'm also up for it because I didn't tell you, but I studied political science and I used to be very into debate leagues. I led a debate team and judged debate competitions for a while. Not that it's very relevant now, but I mean, just so you know. Have you heard about what's it called? The American high school debate leagues that have turned crazy lately?
Yes. Well, I think they've always been kind of crazy. We just see it all on Twitter and stuff now. But yeah, I've seen I know what you're talking about probably.
Yeah.
If you're talking about like the one video that went viral a while ago where somebody's like, we're not going to debate this last round. We want to acknowledge that all trans people are special and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
like
about.
the meta anti-debate.
Uh-huh.
I find that it's just a curiosity. Like woke turned. Did you think we are seeing peak woke?
I think the world is past peak woke. I think peak woke was 2 years ago, but we'll see.
Like, I think that I've seen I don't know, I'm not an American, but as an observer of American politics, the Harvard stuff and the hearing in Congress for anti-Semitism stuff, that felt like a turning point, no?
A little bit. I think it's already been turning a little bit, but that was a big one too, yeah, for sure. That was pretty wacky, yeah.
Although, didn't you kind of agree with what they said? I mean, what they said was hypocritical. I mean, the three presidents, Yale, Harvard, and MIT, But they said, I agree with that. The problem is that it was super hypocritical because it didn't hold the same bar for free speech regarding anti-Semitism vis-a-vis other.
Yeah, that would be my take. But to be fair, admittedly, I'm inventing that in my head. Maybe they would have the exact same tape. I have a really hard time believing that, but.
I mean, their record shows they did not apply that same take for whatever trans issues, right?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know if this particular thing about chanting about trans people on campus came up in the same way that this particular chanting thing was, right? Like if we're being very precise about what conduct was being questioned, you know?
Yeah.
But.
Well, right, interesting. Are you in a hurry, or can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, go for it.
If you, let's say, how much do you know about European politics?
Very little. What's the question?
The question is, of course, you live in the US, so
of course
there's no international organization that holds so much influence and power over the US as the EU holds over EU member states. What would you think of the EU if you were an EU citizen?
I don't know. I feel like I probably wouldn't like it very much. If I was older, I wouldn't like it. If I was younger, I would really like it. That'd be my guess.
I'm not asking for a prediction of what sociological category.
Oh,
would
like
you
me
be
personally?
more likely. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would like it, of course, 100%.
But okay, so let's separate content from process. Do you like the in broadly the content of their policies and their decisions, or do you like also the very particular political process that has been set up for the EU?
I think both of those have their strengths. I think my overall like pragmatic rationale would be that regardless of process or content, regardless of like the legislation they pass or the rules or whatever that the European Union dictates to member states, and regardless of the process by which they arrive at it, my guess is going to be that if all of these European states agree with this particular thing, we're probably going to end up having to agree to it anyway. Why would I want to agree to that like bilaterally or multilaterally as a small state when I could be part of a federation of states that all have this shared agreement and then we just kind of like negotiate with other parties from there? It just seems to ease that process. Like, let's say, for instance, the European Union passes a rule that says no bananas shaped like dicks, right? Well, if all these other countries kind of want to pass this rule anyway, then if we were negotiating our own, we probably also have to have the no dick banana rule. So why not be part of a larger federation of states that are negotiating this cohesively all together? It feels like it would streamline everything, and then you have all the benefits of the economic cohesion and travel cohesion as well. That'd be my feeling on it, broadly speaking. Oh,
I mean,
that was
of course,
that was disagreeing. Okay, go ahead.
It makes sense to. I mean, I used to be very Eurosceptic, and now I'm a bit more. It happened the same with NATO. I used to be anti-NATO, and now I'm more pro-NATO, I guess. Perhaps I just got old, but yeah, I still retain a gripe about the very bureaucratized EU institutions that feel very, very far away from ordinary people. I think you could argue the same for US federal politics in a way. So it's not perhaps that different in a sense. Thing is, you could argue...
What you just said there is a really funny, good point. Because there was I don't know if you watched it, but it was a song that went viral in the US where the guy's talking about like those politicians way over in DC, they don't represent me.
Richmond,
north
of Richmond?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's that same kind of feeling, yeah.
With
Except instead of DC for you guys, you say Brussels, but yeah.
Yeah, with the difference being at least, members of the House and the Senate and people who have been appointed by the president have some democratic legitimacy, whereas many EU bureaucrats really have none.
Well, what do you mean by that?
We have a parliament, we have members of parliament, but the European Commission, I mean, they're people no one knows, appointed by national governments that sometimes are not even in power anymore. They have 5-year mandates.
Am I crazy? I thought that you have your members of European Parliament. I thought the members of the European Commission were one member from parliament from each nation state appointed to that was like the upper body of your legislative European Union.
No, the parliament elects the commission president, but the commissioners, there are 27 commissioners for 27 states, and each state nominates. Technically, they should be independent, but really they appoint one of their commissioners. The bigger states, the most influential states, appoint the big-time commissioners like trade and stuff, and the small-time states appoint irrelevant commissioners like art and sports.
Gotcha. Okay.
They have almost no democratic legitimacy.
When you say okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. So the commissioner or your commissioners are just appointed by states. Who decides which state gets which commissioner?
It's a complex negotiation. It's like a horse trade. I think they call it in English. It's like, okay, if I vote in favor of this, perhaps you give me this commissioner. It's like how do you call that? Kind of a bargaining chip.
Okay.
Each time is different. Like, it's not like Spain always have the commissioner on trade.
Oh, kind of like I think that you have like, fuck, I might be, but you have like non-permanent members of the Security Council, right? Like you kind of like rotate out basically. Is that like similar here or?
Yeah, I think with the difference that the rotation system in the Security Council is a bit more sensical in the way that it truly rotates.
Okay.
Whereas small states in the EU never get the big commissioners.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting. Maybe I would need to look into that more. I had a misunderstanding of what the European Commissioner thing looked like. Maybe I would disagree with that then. If I was a smaller state, I might feel like I don't have good representation in the European Commission.
But at the same time, if you're a small state, you have a small population, and the EU is, I think, the only international organization where, I appreciate this, by the way, they try to have some type of not only state representation, but also individuals. Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying I would be against the whole EU. I'm just saying I'd feel a little bit worse about it. You know.
Yeah. So of course you've got the European Council where each state is represented, and for many stuff you need unanimity. But then you have the Parliament where every person gets proportional representation, regardless of where they live. More or less, of course, because like Malta, I think gets disproportionately more, like the U.S. Senate.
Yeah.
Because there's small country, but they get one is the minimum, I think, or a bit more than one. Yeah. What else did I want to ask you? How's the Progressive Victory stuff going?
It actually went really well. I'm gonna have like an official meeting with them, and then we'll iron out like how we're gonna work together more. But yeah, the event itself went way better than I thought it would. So
you were doing something in Ohio?
We did something in Ohio. Yeah, we did a big canvassing event basically, but it went pretty well. Yeah, got to talk to some politicians, got to go knock on doors, and yeah.
Same thing as Georgia way back when.
Yep. Except I got to talk to more larger politician people, and I had another organization working with me this time for helping to organize it. Yeah.
Do you feel like the stigma around you personally, that, you know, there was in a point in time where some politicians would not want to hitch their cart to your brand, let's say. Do you think that's kind of dissolving over time and you're becoming more palatable?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But having another organization also helps because it dilutes me a little bit. And I think it used to be, like I said, I think we hit peak woke like a year or two ago. I think it's like we've come off of peak woke, and a lot of the left-leaning people have taken really big L's. Like, I think that for as much as people might be pro-Palestinian today, I think that the Israel-Palestine stuff, I think it did irreparable damage to a lot of lefties and left movements across the world. I think there were a lot of people who were center-left that looked at that and were like, holy fuck, that is insane.
Yeah, for sure.
And these people didn't know how to ease up on the gas. And then they supported the Houthis right after. And it's like, okay, this is like a lot. So yeah, I think that as that happens and you kind of, those people are easing back from being the de facto leaders of public political opinion, I think it probably makes a little bit more space for people like me, as long as I don't do anything too crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, one last question. This is a very important one.
Yeah.
Because lately, I've seen many debates you did, or not even debates, like your behavior on Twitter and then stream alone and then debates. Sometimes you come across a spicy topic. I'm sure I'm not saying anything new. People have pointed this out to you, but bear with me. You say something that is kind of your intuition, not very researched, thought out intuition, but you say it in very strong terms. For example, there was a conversation in which they asked you about Israel and Gaza in October, and you were not that informed, and you said, haha, I mean, at this point, like, let Israel genocide them. Of course, you were kind of joking, but you were kind of not. You were kind of reflecting on your general feeling at the time that, I mean, Israel had a legitimate
kind of a little bit. Hold on. Let me qualify this real quick because I think it changes this significantly. That quote that I made was really, really, really unlucky. I think that quote came in like November. It was like a month or two before October 7th. I don't think that like anybody was like really talking about Israel-Palestine because nothing had happened since, I don't know what, the Great March of Return. I don't know. I feel like it had been a while since anybody was really talking about Israel-Palestine. So somebody asked me, was like, oh yeah, I don't know. It feels like one side has to genocide the other. Who knows? And then like a month later, October 7th happens. And then that opinion gets dug up as though it's like my current reflection on the thing. And I'm like, oh, fuck me. Oh wait, not November. I'm sorry. Whatever month comes before fucking October. I don't fucking know. August?
Right.
September? Yeah, whatever.
The question would be the following. Yeah. After that, you had to qualify, you had to explain. And to your credit, you've done a bunch of research. Like Ben Shapiro even noticed the research that you were doing and praised it. So don't have any gripes with that. But you have a dichotomy here. You could choose to back down from that, which would kind of reinforce your credibility and be a principled position, but also would have some benefits credibility wise and stuff. Or B, you could either double down or justify why you said what you said, or say it had been misinterpreted, or whatever other strategy in order to not directly disavow what you previously said, which would have the benefit of, people like people who have firm opinions and who don't back down and who appear to be right most of the time or all the time. And especially when you are confronted personally with something you said, it doesn't look that good to say, no, it's true, it's not this way. So when you have to choose between those two options, it's not one or the other. It's like perhaps 30% backing down and 70% doubling down. How do you make this judgment? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I try to think of like who's confronting me, because 90% of people that confront you with clips are not doing so looking for a genuine concession or genuine clarification. Generally, they're just trying to like crucify you. And that in the eyes of those people, I'm not making any concessions because it's not going to get me anywhere anyway. So I'll probably just try to use that as a launching pad for a conversation. If it's somebody that looks like they're genuinely trying to fish for an opinion or figure out like what your position was, I'll probably be more apologetic. It's like, listen, I didn't know much about it. It was kind of dumb. I said that. It was a little like, obviously it was premature. I've done more research now. I mean, I don't stand by an opinion that hyperbolic. It just would depend on the person who's,
I understand this in an interpersonal level, right? It depends on whom you're speaking to and the energy, you match the energy that you're receiving. No problems with that. However, I don't think you care that much at the end of the day, with whom you're speaking. In reality, the people who are listening to you are the 100,000 or millions of people who will watch your YouTube videos, right? So you're really speaking to them, right?
No, I think the environment does matter because there's different people watching me depending on where I'm at. Like if somebody came in during sub call-ins or viewer call-ins or whatever, and they were like, "Oh, why did you say that?" I'd probably give like the full fucking context or whatever. If I was like on Piers Morgan and he tried to like ambush me with that clip and he's like, didn't you call for the genocide of Palestinians? I would probably like own it and immediately move on. I'd be like, oh yeah, I said that. It was really stupid. It was like a month before the conflict. I didn't know that much about it. You know, it was on my after stream stuff where we make like dumb jokes, but yeah, it was inappropriate. It was too hyperbolic, and that's not my opinion right now. I've got a different opinion on this thing, and I just move on from it basically. Yeah.
But would that be a strategic choice, or would that be a principled choice?
Strategic for sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but would that be strategic just to win that, or to appear genuine, or what's your like?
It would be strategic because like I don't want to get hung up on. The larger principled argument would be if you want to have a discussion with me or ascertain my opinion about a certain topic or have a serious conversation about a topic, we can talk about it. But I'm not going to try to, you know, play ball with a 30-second clip, you know, on a thing that I hadn't known much about at the time. Now, if you want to have a separate conversation of, do you think it's responsible to make jokes like this? Oh, we can talk about that. But I'm not going to have a serious debate with somebody about my position on a conflict based on a 30-second clip. That's not a real conversation. I don't do 30-second clips, right? I have whole conversations about things. So that would be, the principal discussion would be, we can talk about the issue, or we can talk about my humor being too crude or crass or irresponsible, but these are separate conversations. And I wouldn't let somebody conflate the two, principally. But if I say that on TV, or if I'm with like Piers Morgan, it's going to sound like I'm dodging the question or changing the topic. So I would probably strategically, I would just like own it and I say, oh, that was a really irresponsible, dumb joke. I shouldn't have made it. I didn't know much about the conflict before it happened. And here I am now. And then I just move on so that I could further the conversation.
Right. And do you think that changes a lot if instead of being a confrontational setting about international politics or whatever with a stranger, it's one of those days in which you're engaging one of your orbiters in some drama? Do you think it's very different the way you approach those two conversations, even if the conversation can be equally heated? You know.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be like
you've got your dose of drama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be a lot different depending on the subject matter and who I'm talking to, for sure. Yeah.
But like, I don't know how to phrase it, because it's thankfully I think you've the big days of drama are behind you.
That's what you think.
Would you say that?
I'm rolling up the next cast of characters. They're gonna blow your fucking mind. Okay, we're gonna be doing Vyvanse drama streams. It's gonna be drama like you've never seen before. Okay.
Dude, like I blame you so much because my usual consumption of media is like New York Times and papers about law and like reading about international politics or whatever. And then I watch you and you hook me into this drama. It's like, it's beneath me, but it's so addicting. And I fully blame you, man.
Yeah, it's not beneath any of us. None of us are above it, okay? We love it. We all love it. But
because I know people have friends who watch like what's it called, the secret pleasure, guilty pleasures, and they have those TV dramas they watch like Big Brother or a dance show or whatever, and I felt good criticizing them, but now I'm no better than them.
Well,
like,
you just need a drama that connected with your soul more, you know?
I think I like just conflict, not like you. You like conflict.
I think it also, you know, funnily enough, I think it actually depends too on the people as well, like how well you connect to their lives. Maybe I'm speaking a little out of turn. Maybe this isn't necessarily true, but for me, when I watch like the Kardashians or when I watch like any of those things, it's like such a different world to me that I have absolutely no connection to. It's hard for me to feel the drama, like the way these people dress, the way they talk, the music they listen to, the lives they lead. I could never, ever, ever connect to that. And so there's no drama for me. But if they made like some stupid reality TV show about like professional gamers having to share like a team house preparing for an upcoming match with like half guys and half girls and like just, and also I probably would be hooked as fuck on that, because I would be like, oh, I relate to these people a lot more. I kind of like understand the environment more. Like this is actually really exciting and funny to me. Much the same as like I would follow drama relating to like Me Too accusations in my scene and everything more than I would like celebrity Me Too accusations, you know? So I think the relatability of the person probably helps a lot, you know?
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
Well, I have one more topic very separate from that, but if you're tired, I mean, we can.
I am exhausted, but go for it. Give me one more question. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's political philosophy, very complex topic, and
okay.
I don't think you've ever touched on it because it's very, very far away from U.S. politics scene.
Well, give me the.
It's about languages.
Oh shit.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. So here in Europe, as you know, It's not like the US, which is a melting pot, and you are full of optimism, and you don't have an official language, and English is just there, but you don't enforce its use, you don't require its use.
And even not even in the
But-
United States, but it's different for me as an American internationally. Because look, you're talking to me, and I never had to learn another language too. I think as Americans or as English people, you're like very privileged in that the whole world just happened to speak your language, and so our opinions on language and topics, everybody should just speak English. That's very easy for me to say,
Yeah. But here in the old continent, it's different. We like to hold on to our centuries-old grievances about religion and about language and about nation states and stuff. Like the fortunate ones left for the new world and started happy lives, but the rest of us stayed here and kept fighting each other and stuff. Whatever, that's the joke. But more seriously, states here generally have, not generally, no, every single state has an official language. That means you are required to know it. The public education system teaches it. And if you want to become a national of the state, you have to know the language. If you want to appear before a court, that's the language that is used, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Right. Problem is there are multinational states, be it legally, right? So there are federations in which the several languages in there are officially recognized. Like Canada is a fully bilingual state where you can use French and English everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
But there are multinational states where the one of the minority languages does not enjoy full recognition. And there's a big fight, especially here in Spain. We have two big minority languages, Catalan and Basque.
Okay.
There's a big fight about what, and I mean compulsory legal role should those languages play. Let me put an example. In the education system, should both languages be compulsory for public education curriculum or not? What languages should be required for for obtaining Spanish nationality? Is it only Spanish or none at all, or what? Blah, blah. So many issues arise with that. What's your take?
Yeah, I truly don't know. I would have to think a lot about this. I think that being an American has given me such a privileged and unique view of the world that sometimes you can say really dumb things and not even imagine like why this might be problematic. Funnily enough, in some ways it's kind of tested in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A lot of Americans will say things like, they'll utter a statement like, it is obviously immoral and evil that Israel wants to be like an ethno-state. What an obviously immoral thing. And it's kind of funny, and it's like, as an American or Canadian, I could totally imagine you saying that, because that does seem really evil and weird. But then if you venture across the sea and you go to nations to where like the ethnic composition is a lot more integral to the nations, and the histories are so deep, right? Thousands of years. Where you can walk down the street, in Warsaw and see apartments that are older than my country's constitution. Well, people's engagement there is going to change a lot with those questions. And I imagine that filters out to languages and how you get along with your neighbor and what kind of immigrants you want in your country. And yeah, I just think my perspective as an American is so different than any European that I would have to think a lot about that. Because I just don't have as much, I don't have that super strong historical attachment. Look at white nationalists or Nazi people in America, right? When they long for that attachment, what do? They call themselves of white European stock. They have to harken back to your continent in order to feel like they have the history that they need in order to even be as racist as they want to be. So yeah, it's a totally different feeling as an American to relate to that, I think, yeah.
Then last thing, let me boil it down to analytic philosophy terms. Is it a moral good to preserve languages, i.e. to not let them die or to have enough people speak them so that they don't naturally die? And B, if that is a moral good, is a state entitled to create legal obligations on individuals in order to preserve that good?
Oh, I mean, if we go down to the very hyper, just the language part, the problem is it's a qualitative versus a quantitative question. So I think, right? So quantitatively, if you've got some group of people, you're investing some amount of resources and you're getting some sort of outcome from all speaking the same language, right? So if everybody just spoke English, everybody agrees that the planet would be a smoother place. We'd all speak the same language. We'd only have to print one set of instructions. Everybody could communicate with everybody. The economic opportunities, the educational opportunities, etc. All of that would be amazing, right? Quantitatively, like undeniably. But qualitatively, the question would be is, and this gets into a whole theory of language thing, right? That different languages might communicate or even facilitate different types of thought. And there might actually qualitatively be something unique that's being erased from the planet, maybe, when you lose a language that's hard to quantify. So qualitatively, there might be some value there in preserving it. I don't know if you feel this way, but I know one of the things I thought was interesting that Melina told me was Melina felt like she had quite a different personality in Swedish versus in English, just by nature of learning Swedish. I don't know, do you feel that way with your native tongue?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. So then imagine then for you, I don't know, because I don't speak any other language, but for you who speaks a native language and then at least English, at least two languages, if you could delete an entire side of yourself and only have one language, do you feel like you've lost something special, or do you feel like it's whatever?
For sure. And by extension, also I think humanity loses some quantitative aspect when a language dies, like a cosmovision or a way to relate concepts or a way to order information, a way to think stuff. So would you think that is important enough for states to, compel people to speak a language so it doesn't die?
I don't know. That's a really hard one. I don't have a strong, I can give you an answer, but I'd be like 51-49 in favor against, like.
All right, man, I'm happy. I made you think. That's way more than I thought I would achieve today. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well.
I think I made you think. That's
nice. Good job. Yeah.
All right, man. Nice talking to you. Let's do this another time for sure.
I appreciate
if you want.
I'll talk to you later. Or maybe I'll have a call before my Finkelstein debate. So have fun. Be careful.
Sure. Bye.
Bye. What a fucking loser. God. Oh, okay. I need to sleep. I'm so fucking tired. I had like 4 hours of sleep tonight and like 4 hours of sleep last night. I think there's only two other major like war events after this, right? It would be, would it be Operation Protective Edge and then the Great March of Return? Is there another huge conflict? So like the 2014 Gaza war and then like the Great March of Return. Those are the only two large conflicts, right? Left? Oh, and then the current one, sure. President Sunday challenged you. He shouldn't need 2 weeks to prepare. If President Sunday wants to debate, we can do it tomorrow. If he wants to talk for an hour, he shouldn't need 2 weeks to prepare. If he's making fun of my knowledge right now, it's because he's got more knowledge than me, so. '21 war as well. Is it 2021 Israeli-Palestinian crisis? Is it this? What was the name for this operation? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Gets into a lot about the Templeman and political issues. Yeah, okay. Well, listen. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, wait. We got a couple of clips. Some random shit.
Where?
Oh my god! Holy shit. Who is this guy?
Where?
Oh my god! What the hell was that? He shot it! Jeezer!
Yo, y'all living the life, bro. What the fuck?
Oh, okay. Holy fuck, my...
He's a Miami cop? Oh, well, that explains it. Wait, what is the name of this streamer? So that I know, like, never to ever do anything gun related to this with this person, literally ever. Oh, fuck. Also, real quick before I leave, does anybody have the Patrick Bet David or whatever was having a conversation on his show about how he came across a DGG fan at his son's softball game. This was the fakest story that I've ever heard in my entire life. Can somebody give me this fucking clip from his... I think it was... I saw it tweeted. What is this? Hold on.
U.S. workers are most exposed to AI with their jobs. About a fifth of all workers have high exposure jobs. Women, Asian. Go to the bottom, you'll see it. Less than high school degree, 3%. You're not affected by it.
Bachelor's. Wow.
High school degree, 12. Bachelor's, 27. Wow. The reason why they're saying this is because the people that went and got the degrees and education, your jobs that you were going to go do.
Computer will do it. Wow.
However, the lower level jobs like cooking, food, construction,
mechanics, you're golden. Wow.
So the whole concept of getting a...
Yeah, the reason why AI isn't replacing those jobs is because simpler formula on automatic machines have already done it or are in the process of doing it. Like, bro, McDonald's workers aren't worried about AI. They're worried about like an automated fry cook. Like, it's funny because he's laughing, but if you go... Is this throughout the entire US now, or is it just in all the major cities? Even in Sweden, when you go to restaurants now, they've absolutely cut staff because now you do all of your ordering on the fucking machines in the restaurant. There have been some McDonald's I've gone to that don't even let you order at the counter anymore. You just punch it in on like the things. Is that in every city now, or is that just on some of the big ones I've been to, or? Yeah, so like this has literally already happened.
Did you understand what just
well,
holy shit.
This further proves the narrative about college being completely overrated and overvalued
to
these
get
days.
a college degree. Why am I getting a degree, Dad? Because my job's going to be replaced. I'm better off with a high school diploma.
You've done multiple videos saying that college is a scam. Candace,
U.S. workers are most...
To be fair, it's a lot harder to have automated jobs in the physical space like dock workers. Is that actually true? If I were to go to the most sophisticated docks in the world, you're telling me that they don't have technology to like load and unload a lot of these ships now? You're telling me it's all just as manually done as it used to be 50, 100 years ago?
Why do Destiny's fan base, like this dude who's talking to Anthony Fantano right now, why do they think they're progressive? Do they not realize that every fucking argument they make is like damn near identical to right-wing arguments from, I don't know, 2014, 2015, 2016, when like all of his fan base, including Destiny, before he like turned into a progressive supposedly for a brief moment, were already like firmly within the alt-right? Like these guys.
What does he even know what the alt-right was? He might not have been old enough to know what the alt-right was. I have no idea. He might not know much about the alt-right because I think when the alt-right was popular, that's when he was making transphobic jokes and then teaching you how to get girls intoxicated and fuck them after taking them home from clubs. So maybe he wasn't like following that part of the internet conversation. Pro tip.
You guys basically went got de-radicalized. Why do?
Does anybody have that PVD clip? I need it real quick before I leave. Give me that PVD clip. Also, I like how Hassan's trying to come back to being a progressive now, when he clearly ditched the progressive shit for tankyism. Fuck, nobody has the PVD clip. All right, well, listen, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be more awake. I love you. Rip Reno, cappuccino, 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 my dude Renos. I will get you guys next tomorrow, Reno. Be careful.